In an encampment, the cook is waking everyone up with the banging of his pan, which makes most of the soldiers rise from their beds, including one Encrid, who has been causing a lot of trouble for everyone, so he was demoted to squad leader for a bunch of dumbasses. Shortly after, an attack begins, and even if Encrid does not have any special abilities, he got here with his endless training, and this is why now he is able to put up a fight on the battlefield. Even if he can down 1 or 2 men, eventually he is put to the ground, as he holds no talents, and he knows that his dream is out of his reach for someone so untalented. Tons of people die around him as he tries to grab his sword, which makes him recoil. He thought that even if everyone around him mocked him for trying to achieve his dream, as long as he had his blade, he could manage somehow. Now though, the dream of becoming a knight is removed from his mind, as he can only think about his imminent death. Even this was pathetic. So that means the people who were praying for his downfall got their wish. As his mind drifts to the abyss, he sees a blue flame standing in front of him, and in a few moments he awakes again, in the same bed that he did today. He thinks that this was a dream, but when the soldier next to him says the exact same thing he did in the dream, he wonders if it truly was just that, and a sense of déjà vu envelops him. He has no choice but to go back to the battlefield, where the same fate meets him again and again. The 4th time this happens, he starts questioning everything, as he can still feel the enemy's piercing sword in his neck. It felt hot, and the pain was unimaginable. He observes the battle closely, and comes to the realization that this day keeps on repeating. But now he knows what will happen to him, and he refuses to give up. The enemy comes at him with a perfect stab, in positioning and everything. This is the 17th time he sees his own death coming straight for him, and he cannot do anything about it like he hoped before. If only he trained in the sword better, put more effort into it, and worked a little bit harder. Perhaps he wouldn't have to suffer and die like this if he did. As he lays in the world between life and death, the blue flame appears again, this time captured in a lamp, and someone on a boat asks if he really thinks that. He should just try to struggle and feel it properly, and then he should give up. He should fully feel the despair of an immovable object in front of him. Encrid becomes enraged as he hears this, and determination fills his eyes. He is already awake when the cook wakes them up, and he immediately tells the guy next to him, Rem, that he has a bug in his boots. When he looks, he actually finds it, and after crushing it, he asks if he put it in as a sort of prank or something. Encrid explains that he saw it crawl in his boot earlier. This is his 18th time seeing that bug, making him wonder, how many more times will he see it before this nightmare ends? Since he was young, he chose to wield the sword and learn swordsmanship from a returned mercenary that came to his village. The first spark of his dream came from him, as he congratulated him for being so good, to the point where he fully believed that he could become a knight. That's when Encrid began to dream. Someone like him, a true knight. The knights are people who can slay thousands on their own and change the flow of battle in an instant. They are incredible heroes that everyone respects. Like any child, he thought that he could become the knight who can finish a war, the knight of the end, which was the protagonist of a song he heard from a wandering minstrel. That is when he decided that he wanted to be the main character too, and leave the village in order to become a knight. However, people started to laugh at him as soon as he left the village to pursue his dream, as he joined a mercenary corps, and they were all making fun of how he ran away from a stray dog because it scared him. This way, he learned that his talent is really nothing special, but it was too early for him to give up. So he trained constantly, as hard work is something that never betrays you. Even if he had no talent, Encrid believed that with time and lots of effort, even in the most harsh places, he could overcome every limit he had, and thus, he gained a lot of experience. He also gained the strength and endurance to be acknowledged by people around him. That is when hope returned to him, and it returned in full swing. Unfortunately for him, that strong hope was shattered in a moment by a child. There was a 12-year-old boy who requested a duel. He was from the village he was currently resting in. Even with his age and the fact that he started learning how to wield the sword only 6 months ago, he defeated the idiot who spent almost his entire life learning the sword, to the point where his calluses developed calluses. Despair started to befall him. Was his work all in vain? Is there really no way out of being untalented? Encrid truly wanted to be a knight, and even if everyone laughed at him for it, saying that it was a hopeless venture, he refused to give up. He spent a lot less time eating and sleeping and started to swing, until the sun started to rise and he was completely out of stamina. Even if he hit the tree with tons of attacks, all he could get out of it was a couple of cuts. That's when he thought that even if he could not become his dream, he could at least become an experienced soldier. He screamed out at the unfairness of the world and continued to swing, as this was all he could do. 3 years later, in the present, he is in the Cyprus division, with the 4 companies, the 4 platoons, and below that, the 4 squads. Encrid became the squad commander of a second-rate squad, the best position he could achieve after his manic training. Still, it's much better than being a mercenary, as he is a soldier of the kingdom after all. Encrid walks up to one of his squad members named Jackson, and tells him to do his morning duty for him, as he has to do something. Jackson looks at him for a bit, and says that he will have to repay him next time. Rem can't believe that he dared to look at someone of a higher position than him in that way. That guy is going to lose his head one day. Encrid doesn't care about that, as he wants to learn the heart of the beast again. Rem is quite surprised by this, but asks why he wants to do it again. He thought that he gave up on trying to learn it. Shortly after this, the Nolilia versus Aspen close combat battle began once again, and he died like before. Encrid was tired of reliving the same day over and over, but he used this time to learn the heart of the beast from Rem each time he came back. Even so, he still cannot see the tip of the sword that kills him, and he hopes that today will be the last day where he has to go through this. As the soldiers scream out and engage in fighting, Encrid notes that this is the 21st time on this same battlefield, and by now, he has completely memorized the situation. First, he dodges the spear that comes from behind. Next, there's a guy who will attack him from behind, and after that, a squad member by the name of Vel will die. However, this time, Encrid protects him from the arrow and from the rampaging soldier that is coming to kill him. His plan finally worked. As before, even if he blocked the arrow, he would still die. Today is the first time he has survived. What is left now is to kill the bastard who will stab him in the neck and whom he meets even if he tries desperately not to. This bastard has stabbed him in the same spot 20 times, but this time it will be different. He will see his blade. He will survive. Rem told him that since he always closes his eyes when something dangerous comes his way, he is left vulnerable, and to prove his point, he aimed an axe at his neck. He told him that he needed to be brave and not easily agitated. He has to become a bastard who does not know about death, like a beast who is fighting with everything it has for survival. That is the heart of the beast. Encrid wonders if he is afraid of death, but he has felt it too many times for that to be true. Death is his friend, as it makes him stronger. For the first time, he manages to dodge his impending doom, and his heart starts to beat out of his chest. He is extremely happy with this, and tries to retaliate, but the expert swordsman in front of him uses a skillful technique and stabs him in the neck once again, ending his life. The boatman greets him again, and says that on this day, he will only feel pain and despair, so he should give up and get on the boat. He should acknowledge himself as weak and be at ease in the afterlife. Unfortunately for him, the boatman has picked the wrong person to challenge, as Encrid refuses to go with him, and gives up as he finally sees the tip of the sword he thought impossible to see. Even if it takes him 100 days, he will get out of this loop. Eventually, Encrid arrives at the 33rd time he is on the battlefield, and now he can clearly see the first attack that ended his life so many times. But even if he manages to dodge it, he cannot dodge the next one, as his enemy is way too fast, so he falls to the ground, and another death is counted. In his time as a mercenary, he took up a few quests for monster subjugation. It's not like he really wanted to, but he just came to a random village where he was asked to help. The reason he decided to help them was because of his dream, as protecting the weak is what a knight does after all. His reward for doing all of that work was a charm, something extremely cheap for how much he risked his life. But the village elder told him that this would grant what he was desperately wishing for. So Encrid wonders now if this is why this day keeps on repeating, just so that he can become a knight. He isn't dead yet, and tries to get up, but the soldier notices and says that he will show him some mercy, since he must be in a lot of pain. Encrid knows that this is just a facade, as this bastard is just a monster who enjoys stabbing people. He wakes up in his bed once again and tells Rem that he put a bug in his boot, which he is very mad about, as he didn't expect a squad leader to be so annoying. Encrid tells him to stop talking and come outside, as he wants to learn the heart of the beast again. When they go and do that, Encrid is able to accurately dodge Rem's incoming attacks, which surprised him, as he didn't expect the skin of his heart to get so thick. Encrid says that he just trained, but Rem notes that this technique takes time to learn. There is no way that his family technique could be taught to someone else so easily, but he does not know that Encrid has gone through hell and back with it, and the sensation of impending death he felt each time made him much more proficient in it. He tells him that he probably got it by chance, but he wants to spar now, which Rem is pleasantly surprised by and accepts. Even if he masters the heart of the beast, he will just get killed because he cannot land a single strike against that bastard. He continues to dodge Rem's incoming attacks because he doesn't possess any good attack techniques. He only knows one, which is the Valen mercenary sword technique. It's quite anomalous, and it was made by someone named Valen. As the name implies, it's a technique that some speak ill of, and others call it a petty trick. Even so, he has something else he wishes to try. He tries to imitate the stab of his murderer, and he does so pretty well, but Rem can easily throw his sword away with sheer force. Still, for a moment he imitated that stab perfectly. Since he died to it more than a few times, his body remembers it well. Rem says that among what he showed him in this spar, that stab was the most decent, but he should put more impact into it. He tries to explain it the best he can, but he isn't really that smart. So he just says that he shouldn't doubt his attack and put everything into it, to the point where he can already see the enemy in front of him dead. That way, he shouldn't lose grip on his sword. Encrid thinks that this was a horrid explanation, but he got it. The difference between his stab and that bastard is that he is not confident in his blade. He must do like he does every time he kills him, stab with the intent to kill the person in front of him. He tries to do it again but fails, resulting in his death. Even if he has to do it a step at a time or even a quarter of a step, he will advance no matter what. The days continue to pass as he trains and dies. The 11th day, the 123rd day, but finally, on the 124th day, he lets out a strike that Rem has no choice but to dodge, which he calls him crazy for, as he puts so much force into that attack that blood is coming out, and his smile really isn't helping his image. But Encrid couldn't care less, as he has finally mastered that bastard's stab technique. The first time he tried this technique, he managed to graze the soldier's head, but even if he failed and was stabbed again, he did not blink and didn't even let go of his sword. The soldier said his usual line, that this is mercy, but Encrid promised him that tomorrow he was going to die. This made the soldier smile, as the dead have no tomorrow, but he does not know. This time Encrid crushes the bug before it goes into Rem's boot and tells him to take his guard duty, making Rem wonder when he became so pushy. This marks the 125th day of the loop. He tells someone called Big Eyes to get him some shin armor, a shield, and a dagger, as he will pay for them later. Big Eyes reluctantly accepts, but he tells him that he is doing it only because he trusts him. Rem comes from behind and notes that the squad commander is becoming a little pushy, but Jackson says that they always push their tasks to him, so this is just revenge from his side. Rem doesn't know what to say, but he's acting weird, like he is extremely tense. As Encrid trains, he thinks that every time he dies, he feels a lot of pain, and his mind starts to wander. What if he never wins, even after tens of thousands of tries? What if he can find another way to escape and survive? Would he wake up the next day or still end up in this loop? He is much stronger than before. Isn't that worth something? Shouldn't he be content with what he has? but he steels himself once again. Giving up was never an option. He has to surpass the wall put in front of him no matter what. By learning how to stab efficiently, he proves that he won't abandon the blessing that he was given. With his mind more made up than ever before, he equips all of the equipment he needs and thinks about only moving forward. He and his squad join the ongoing battle, which Encrid is prepared for. He is a person with no skills, but he managed to survive all of this because of 3 things: preparation, luck, and maintaining a cool head. On the 46th day, his left shoulder was completely shattered by a spiked mace, and on the 47th day, he rolled to dodge the mace, but someone crushed his head instead. With this information, he is able to kill the mace guy with a single slash. But on the 71st day, when he first did this, a soldier cut his foot off, so he couldn't do anything to the stabbing soldier. This is why he got the shin armor, and is now easily able to take that soldier out. On the 89th day, his head was split completely open because somebody threw an axe at his head. If he lets him live now, he will interrupt his main fight. So he trained in throwing weapons throughout the day, meaning that it's not difficult for him to counterattack. After all of that, Vel always ends up behind him, and a sharpshooter called the Claw of the Hawk, which he doesn't have the time to take out, but he can protect Vel. And after this comes the wall, which he meets with determination. The stabbing soldier goes for his shield first, which he breaks, letting Encrid dash away. As dodging and stabbing won't give him any chances of winning, strategies like this serve him much better. This guy is just a regular soldier, but he is strong, at the level of a prodigy almost. But there is one thing he lacks: real fighting experience. Encrid uses this to his advantage, and headbutts him before using the Valen mercenary technique. He gathers some dirt in front of his boot and throws it in the eyes of the stabber, allowing him to finally have the upper hand. But the stabber becomes mad at this provocation and goes for Encrid's neck, who knows that he had to dodge and does so expertly. This makes the both of them stand behind each other, and as the stabber goes for another attack, Encrid now knows everything about that stab, so he hits his sword in such a way that it completely shatters. At the same time, the Claw of the Hawk aims and shoots another arrow. Encrid now has the complete advantage and prepares to stab the bastard with his own technique, but that arrow moves straight for him. That's when one of Rem's axes flies through the air and breaks it, just in time for Encrid to finish his revenge. Rem wishes to go for that bastard, but he doesn't have enough time. As the battle rages on, Encrid enjoys his victory, and as the stabber crouches down while bleeding out, Encrid raises his sword in the air, as this is mercy. With that, he cuts his head off, and finally breaks through the wall that was put in front of him. Suddenly, he is attacked by a strange being and sent flying, which the others identify as a frog. The frog person notes that he spent quite a bit to raise this one, but to think that he would be defeated by a weakling, well, it doesn't really matter, as he will die now. Before he can strike Encrid one last time, Rem comes in clutch and starts fighting the frog person with everything he has, both of them emanating the spirit of a warrior. At the same time, one random soldier tries to kill the incapacitated Encrid, but Jackson quickly decapitates him. Rem and the frog person back away from each other, and Rem says that if he wishes to kill the squad commander, he has to go through him first. The frog person is surprised that he isn't the commander, and Rem thinks that the frog people are a warrior race, born to be on the battlefield. He is either going to have to burn him with magic, or pierce his heart. The frog person doesn't understand why someone like the man in front of him is on this battlefield. To kill him, he will have to put his life on the line, which he doesn't think is worth it, so he just backs away. As Jackson escorts Encrid out, the others help him along the way by killing any attackers, and they eventually get the order to retreat, which Encrid hears, meaning that finally, he has survived this day. He goes back to the land between the living and the dead, with the boatman telling him that he managed to survive, but this is all he can do because he will not be able to go through the walls that will keep appearing in front of him. His fate is filled with despair, so he should just give up now. Encrid slowly gets up and says that for him, walls do not exist to stop him. They exist to be overcome. The boatman likes his attitude, and so he will wait for the moment when those eyes filled with hope will completely lose their light. With that, Encrid awakens in the infirmary tent, and Rem, who is beside him, says that he has been sleeping for 2 days. He was actually the one who saved him from that frog bastard, so he better be thankful. Encrid didn't know that he was hit by a frog. It's amazing that he managed to live. Rem explains that his bones are not broken, but his head was shaken up pretty badly, so he does remember that they are best friends, right? Encrid notes that he never said they are friends, calling him a noble hunter, which makes Rem shut him up, as he can't just blurt out people's secrets without a thought like that when he has nothing to do with it. Anyway, Encrid is glad that he was able to get out of that loop alive after so many days. Later, Big Eyes, real name Crace, comes to the infirmary, as he wants payment threefold, as he also paid for getting him in here. Encrid wondered why he was in the infirmary when soldiers like him would be left to tend to themselves. To lower the price, Encrid asks where he was when the battle started, as he didn't see him anywhere. Crace says that he will give him a special discount if he shuts up, which he accepts. Much later, Jackson comes around and hands him some medicine that he will apply twice a day, in the morning and evening, but he shouldn't ask how he got it. Encrid notices that this is the ointment he always uses, which is surprising since Jackson doesn't share his personal items at all. Around the same time, Auden also comes and starts praying for him, but Encrid says that he's not dead, so he can leave. As night falls, Encrid wonders why they are all taking shifts looking after him, as they are probably busy, as they usually are. Perhaps they are worried about him. That's when Ragna comes around, and is surprised to see him in the infirmary before leaving. Encrid notes that Ragna is exempt from this, as that guy wouldn't care if the world ended tomorrow. Besides him, there are 2 other soldiers in the infirmary, a platoon commander from another company who he used to pick fights with, and one soldier that he doesn't know the name of who is always staring at a wall. As he thinks about him, a person with long ears and royal armor comes around, asking for the commander of the 444th Squad, which is Encrid. The platoon commander notices that she is a fairy, and she asks which group he is with as a result. He explains that he's Vengeance, the commander of the 3rd platoon in the 2nd company. She then asks if his company taught him to state his race when he meets a superior, which he apologizes for. Encrid thinks that this must be the new commander of the 4th company, and he also introduces himself as a result. She has heard that he is leading his difficult squad quite well, so she looks forward to his future contributions. With that, she just walks away, confusing Encrid, but she suddenly stops and asks the young soldier who is in the infirmary what his name is. It takes him a while to say it, as he comes up with the name of Krang, but even Encrid notices that he just made it up. His attitude in front of a superior is bad too. Is he a noble of some sort? The woman just looks at him and leaves. Late at night, Encrid feels almost no pain, and he can put some strength into his body, meaning that he should resume training. Vengeance asks where he is going, and when he reveals that he is going to the training area, Vengeance calls him an idiot, as he shouldn't act tough when he is the lowest-ranking soldier there is. Encrid eventually finds a quiet spot, and recalls the past battle, as it was one of the few useful methods he spent tons of cash on, in order to learn. First, he thinks about what would have happened if his attack had failed. Perhaps it's not a good idea to put all of his strength into one attack, but if that attack fails, he dies anyway. If Rem's attacks were lethal, after he stabbed his sword with all of his might, what would be the next move? Suddenly, someone interrupts his meditation and notes that he's working hard, that someone is Krang, who doesn't know what he's doing. But his hands kept twitching in the infirmary, and now he's just spacing out here? Encrid explains that he was doing the first thing to test his grip, and now he's replicating the battle. Krang asks why he's doing that, and Encrid puts it quite well, so that he doesn't get butchered on the battlefield. Krang then asks if he wants to become something by preserving his life like this. Encrid knows that what he wishes to become is his dream, but when he tells it to other people, they just laugh at him, a dream that he has always pursued. However, this dream is something that he will never stop pursuing, so he is proud to say that he wants to become a knight. Krang is quite surprised by this, and Encrid notes that this is the first time he sees someone not laughing at him for saying that. Krang says that he just forgot, but he suddenly remembered what he needed to do after watching him. If he becomes a knight though, he should at least remember his name. Encrid thinks that this is new, as he was never supported up until now. A wandering minstrel arrives at the camp and starts singing songs about legendary heroes, while Vengeance wants his morning rations to come already. Because of all of this, Encrid decides to take a walk, where he meets with Jackson, who asks how his injuries are doing. He says that because of the medicine he has been doing well. He's quite thankful for it. Jackson tells him to come back already if he's thankful. Later that night, Krang wishes him a good night, and he does the same, making Vengeance say that they should just marry each other if they are so close. As he drifts off to sleep, Encrid thinks that this was a day with nothing important in it. When he wakes up, the minstrel is still singing about Cyprus, and Vengeance is once again complaining about the food, just like yesterday. That's when Encrid gets it, and as he walks outside in the same spot, Jackson once again asks how his injuries are. When Encrid responds the same way, and Jackson answers the same way, his suspicions are confirmed, and a vision of the boatman comes to mind. While he was sleeping, he died without even noticing. He died like a dog, without even knowing it, but now he's even more determined to overcome this challenge. As night falls, Encrid wonders who killed him and why, as the enemy isn't able to go through their defenses so easily, meaning that an assassin did, someone who is probably among them. They know his location and how to conceal their presence. His mind jumps to the fairy, as they are a race that is known for being quiet and nimble. Is this why she came here that day? He must confirm it, as he can't throw out baseless accusations. He just needs to wait. That's when a poison needle stabs him in the neck from above, and he only manages to fall down as the numbness of the poison takes him. He notices that Vengeance is also poisoned, but Krang is stabbed by the assassin, and another assassin comes into the tent as the job is finished, that assassin being none other than the company leader. Encrid thinks that even if he was alert, he couldn't feel them. This will be hard to counter. Plus, he will have to face the company commander after he is done killing the commander. It's a truly hopeless situation. He didn't expect for this feeling to return so quickly, but despite all of the trials put in front of him, he came out on top, and so he will definitely find a way to get out. He pulls the sheets above Vengeance, and prepares to strike because he assumed that the assassins would have infiltrated by now, but it seems that he needs to be wary of the outside. Vengeance wonders what he's doing, but notes that he must be hunting cockroaches. A fitting thing for him. Encrid didn't expect for him to care so much, which gets Vengeance mad, and at the same time, Krang comes inside, wondering if he should come back later and let them bicker. Encrid tells him to come in and looks at him while he makes his bed. Considering the assassins took him out in another way, he must be their target. But why? Just who is he? He thinks of not digging into it like his teammates usually do with most things, but since he is involved, he has the right to. He asks what he is, which Krang doesn't know how to respond to, but eventually says that it's not something he can say because it's a long story. Encrid just accepts it for what it is, but Vengeance can't believe that he just took that, as he has a feeling that this guy is not from this country, meaning that he must be a spy from another country. That has to be it. Krang gets closer to him and says that he has not and will never betray the kingdom. As he said that, Encrid felt something in his eyes, the will and aura of a knight, but he is not one, as he is powerless against the assassins. Though now he has confirmed that he is hiding something that he doesn't want to tell. As night falls and they wish each other good night, Vengeance falls silent, perhaps because he is scared of Krang now. The assassins are also about to barge in soon, so he gets up and tells the others that some assassins are going to invade this tent. They better come with him if he wants to leave. The others think that he is crazy, but that's when someone asks how he noticed, and he is hit at a vital point before he can even try anything. The assassin kills all of them in seconds, and Encrid wakes up to the minstrel singing again. Since he has no way of letting the others know that the assassin is coming, he can't get them on board. At first he tries to get help from a commander, who tells him to screw off, so he tries to predict the assassin's movements, but he is killed in an instant. Next, he tries to ambush the ambusher, but he is killed without even knowing where the assassin was, as he cannot see him, though they can see his every move. As long as he cannot avoid that poison blade, he will die without being able to do a single thing. The 20th morning arrives, and Encrid falls into the pits of despair but crawls right back out, as he has only died 20 times. He needs to think of how to get rid of the needle first, and a way to avoid fast attacks, so he goes to Jackson for it. While they were training, he asked Rem why he was calling Jackson a wildcat. He explained that he only attacks when he's behind someone and then runs off, which reminded him of a cat. Encrid assumes that he would win against the assassins, and he can't just take him in since he has no authority to do so, but even if he could, he must pass this wall alone, so he will learn from the best. He asks Jackson, if someone were to stab him in the back, what could he do in order to stop it? Jackson thinks about it and is not sure, as nobody has ever survived his ambushes, something that Encrid takes note of. Jackson notices Encrid's desperate stare and relents, telling him that he always needs to have eyes in the back of his head. Encrid asks what that means, and Jackson explains that it's basically perfect timing. For example, the wagon behind the tents that's just passing by now. Encrid is shocked to find that there's actually a wagon behind him. But how did he know? Does he really have eyes in the back of his head? Jackson also says that the wagon is going to come apart, and only seconds later, that happens. Encrid asks if he's some type of prophet with a hidden talent, but Jackson notes that he just must have spent too much time with Rem to think that. Jackson tells him that he simply followed sound, as he heard the axle of the wagon creak from here. If he can efficiently hear what's around him, he can basically predict what's going to happen next. Encrid is more surprised that he heard something so quiet, as he didn't even hear the wagon in the first place. Jackson leaves him with one final piece of advice. He should keep trying to listen to what's around him, and hone his senses to help him isolate sounds better. Encrid notes that this was a pretty good explanation, too good for someone as lazy as him. Jackson tells him to not get the wrong idea. He is lazy, but he doesn't want to have him on his consciousness for not helping, and nowadays, it seems like he keeps trying to learn new things. After night falls, Encrid attempts to face his second wall in the face of a sure death. The only objective he must complete is to hear them coming. He hears the footsteps of the guards that are on patrol, the sound of the torches, but no sound of the assassin. He tries desperately to hear him, but he ends up meeting the same fate, and awakes again to the annoying sound of an old tale. Even if he died, his body remembers everything as clearly as day. He remembers what he learned, and the pain he suffered. He goes back to Jackson once again, who tells him that he can get a lot of information from sound, as it can tell him the location of something purely based on the direction, and once he is able to hear faint sounds, his ears will have become the second pair of eyes he needs. He suddenly snaps his fingers and tells Encrid that sound is a wave. It rings out in all directions, no matter how silent it may be. In the chaos of 1,000 sounds mixed together, he needs to isolate one and maintain it. Encrid goes to try just that in one of the busiest parts of the camp, and practices what Jackson taught him. He first isolates the sound of the flags flying about. There must be at least 7 to 10 flags flying together. Then he isolates the sounds of the footsteps that are right next to him. He attempts to feel every single sound, the familiar and unfamiliar, whatever they may be. Suddenly Krang appears and asks what kind of training he's doing now, while also calling him Ensi. Encrid asks about that weird nickname, and Krang notes that it's just a nickname. He must be fine with it, right? Encrid sure isn't, but he also doesn't care that much. As for the training, he is just sitting around here like an idiot doing nothing, not actually training. Krang finds that strange, as he doesn't seem to be the type of man who sits around and wastes his time, right? Night falls once again, and the same things happen. He is poisoned, and Krang is stabbed to death. This is the 33rd day, another failure. On the 34th day, Encrid didn't hear a single thing again, and he continued this cycle of failure again and again. What Encrid needs isn't more experience, divine intervention, or a sudden realization. What he must repeatedly do is what he must do, no matter what. This time, when Krang attempts to sneak up on him, he opens his eyes before Krang can speak a word. Who is surprised that he actually sensed him? He must be training his perception, right? Since he isn't an idiot who wastes time. On this night, as soon as the assassin throws the poison needle, Encrid dodges decisively and strikes back at the assassin. From now on, the faceless death he has met countless times is no longer faceless. The assassin gets mad and retaliates right back at Encrid, who can feel that he's not great at combat. Despite his assassin abilities, he can kill him. He looks at the others to make sure they are okay. Vengeance is dead, but Krang is unsheathing his sword and getting ready for battle. Even if this guy is inexperienced, he will not let his guard down, as he is still an assassin and must know all of his vital points. He desperately tries to hit Encrid, and finally gets him with a throwing knife. But that's when the fairy commander rushes in, and Encrid moves his target to her. If he does not attack first, he will most certainly die. This action allows the assassin to throw a bunch of poison needles at Encrid's unsafe back, and at Krang, who has no chance of defending himself. Instead of retaliating, the fairy rushes behind Encrid to catch all of the poison needles with her cape, and then moves on to Krang, saving them both. Encrid previously thought that she was with the assassin, but now she protected them. Whatever the case may be, now's his chance to put an end to this. He rushes in blade first into the assassin, who manages to deflect his attack. But without much choice, he runs away, ending the night in a victory. Krang comes from behind and notes that the assassin must have come for him, which Encrid already knows, as nobody is going to pay for an assassin to kill a boot soldier like himself or vengeance. The fairy notes that it's precisely as he says. He has sharp senses for a soldier. Encrid notices how she's still gripping her sword tightly. She was an ally for him, but she cannot let something like this be known, and since he is a witness, he knows what must come next. Suddenly Krang gets in front of him and tells the fairy commander that he has a favor to ask, as he doesn't want anyone to die today. The commander bows down to him and says that she will do as he wishes. Krang wants vengeance to be rescued too, as he can sense that he's not dead, and the commander confirms that with a little antidote, he should wake up soon. Encrid thinks that she must be knowledgeable about antidotes, and Krang moves on to cleaning up this mess, as it's going to be a bother if people find out assassins were in the camp. Encrid notes that nobody will be suspicious of anything if there is nothing left, which he has an idea for. Eventually, they burn down the entire tent, and people rush with water while they confirm that only 2 survivors remain out of the 3. With this, the traces of the assassins have been removed, and Krang will take care of anything else. He and the commander walk away from the camp in the dead of night, with the commander noting that if that squad leader hadn't slowed the assassin down, he would have died. Did he perhaps change his mind because of him? Krang confirms it, as that man is just too interesting. He has been trying to avoid something like this, but when he thinks about him, he just can't feel anything else. He must have rubbed off on him, but the next time they meet, they will do so in their respective roles. Inside Encrid's mind, the hollow scythe of the Reaper disappears, though the boatman comes around and says that he will meet death again in the future. Encrid is more confident than ever, and tells him to bring it on. Finally, he beat another repeating day, and managed to wake up the next morning. Now he can sense the presence of most things, but he still couldn't sense that fairy, so he has a lot to do when he gets back. Thankfully, he wasn't injured anywhere, so he can return now. But before he does, Vengeance asks why he saved him from the fire like that, as they didn't know each other. Encrid can't believe this guy is talking shit about him saving his sorry ass, but he says that they are comrades. There is no other reason needed than that. Vengeance feels kind of embarrassed, as he gave him a lot of crap before. He really is selfless. He also asks if he's returning to his squad, which Encrid confirms, and Vengeance tells him to prepare for an awful vibe when getting there. Encrid asks what happened, and Vengeance explains that there's a rumor going around, that the entire base is cursed by some kind of spirit. At the team camp, Ragna and Rem are bickering about something, which soon turns into a brawl, with everyone near them running away so as not to get hurt by these bastards. They continue their fighting with punch after punch, until Rem has had enough and promises to split his skull open, and Ragna tells him to bring it, as he is nothing but a stinking barbarian. Encrid comes around and says that the base isn't cursed, but he might as well be with these bastards. He tells them to stop, which puzzles them, as they thought he was dead, which Encrid denies, but he will soon go crazy if they don't stop doing this shit. 4 days have passed since Encrid has returned to his squad, and because of his improved senses, he notices Jackson, who is trying to leave quietly, and apologizes for waking him. Encrid says that it's fine, since he was going to wake up and go train anyway. Jackson also notes that he has a pretty keen hearing sense. Even though he only started a few days ago, he should keep it up, as he will help in any way possible. The usual battles are few and far between, since winter is steadily approaching. Since he has a lot of extra time, Encrid will use it to train himself until he cannot anymore, as that is the only thing he can do. When he gets back from his training, he notices Auden doing one-arm push-ups with a giant rock on his back. He says that he must be returning from his morning workout. He is keeping busy these days. He finishes his push-ups and gets up, towering over Encrid as he does so. He notes that a well-trained body is a weapon too, so he should be able to withstand a kick from the frog now, though his body is still too thin, so he should keep training like he has done up until now. Encrid thinks that he's just too large, but says that he will try. As they try to talk about something else, a commotion can be heard in the nearby tent, as Rem has kicked Ragna off of his bed, since it was his turn for duty, yet he dares to still sleep like a lazy bastard. The barely awake Ragna crawls to his sword and grabs it before hurling it at Rem, who already had his axes prepared. They are again stopped by Encrid, who asks what they are doing, and Auden prays for their foolish minds. Rem says that he's hungry, and this bastard who is on kitchen duty is still sleeping like a baby. Encrid tells him to go ahead and start cooking, which he agrees to. Rem calls him a bastard and says that there was no need for what he did if he was going to do it anyway, but Ragna pushes him away, as he stinks. Encrid asks Rem why he's picking fights for no reason. Is he that bored? He notes that it is precisely that. The lack of battles is making him very cranky and active. Encrid notes that he shouldn't waste his energy on a random person, and should come with him, as he wants to duel once again. They go and do just that, with Rem hitting him, and telling him to take them better while charging in once again. Encrid is keeping cool with the heart of the beast, and is using his new hearing to efficiently block hits. The most special thing, however, is the thing he practices while dying hundreds of times. His deadly stab. Naturally, Rem dodges, allowing him to grab his blade with one of his blades and grab him with his other hands. He makes Encrid fall to the ground with this momentum, ending the fight. He was expecting more from him since he has improved so much in a short span of time, but he has become really boring, as he keeps practicing that same stab again and again. Encrid knows what he's talking about, but now he knows that he is different than before. Now, he can repeat everything hundreds if not thousands of times, and still go forward. He beckons Rem for another fight, as he will make sure to destroy him. Rem thinks that this guy's skills are very lacking, but he cannot get enough of those determined eyes of his, so he agrees to continue fighting. Just when they get into position, a downpour of rain arrives, forcing them to retreat back inside. Rem hopes that he won't get a foot fungus because of all this dampness, while everyone is doing their thing, be it praying or sleeping. Christ comes inside too, and wonders how many times he will have to cancel his duels because of dumb rain like this. He's really starting to believe that they have been cursed. Encrid asks what curse he's talking about, and Christ notes that it's about the one from the rumors. Encrid remembers Vengeance talking about something similar, that their entire encampment is cursed. Christ notes that the weather is too unusual, the casualties have increased, and the incident with the medical tent isn't helping either. People are rightfully saying that it's some kind of curse, though it probably isn't true. This downpour will only add fuel to this fire. Encrid notes that the higher-ups will not let these rumors fly around for long. Christ asks what he's doing at the entrance, and Encrid explains he's training his senses. He wonders how he can do that when it's raining so hard, but Encrid notes that it's especially because of that. Rem notes that this won't do him any good, but Jackson congratulates him for finding a creative way to train, as it will certainly help him. Rem looks back at him and asks what he taught him, and since when did he start caring about anything, since it's so extremely loud in this place. The others also suggest other ways for him to train, like lying down or checking his posture. Rem now gets that these guys saw what he saw in Encrid. Every single one of them is attempting to help him in some way, because they want to see the flames in his eyes grow. In the commander's tent, a meeting is taking place, with the main commander noting that they should send a scouting party before the winter begins. Does anyone have any suggestions for filling in the remaining seats? The ferry commander suggests the 444th squad leader, which the main commander finds kind of dumb. Won't he just hold the scouts back? The ferry commander notes that he could bring some unexpected results to the table, and she recommends him purely out of her ferry instinct. The next day, Encrid gets the news that he is being sent to the scout unit. When he gets back to camp, Crace asks if he did something to piss the commanders off, while Encrid is getting dressed up. He notes that he didn't do a thing, though Crace finds that hard to believe. Encrid is still suspicious about the ferry commander. Perhaps she wants to deal with him after Krang has left. Rem comes around and asks if he is really going, as he can help him get out of this whole ordeal. Encrid says that he can't use his axe on Superior, like he unusually does, but Rem notes that he wouldn't tell him to do something so harsh. Encrid tells him not to actually do it while he's gone, as he has a history of doing stuff like that. Auden starts praying for him constantly, and Ragna offers himself to go in his stead. Encrid appreciates it, but the second he leaves the camp, he is bound to get lost, which the others agree with. Jackson explains that since he is going to the tall grass fields, he should pay attention to the changes in the grass noises. That's how he can spot an ambush from a mile away. Rem screams at him to stop teaching him weird, sneaky stuff, making Encrid wonder if it's alright to leave these guys here, as they will constantly fight. However, there's nobody better suited for this job. After he enlisted, because of his not-so-great skills, he was constantly moved around and filled in for others. The one place he ended up being useful in was right in this camp, as even on the day he came to their doorstep, they were fighting, but he was able to somehow control these miscreants. Encrid tells them that 'tis fine, and Rem wonders if he's brave or dumb. Jackson notes that he should be thanking him, as he would be the one with a hole in his heart by now, though Rem thinks that he would be the one without a head. Encrid thinks that even if they are how they are still very good fighters, so it would be a shame to lose them. Thinking like this won't lead to much anyway. He knows where he is in terms of skill, and all he needs to do is get better. Since the scouts are going to the front lines, he can spend his time training his senses. Another member of the scouting unit tells him to focus, as they may be the same rank of squad lead, but he is the leader of this scout squad, so if he has a problem, they should fight it out. This is Andrew Gardner, scout squad leader. The others laugh at Encrid's expense, as he is from the outcast squad. He probably doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly. Andrew notes that if he does challenge him, he will try to not hurt him. Since he is already useless, he can't be more than that. He then makes a statement to the squad. If the enemy comes, they just bash their skulls in. Simple as that. Encrid can't believe what he is seeing. The scout team, which is supposed to be silent, is now creating a ruckus out of nowhere, and the squad leader is also greener than a freshly sprouted flower. Will this mission really go well? Eventually one of them finds some tracks, which Andrew recognizes as new tracks, so they should follow them and have themselves a succulent meal. Encrid can't believe his stupidity. As news travel in a group of 20, is he seriously going to fight that many? Someone next to him starts laughing, as that's not a new track, is a gazelle. He begins talking with Encrid, noting that the squad leader is kind of obnoxious, isn't he? This is Henri, a member of the squad. Previously, he was a hunter in a mountain town, and he seemed to not care much about the squad leader. He struck up a conversation with Encrid, and they soon became acquaintances. Henry talked about the basics of hunting, which he found pretty useful. He notes that animals have separate paths they walk on in these fields. He will tell him more tomorrow. Because of the leader's incompetence, they spent the whole night searching for invisible news, and the scout squad's day was wasted. While trying to sleep, Encrid can hear Andrew bickering with himself, as he must get some results. Anything. The next morning they arrive at a grassy palace, which Andrew recognizes as Green Pearl, or the uselessly tall grass field, as he likes to call it. He tells everyone that they will cross this grass and find the enemy scouts, then bring them back as prisoners and be rewarded. Henry finds this idea kind of whack, since they are supposed to scout first, but Encrid notes that it's the leader's command, so they must follow it. As they trek this grassy land, Encrid is surprised that Andrew isn't bellyaching anymore, and is actually taking this mission seriously now. Henry finds it strange that there's no animal droppings in the area, because food is abundant around here. There should have been at least a few. That's when a large feline creates a loud step, and rushes past them. Encrid gets what's going on, and grabs Andrew while telling everyone to stay down, and sure enough, arrows start flying, killing 2 squad members on the spot. Andrew finally gets that the enemy is attacking, and orders everyone to run, which they do, but they are slowly picked off one by one without much of a fight, and Encrid is the last one left, completely surrounded. By using Jackson's listening technique, Encrid is able to get quite far from the ambushers and even dodge some arrows, but unfortunately for him, the enemy attacks from all directions, so he dies, while thinking that they must avoid this spot. He tries to tell everyone not to go in there, but Andrew calls him a crazy bastard and threatens to beat him up if he keeps talking crap. Since nobody will listen, perhaps he has to make his way out of this place alone. With that in mind, he tries to run in a different direction at the moment of the attack, but the enemies still get him. Since Encrid has the power to repeat on his side, he doesn't worry and keeps trying and trying. One time he got caught in the open by 20 crossbowmen who put him down like a rabid dog. Then after that, a squad of spearmen impaled him without mercy. Even when he managed to make it to the knight, these bastards wouldn't stop searching for him, but this allowed him to notice that their uniforms are green. They must be a squad specializing in ambushes. He surprisingly makes it out of the bush and into a large camp, where he sees something that shocks him right before getting stabbed from behind. But he doesn't even care. Now he has some critical information. The day repeats again, and Andrew says the same words that scrape Encrid's ears. They will go in, find the scouting party, and capture them alive to be amply rewarded. They have already tried that a few dozen times, and once they go in, the result is the same every time. Nobody makes it out alive. He now knows that the Aspen fuckers are hiding something in that camp. He needs to find out what that is, but if he gives that thing up, he will not have to die. Perhaps this may be the end of all of this, but he knows one thing, that he will not run away from this wall. Nothing can stop him. Andrew tells him to get a move on, and one of the members says that he knows this bastard is a problem, but they should just go with it, as he's sure that Andrew has issues of his own to worry about. Encrid asks why he has to put up with that. There's a limit to how much bullshit he can take from a dumbass. Isn't he tired of taking orders from a child? Or is he perhaps kissing his ass so much in hopes of getting something? Before the guy can get mad, Encrid pushes him away, making Andrew ask if he is disobeying his direct orders. Encrid says that it's nothing like that. He's going to become the commander from now on, whether they like it or not. Even if he doesn't like Andrew, he knows that from everyone. He survives the longest alongside that guy and Henry. That guy especially fights like a beast, fitting of his appearance. He is the most skilled one in this squad, but he doesn't scoff at Andrew at all, so he has to be some bodyguard for him. Andrew draws his sword and says that he can take command only if he beats him, so he better get ready. Encrid knows that a normal soldier would not have something like a bodyguard, and Andrew seems pretty trained, considering his posture. He has little experience too, given his skill level, so he must be some lord's son or something. However, that doesn't really click, as the son of a lord wouldn't have to be worried about getting results. Perhaps he's a fallen noble. Andrew notes that based on his pathetic skills yet strangely high rank, he must be some sore loser who only trains in hopes of getting paid. He is different than he is, and he has an important mission to fulfill. Before he can say anything else, Encrid says that he talks too much, so he should come here already, as he won't even use a sword to make it fair. Encrid did this because he would struggle against Andrew if this was a normal fight, but now he is obviously mad and looking down on him. This action will give him the opportunity to take over the situation instantly and use it to craft a new future. With one blow, Andrew is on the ground, much to the surprise of the others. Encrid says that he is the commander now, and he hopes that they won't have a problem with that, because he won't care anyway. Nobody says anything, not even the bodyguard, so Encrid has completed his first step. Later that day, they go through the bush like usual, with one of the soldiers wondering what Encrid is thinking. Suddenly, he asks Henry what his dream is, who says that he wants to marry a beautiful woman who runs a flower shop. Encrid notes that to do that, he must survive today. He asks another soldier what his dream is, who says that his lover just had a baby, so he hopes to raise it together. Encrid tells him that if he doesn't want that child to grow up without a dad, he needs to make it out alive. He asks the other two soldiers the same thing, with one saying that he wants to open up his own business, and the other simply wishing to return home. Finally, he gets to Andrew, who wants to fulfill his mother's dying wish, to revive House Gardner. Encrid feels like all of their responses are the same, as they all must live in order to fulfill them. He turns around to face them, and puts his entire sincerity into these next words. They will make it out of here alive. He did this because he needs these guys to trust him, and there is nothing more motivating than remaining alive. So with the enemy appearing soon, he plans to break through first. He suddenly orders Henry to shoot an arrow in that direction, who sees nothing, but Encrid commands him to do it. So he does and hits a soldier square in the head. Everyone is surprised to see enemies around here. Encrid tells Andrew to follow him while rushing in, who does so with annoyance in his face. But Encrid is doing this to gain the upper hand in this battle, and be the ambushers. The soldiers react quickly to Encrid, but Andrew silences one, and his bodyguard protects him from behind. With these two fighters, they are able to cut a few people down, so now the 12 original ambushers have been cut down to 8. The rest are ready enough to charge in after the sacrifices of their comrades, but Encrid does not falter in his command, and commands everyone to kill everyone. With them having the upper hand, they are able to cut most of the soldiers down to size. The enemy is having a hard time locating them in a tall grass field like this one, but the main reason they were discovered first was because of this beast, an animal who was caught in human squabbles, a sign of death before, but now he is a boon, as Encrid is using it to locate the enemies. He knows that the only reason the enemy failed to spot their ambush is because of this animal, so since he has a debt to pay to it, he will make sure that it gets out of here alive. The others announce that they are done with the enemy, and Encrid tells them that they will move immediately. There is no time to waste. The beast follows him from behind a bit, until it notices that it will be left alone. Unbeknownst to it, this oversized cat has changed everyone's lives, and allowed fate to change. After a single casualty, Encrid's unit now has 6 people remaining. He would have liked to save everyone, but he knows that it's impossible given the situation. He's just glad that so many survived. They move in to ambush yet another ambush, all thanks to Encrid's repetitions, which allowed him to know the quantity and location of these groups. He knows that if they keep going straight, they will get shot down by the crossbowmen, so he takes a far right to avoid them, and disposes of the spearmen who were after them, something that must be done quickly, as they cannot be hindered. They are using hit-and-run tactics and low blows in order to survive. Even if it's not honorable, it sure does work. After taking the spearman down, Andrew's bodyguard notices that he's overexerting himself, and since it's getting dark, they must find the exit now. He tells Encrid all of this, who only says that they are going further inside. He will also not accept any disagreements. They must obey and follow him. Suddenly, the bodyguard puts his blade at Encrid's neck and says that he should act accordingly. He has no plans to follow him to his damnation. Even if he has to kill him and desert him, he will find a way to live. Encrid notes that he must also know that it's too late to turn back. After the commotion they made, their retreat will be blocked by swarms of enemies. The bodyguard asks what the alternative is. Follow him into the pits of hell? Encrid pushes his sword away and says that he would like to make one thing clear. He wants to survive just as much as they do, probably even more considering what he did. Andrew previously thought that this guy would be some useless bastard, just like his father, who gave up on life and wasted the entire wealth of the house to drink his sorrows away. But he is not like that. He reminds him of someone else. He remembers his mother's dying words. Their house is finished. But even so, she hoped that he would become a person who could lead everyone, so he should earn people's trust by becoming a leader and rebuild this family. Encrid is like the person he always wanted to be, so when he says with such confidence in his eyes that they will get out of there, he has no choice but to follow him until they see the end. The bodyguard tries to change his mind, but Andrew says that Encrid is now the captain, and a squad always follows their leader. With that out of the way, he tells everyone to crouch down and follow him until he gives another signal. The first step of the method to escape from this place is to take initiative and ambush the enemy to break the encirclement. They did that, so now for the second step, they have to be quiet. This is the critical point Encrid has found after many repetitions. Only at this exact time, and at this exact place, can they let the legions of soldiers pass them and come out of it alive. Everything is going according to plan. So now, Encrid has reached the final step. When the sun sets, darkness rises, and the reason they failed to escape this place is clear. They eventually arrive at the enemy camp, where Encrid wanted to be. The soldiers of Aspen are so adamant about protecting the field because they are hiding something in here that they don't want anyone to know about, something that is life and death to them. So, what would happen when something more important than catching them happened? If that happens, they will definitely find a way out of here and live to see another day. Encrid tells everyone that he will set the enemy camp on fire, which the bodyguard thinks is insane, as they are literally in the middle and will probably be surrounded and killed. Encrid asks for his name, which he says is Mac. So Encrid tells him that he won't tolerate his disobedience anymore. He tries to say something, but Andrew tells him to be quiet, which surprises Mac quite a bit. However, he knows too that they can't do anything else but follow the commander, as the clouds are covering the moon already. Encrid suddenly cuts a tent open, making Mac get ready for battle, but it's revealed that there's nobody inside, and Encrid moves like he knows what's going to happen, since he is rushing through the enemy camp like crazy. Mac is more confused by the fact that they have not seen a single enemy yet. How is something like this possible when they are in their own camp? Encrid suddenly tells them to wait as they get near the middle, as there are some soldiers nearby. He has infiltrated this camp at least a dozen times or so already, but when he noticed that flag and tried to touch it, the entire base suddenly shifted their attention to him and killed him. He explains to everyone that what the other soldiers in the grass field are trying to protect is that flag. That is their main objective here. So what would happen if that flag were to suddenly light a flame? Max still doesn't get how Encrid knows all of this stuff, but that's when he remembers the ferry company commander, as she was the one who appointed him to this position. The reason why this guy suddenly took control of the squad and infiltrated it was to complete a secret mission that was given to him. Encrid tells everyone that while they cause chaos, they will also run and split into groups of 2 from now on. One group will be the bait, and the other will start the fire. Thinking he knows everything, Mac volunteers to be in the bait group, confusing Encrid, as just moments before he was quite defiant, although this is better for him anyway. He has dragged this squad into this encampment many times already, but has never had this many people, meaning that today is his best try yet, and can probably do it. With that, they begin with Mac throwing a rock at a guard and running away, making the others rush to grab him as quickly as possible. With this opportunity, Encrid grabs a nearby torch and rushes to light the flag, but that's when a large brutish man stands above him and strikes his torch down. Encrid is shocked, as he did not hear him coming. This is a person he has not seen yet. He is not one of his variables. Where did such a beast come from? The brutish man calls him a rat, but Encrid tells him that he's too late already, as the torch made it to a nearby tent, which caught fire quickly. This sends all of the soldiers into a panic, and they all rush to grab some water while some are still after the intruders. Mac has baited away most of the enemies, and he got the attention of the rest, meaning that Andrew has done his job and set fire to the rest of the tents. Now it's time to get out of here. He smashes his foot into the ground and propels his whole body forward towards the unknowing brute. Encrid can finally see his way out of here. He can see tomorrow. Unfortunately for him, in a split second, the brute dodges his attack and lands one of his own, slashing Encrid's side. He thinks that this was the most perfect stab he could have ever mustered, yet he didn't even make a dent in this bastard. He cannot beat him. He can't do it with his current level. He barely managed to get out of that brown hell. He was ambushed there and killed 1,000 times. He thought that he had finally passed the wall for tomorrow, but perhaps this guy was the real wall all along. If he challenges him, only death will await him. Then he will have to do all of this again, and hope that everything goes right as it did today. Suddenly, the brute's expression becomes furious, as he has seen that his opponent is laughing. Encrid refuses to give up just because of this, and fully believes that he's going to beat this guy. He has passed countless trials and tribulations before, A simple brute will not be enough to stop him. Encrid attempts to attack the brute, who expertly parries his attack and uses this opportunity to unleash a heavy lunge, something that Encrid barely dodges. But he does not stop there, as he uses his momentum to swing at his neck before making the sword land on him again. Encrid does manage to block the sword, but he can't believe how swift and precise this guy is. He tries to mitigate this difference in skill by throwing a knife after clashing once again, but the brute easily blocks it with the back of his hand and goes in with a powerful thrust. That's when someone screams that the fire is spreading, making the brute's attack go to Encrid's ear, as he turns to look behind and sees their precious flag aflame. Someone starts screaming at the brute to stop fighting, as this situation demands his attention too. The brute can see that his opponent will not go down without fighting, so he relents and says that they will certainly see each other again. Encrid can't believe that he's backing away so easily. Perhaps he was not the true wall he thought he was before. That's not true, however. He is still someone he will have to overcome. He must improve if he wants to survive. That's when Andrew comes around and says that they have to leave now, while they still can. The brute gives Encrid one last stare, making him sheath his weapon and command everyone to retreat. They do just that, and Encrid notices that one of them has disappeared, meaning that there are only 5 left in the squad. The bodyguard asks if this is it, or will their enemies send another pursuit team after them. Encrid notes that they are busy right now, and notices that Henry is lagging behind, while some grave Aspen soldiers charge them. The squad refuses to let one of their comrades die while they are there, so they all charge the enemies and take care of them before they do the same to them. Encrid tells everyone to keep running, and Henry notes that it will be harder for those guys to follow them if they run towards the fox and snake field, making the one carrying him ask if that does not also apply to them, but Henry knows a hunter's path that not many know about. With that path, they easily evade the enemy, but they still have to trek the entire field, which, with the help of Henri, is a pretty easy task. After a while, Encrid finally sees what he has fought for the next day. They continue running until they get to the camp, where most of them fall to the ground. Encrid takes a deep breath and enjoys the fresh air of a new day. At that moment, Grey Dog's company commander asks what happened to the flag, but the mysterious figure only says that they must prepare again, and that he did not expect the Grey Dog to fail like this. The commander does not understand how this happened. The soldiers stationed in the tall grass were Grey Dog's best men, but a few measly scouts managed to get past them and set a fire before escaping. Grey Dog is an independent company with independent operational control. The name of this company comes from the Grey Dog that resides within Aspen's principalities. It has a persistent temperament, and it has a need to connect with whatever target it decides to hunt. Whether the beast is in love with its target or wants to maul their flesh slowly, the result is the same. Therefore, this company, which is named after this hound, is also called the Persistent Lovers. The commander asks Mitch Hurrier, the one Encrid fought with, if his opponent was really that strong. Mitch says that were it not for the fire, he would have killed him. Grey Dog notes that he got lucky, which is also a powerful skill. From now on, I will call him Grey Dog, because he is the commander of the company, so he deserves to be called by the company's name, and it's easier than saying every time the commander. But Mitch vows to not let him slip away again. While tending to his wounds, Encrid is still conflicted, as he did not pass the wall in front of him. He wanted to keep fighting that guy, but the situation demanded something else from him. That's when fate connects these two, as Mitch promises to kill that guy, and Encrid vows to overcome this wall no matter what. While Rem is swinging his axe out of boredom in the tent, he wonders what Encrid is doing, as there is no news of him as of late. He suddenly stops, and wonders if that bastard died. He got a lot better in a lot of ways recently, but he's still a weakling, so his dying wouldn't be that shocking. However, he actually likes this bastard, something that does not happen often, though at the end of the day, there's nothing they can do if he really dies. Ragna slowly awakes from his deep slumber and is met straight with Rem looking at him, making him ask why he's doing that. Rem just flips him off, which causes Ragna to do the same, except with his toes. Rem gets angry at his provocation, and notes that he might just kill him after all, which makes Ragna draw his blade, while calling him a crazy bastard. The first thing Encrid does after getting back to camp is report to the ferry commander, who is amazed that he managed to figure out there was an enemy ambush waiting for them, infiltrate the enemy base, and also casually burn it to the ground while surrounded. He says that he only made it out because of his good decision-making and sheer luck, but the ferry commander seems quite suspicious about that. She cannot act on her suspicion, however, so she just sends him back and tells him to recover. She previously only half hoped he would do something, but she didn't expect him to prove that he's such a valuable asset. Just who is he? While leaving and wondering what that woman is thinking, Encrid is stopped by Andrew, who sincerely apologizes for acting out at the start of their mission. They are all alive thanks to him. Will they be able to meet again though? Encrid can't answer that for certain, so he just says that they will meet, but only if fate allows it. Before he leaves fully, Andrew takes one step forward and bows deeply, something that all of them do. Encrid knows that he did good. Those 4 that are bowing now are alive thanks to his decisions. But was that really the best he could do? In the end, he still lost 2 squad members, and perhaps he could have saved them too if he were stronger. Because of his repetitions, he is able to climb over his limits, and eventually he will be done with this desperate struggle and follow the path he always wanted, becoming a knight. He will use these repetitions for that cause, and to prevent them, he will get stronger. Suddenly, his deep thinking is interrupted by a bunch of soldiers screaming about a fight, and sure enough, Ragna and Rem are at it again, with both of them looking like they really want to kill each other, even if they are squad mates. Encrid never saw those kinds of expressions out of them, not in the countless times he sparred with them at least. One of the soldiers resembles them as animals at this point, and Encrid realizes that they just never had to go that far against him. This squabble gave him a goal though, to make them make these kinds of faces with him too. After deflecting Rem's attack, Ragna notices Encrid in public, and Rem tells him that he should report when he's back. Why is he hiding like a rat in a sack of corn? Encrid passes over their questions about his health, and starts asking Rem about the way he blocked the attack just now, which makes Rem note that not even a few minutes in, he's already up to his antics. He better just get some sleep. Next, he tries to ask Ragna about his attack, but Ragna asks if he's really going to do this now. Encrid asks why that's wrong, but Ragna just shuts up and leaves. Encrid is quite confused by his attitude, as it seems he had something to say, but if there's a guy who will speak his mind no matter what, it's him, so he will say it eventually. The battalion commander swiftly learned of the enemy forces trying to ambush near the grass field, so he moved an entire battalion closer to it. Encrid's wounds healed significantly, and he constantly reflected on the way he fought. While having dinner, Encrid finishes first, making his squad mates ask if he can't just rest a little. He says that he will just train for a bit, making Rem note that if he continues to mess up his body like that, he will croak soon. The next day, Ragna wakes up earlier than usual, because he is awoken by Encrid's training outside. He slowly gets up, and drags his sword along while thinking about some things. He's very good with the sword, as getting stronger isn't that difficult for him. He even had a chance to become a knight at one point. However, all of that bores him to death. There is nothing he wants to do as a knight, so why would he spend his time and sweat on it? He cannot find a single purpose behind getting stronger, so he loses his own purpose. Just like that, he came to a standstill, never improving, never falling off. He arrives at Encrid's training spot, where his injuries get the better of him, which makes him fall to the ground. Ragna can see just from this that he learned his fundamentals wrong, which are a must if he wants a proper start to getting stronger. With all of the shortcuts he made up for his awful fundamentals, becoming powerful for this guy is impossible, even with training. However, he still has one question for him. Why is he putting his body through such hardship and trying hard like that? He decided to ask him now, why does he do this? Encrid's answer is simple. He just wants to become stronger. Ragna then asks what he will do after that, and Encrid answers swiftly again. He will become a knight. Ragna feels like a knight is just someone who knows how to fight. Does that really have meaning to him? Encrid explains that the knight he aspires to be is someone who decides for himself what is wrong and raises his sword for it. For honor, for the sick and downtrodden, and for the ones he cherishes most. Ragna begins questioning himself because of his words, as strength really is just a tool. What is a knight then? Or better yet, what is a sword? What does he want out of this short life of his? Well, pondering it like this is dumb, so he will just walk that path himself. He gets closer to Encrid, and he comes to him with a proposition. Would he like to learn the way of the sword? Encrid immediately accepts Ragna's offer, who thinks that he shouldn't have proposed such a thing, because he feels lazy about it already. Still, that determined look on this guy's face might prove quite interesting. He notes that he knows Rem taught him the something of the beast, right? That, and his stab. He must get rid of everything, except those two things. Encrid asks if he also has to get rid of the Valen mercenary technique, which Ragna confirms he really has to get rid of in particular. If he doesn't, even if he does learn a new technique, he will return to his habits, which is just human nature after all. If that happens, he should just give up now, so it's time to choose. Either forget everything and begin anew, or remain complacent in his mediocrity. Encrid immediately chooses to start fresh, which surprises Ragna, and he asks if he's sure. Encrid just asks what he must do first, which makes Ragna think that he's not normal at all. He explains that he has a good sword technique, so he does not need to have a lighter blade like he does now. He would profit a lot more from a longsword, so they should swap. Encrid asks if handing his sword over is okay, but Ragna doesn't care. It's not that special anyway. He begins instructing him on how to wield it, and notices that he's clenching quite tightly. Encrid explains that he does it so he doesn't lose the sword, making him wonder who taught him such a thing. Encrid says that Rem did, which doesn't surprise Ragna at all, but he orders him in position and starts attacking him with full force, making Encrid have to block and see why clenching so tightly is such a bad idea. Ragna notes that it should hurt if he does that. If he stiffens up, things are going to break. He's like an old branch or something like that. Encrid wonders why all of these squad members are awful talkers. Just what is that metaphor supposed to mean? Is he perhaps saying that he's too stiff because of how much he's clenching the sword? He probably wants him to stay flexible to keep the sword from breaking, so he needs to become more malleable. With that, he begins his training in earnest, with Ragna instructing him again and again when he spots an issue. This goes on for a while, until Encrid falls and allows Ragna to think. He did not expect for things to be this bad. This guy doesn't even know the basics, which is not something that can be taught so easily. Still, Encrid refuses to give up. He slowly rises and asks Ragna to go again. Ragna can't deny his conviction and notes that they should take things slow. Baby steps are the best after all. That's when Rem arrives, and asks what they are doing here, skipping meals and disappearing like that. He asks Encrid if Ragna is giving him a hard time. Does he want him to deal with him? Encrid asks what's going on, as he's not usually dressed up. Rem tells them that they are being called, as the enemy forces are gathering in the distance. Every soldier gets ready and in position, but Ragna wonders if teaching Encrid those things was a mistake, as he's still new and can't fight well with them. He just might die because of that, meaning that he will unfortunately have to look after him. Encrid really wanted to learn more from Ragna. In the distance, a familiar flag flies, as the enemy approaches, and the warlock notes that this is the end for them. As soon as he says that, the entire area is covered in a mysterious and heavy fog, making people unable to see each other. That's when they all hear a certain sharp noise coming towards them, and only Encrid recognizes that they are arrows, so he tells everyone as such. But some do not have the opportunity to defend. The fairy commander realizes this is no common fog. They have been completely had. The warlock laughs in their faces, as getting this spell ready was a hassle. He had to offer the blood of tons of animals, and collect the cleanest water from the purest lakes, while also constantly casting rain spells. Once they activated this spell, it obscured all vision, and unless they get under the casting point of the spell, that being the flags, this will be a one-sided battle. This is called the Fog of Annihilation. Mitch comes next to him and sees that he's quite satisfied, which the warlock confirms. He barely managed to get this working, especially after they lost a flag. This makes Mitch think about his opponent. He has to find him and teach him a lesson in manners. Encrid dodges the incoming arrows the best he can, and someone behind him warns him to keep his head down, which he recognizes as Ragna. The one in front of him cursing out the enemy is definitely Rem. Even if he's so close, he can't see him, meaning that they cannot fight like this at all. Only when an arrow falls right next to him does he realize that his breath is getting strained, and he is getting stiff, and his legs are refusing to move, meaning that he cannot use anything that Ragna taught him. He didn't expect to get all of his lessons on the first try, and even Ragna said that he should go back to his old style, since he doesn't have this new style down and will make a lot of mistakes. Even then, Encrid knew that only death awaited him if he tried, so he had to resort to some more drastic measures. He rushes through the fog, allowing an enemy to impale him with a spear. The enemy thinks that this guy is over with, but he is spooked when he sees the determined smile on his face, and finishes him off quickly, allowing Encrid to go back to his teachings. If he's honest, Ragna is not a good teacher, because he is a genius. Things are more obvious for him, and they are hard to put into words. Even now he wonders what he did wrong, as all he commanded him to do was swing downward. Encrid knows that he's not making fun of him. He's just like that, and asks where he should center his gravity. Ragna doesn't know how to answer, something that Encrid expected. His explanations are quite lacking, but observing and listening are his strong suits, so he will remember his stance, no matter how many times it takes. He eventually arrives back in the fight, and can deflect arrows, but he is still too stiff, and chooses to let himself die once again, so that he can continue learning. He does that until the 31st day, where he becomes capable of flexible movement. Ragna notes that his steps have become quite fluid. Where has he learned that? Anyway, with that he should be able to learn the basics. The 3 basic attacks are cutting, stabbing, and slashing. He should use the edge of the blade for defense, and if the sword is of good quality, he can use the sides too. The shortest distance between him and his opponent is called the line of attack, so using the sword is about blocking his opponent's line while extending his. He should draw his opponent in his head the best he can, and reach out to him with the sword. The next time he goes into battle, he can easily dodge the enemy spear that was always ending him, too easily. Unfortunately for him, 3 more await him behind, but it's fine, as little by little, he is starting to change the usual today. He successfully learns how to parry, and dies again. He also successfully learns the diagonal slash. These things add a little bit more at a time, and even if he dies, he doesn't care, as his progress is steady. This time, when he fights Ragna seriously, he is able to use all that he learned to successfully defeat Ragna, who sees an entirely different person in Encrid, because he has truly changed. With this, he thinks that he can't improve anymore with his talent, and despite Ragna's screaming, he still charges in. His body, swift and easy as a feather, is able to dodge the enemy. This is the road he must take in order to become a knight, and even if he experiences the most pain anyone has felt, he feels gladness and joy. This is so fun that he could go insane from it. He goes back once again, to the time when Ragna asked him if he wanted to learn the sword. He immediately agrees that, like he did all of these times, he will die as many times as it takes for him to achieve his goal. After testing him a bit, Ragna realizes that he's good. Too good, in fact. Has he been fighting like a second-rate mercenary on purpose up until now? He's got all the basics down. To him, it seems like he needs more experience in the field, rather than more training. With those words in mind, Encrid goes through today tons of times. Must be over 200 by now. And now, he tries to use everything, to see where the techniques he learned will take him. He slashes through the first enemy like butter. He grabs the knife that killed him so many times, and uses it to attack the hidden enemies in the front, who are all confused. Encrid disappears for a bit, making the enemy think that they are safe until he comes around and starts slashing them up. One of them tries to shoot him with the crossbow, but Encrid has learned from Ragna that he should use his eyes to predict, his feet to move closer, and his hands to end the fight. Encrid can only smile, as things are much different. Fighting feels fresh and swift, compared to when he didn't know anything. He wants more, so he moves forward with great anticipation. He is met with a dozen or so men pointing their crossbows at him. One of them congratulates him for making it this far, but this is where he will stop. Encrid takes a step forward and says that they should fight things out with their swords like men do. The enemies become scared of him, and so they shoot him down before he can do anything. Suddenly, he is dragged into the realm of the boatman, who calls him foolish. As he has walked into his own grave, he must have lost his mind because of all the deaths he has suffered. Encrid wakes up again, wondering why the boatman appeared, just to curse him out for dying so many times. Rem asks why he has such a blank stare on his face, making Encrid think about him. He is the first one to call out the spell whenever it happens, and the enemy formation lacks any tact. They are only there to protect the flags. To find out, he asks Rem if he knows anything about spells. Rem asks why he would like to know, and Encrid excuses it as just making conversation. Rem asks if he even knows the difference between magic and spells, but Encrid only knows that magic is more common, which is true. Rem explains that a spell requires some type of medium, something that is very important in casting spells. They cannot exist without a medium, not like magic does. Encrid finally gets it. The fog appears because of the spell that uses the flag as a medium, so when the flag breaks, the fog disperses too. He asks Rem if his tribe uses spells too, which Rem has seen a few times, but there are not many actual spellcasters around. Most of them are hexcasters, warlocks as they are commonly called. Encrid suddenly leaves, as he has somewhere to go, to train. Ragna notices that he knows all the basics. They have the same background, but does he know of the Oniak sword technique? About 500 or so years ago, there was a prodigy, a 1 in a million talent. The child, born on a sword farm, killed 12 bandits that attacked the farm, with nothing but a fireplace poker. Having lost his parents at an early age, he began learning the sword, and a noble, having heard the rumors of his actions, took him in. That prodigy's name was Leonesis Oniak. However, even if he was gifted, he was also cursed. He began losing his strength at just 10 years old, and by 12, he was fully paralyzed. Just like that, a prodigy destined for greatness was lost to history. However, his dream of improving swordsmanship did not falter, so at the age of 20, he compiled all of the sword techniques and categorized them into 5 categories: the righteous elaborate sword, the heavy strong sword, the flowing confounding sword, the fast swift sword, and the gentle parrying sword. He rewrote the entire history of the blade, and with this, the Oniak family became the greatest house of the empire, and even today, his technique is used as a foundation for all swordsmanship. Even so, branches of these techniques began to appear, like the Western swift sword, or the Eastern chi sword. Among these, the technique he personally developed branches from the Northern heavy sword, and should be more useful than whatever Rem taught him. He should concentrate on one single point, forget everything around him, and only focus on his and the enemy's sword. He will show it to him first, so that he can learn from it. Before Encrid can react, Ragna lets out a slash so swift and deadly that it cuts his neck. He knows that he nearly died, and that's when Rem comes around, asking Ragna if he wants to kill the squad leader. Ragna notes that people learn better while almost dying. He's just helping him out. Rem notes that he can't learn shit if he doesn't have a head. Does he even know how long it took for him to teach him the heart of the beast? While they argue, Encrid thinks that both of them are awful teachers, and Rem knows that Ragna is from the far north, which breeds more barbaric people. Ragna also knows that he's from the southern barbarian tribes, which makes him want to fight him now. But Encrid tells him to stop, as he's here because they were ordered to come, right? Before he leaves, Ragna tells Encrid to remember how alert he is when he's about to die. If he succeeds in concentrating on a single point, he will be able to do anything with the sword. As they get ready for battle, Encrid thinks that this technique is quite similar to the beast heart that makes him numb to death, though there are some different key points. He needs to experience it to learn it, and as for the medium of the spell, he will just have to get rid of it and escape. With that, he adds another objective besides learning. He will destroy that flag. He knows that if he used his squad it would be easy to get there, but he will go forward first until he knows that he cannot any longer. Concentrating on a single point proves to be useful, as he died a lot of times because of how unprepared he was. To survive the assassin ambush, he trained his ears. To survive the battlefield, he learned the heart of the beast, but concentrating is proving to be difficult. Ragna tries to teach him again by just showing him. He should have felt the tip of the blade slow down or something along those lines. Encrid still doesn't get it. Is the heart of the beast interfering with this? Ragna explains that everything else should fade besides his opponent's blade, which will give him the ability to predict the path of the sword. Encrid knows that channeling his fear of death isn't the way to do it, so he asks Ragna how he did it. He notes that he could always do it. It's just easy for him. Encrid knows that he won't get any good information from Ragna, so he will just have to figure it out on his own. He will keep practicing this concentration, but his first priority now is knocking that damn flag down. He should minimize casualties and charge in. When the fog drops, he screams at everyone to drop down, and then orders them to shield, saving the lives of those who would have just died before. He has repeated this today 300 times already. He knows where the attacks come from even with his eyes closed. He slays the first enemy without him even knowing he was there, and the second too. The others charge in, but they are all going into the meat grinder, as Encrid is now determined to achieve something. Their commander tells them to rally and prepare for the attack, making Encrid smile, as he can see fear on their faces. He charges in so hard that he goes through any blade and smashes the flag down. It took him 10 days to get here, but he finally succeeded. However, the fog doesn't disappear, which is strange, as the flag is done for. The enemies circle and stab him all around, with one of them noting that he has been deceived. This gives Encrid enough information. There is only one real flag, the rest are fakes, so he must find the real flag. He charges in once again, as he has a 1 in 5 chance to get it right. He orders everyone to shield themselves, who cannot hear him, or rather are too confused to, allowing the arrows to pass through and slay them. Encrid wonders why they aren't listening this time. Perhaps it's timing. He has to let them catch their breath. After another 3 days, he broke the second flag, which was a fake, meaning that he had 4 more to go. He spent another 5 days for the third flag, which was a fake. It took him 7 days to get to the fourth one, which was also a fake. So he died again. There are only 2 left, and he can only guess. But the real one is most likely the one furthest from the battle. Now, he orders everyone well, and even makes Rem follow him, who asks if he's out of his mind. Encrid knows that the flag is far away, so he can't get exhausted before getting to it. He lets Rem handle the enemies in the front, as he slides past them. Even if unarmored, Rem can handle them pretty well. He has spent an entire year in this today, but now he will end it, as the fog will disappear, and they will win. Suddenly his sword is deflected by Mitch, who notes that God listened to him. He really prayed that he would get the chance to kill him with his hands. Encrid has forgotten this face after so long, and asks Mitch who he is. He cannot believe that he forgot about him when only a few days have passed, but time doesn't work like that for Encrid. Encrid once again asks who he is, which Mitch is annoyed by, but he will remember once he feels his cold blade in his chest. Encrid decisively dodges the incoming blade, and with his new footing, performs an attack that forces Mitch to back away suddenly. He is surprised, as this doesn't seem like the same person he saw before. He's gotten better with the blade, much better. However, he cannot believe this guy is trying to catch him with a single step. Encrid doesn't stop there and moves forward again, this time clashing blades with Mitch, who is amazed by his mastered basics and sword technique. Combined with how he deflects attacks, he's a force to be reckoned with. He pushes Encrid back, who deflects his blade, making Mitch think that he must focus all of his senses on this battle. If he gets distracted for a single moment, he will die. He must pour himself into the blade. The flag shall be forgotten, the outcome of the battle, even the sword techniques he has learned so far. Everything around him fades, leaving only the cold steel of the sword. With this amount of dedication, Mitch gains the advantage by deflecting Encrid's blade, allowing him to impale Encrid through the chest, ending the fight right there and then. Now, Encrid remembers him. He was the guy who blocked the flagpole in the tall grass region. Mitch introduces himself as the Greyhound Squad platoon commander, and Encrid does the same. He's the Now Lilia Kingdom's squad commander. The enemies gather around him, as Mitch says that this guy's specialty is hiding, but the others consider him quite wistful. When Mitch looks at Encrid to check, he sees that he has a smile on his face. This is because Encrid realized something. It's not the concentration that comes from the fear of dying that is necessary. What he always needed was a good rival, an opponent who would force him to use everything and fight him with all he's got. Mitch has no time for crazy bastards, and pulls his blade out, ending this today. The next today, Ragna tells him concentration on a single point is similar to the sensation he feels as he's dying, which Encrid kind of listens to, making Ragna wonder if he's given up on his training. Rem as usual calls them to battle, which makes Encrid immediately radiate energy and walk away, with Ragna seeing this energy for himself. Because of it, he thinks that he should go a little harder during the warm-up today. The battle continues as per usual, with Encrid saving lives by telling everyone to duck and shield, just as the arrows come flying through. He doesn't stop there, however, as he tells Rem to follow, and before he can ask if he's insane, Ragna says that he's coming with, making Rem ask if he got an arrow to the head. Ragna tells him to move forward if he doesn't want one right now, and as Encrid inches himself further and further away, both guys butcher the enemy in front of them, trying to make way. Encrid takes the same path as he did before, and meets Mitch just like before. Only this time he recognizes him and says that it's so very nice to see him. Mitch is surprised that he came specifically looking for him, but Encrid says that he shouldn't be. He came because he fell in love the first time they fought. Mitch notes that this is the first time someone has come looking for him specifically, with Encrid wondering if he's upset, but Mitch prepares his blade and denies such things. Encrid tries to enter the same state of concentration as Mitch, where he can only feel the blade, but he is once again defeated with a blade through the chest. Mitch notes that he lost pretty easily. Did he really think he would win with only those skills? As Encrid slowly dies, he thinks that his attitude is all wrong. What he's trying to achieve cannot be intentional. He must be absorbed into the fight naturally. He repeats today, and he is defeated. He does it again and again. He will continue to do it until he has grasped the feeling. The 18th time, he can see the blade coming his way. The 28th time, he can enter a state of concentration at a moment's notice. And the 48th time, he reaches a revelation. When Ragna tries to teach him that feeling, Encrid finally sees the blade for what it truly is, and he becomes lost in its beauty, allowing him to deflect Ragna's attack with ease. He asks how he was able to assimilate what he told him so easily, but Encrid isn't even hearing him now. Pure concentration means completely controlling both body and sword. His power and technique have developed so much that he cannot compare them to his past self. Ragna asks where he's going, and Encrid notes he's just going to meet the platoon commander. It's time for him to overcome today. When he reaches the ferry commander, she asks what he wants. So Encrid reveals that he remembers seeing spells during their recon mission. The Aspen soldiers were calling a creepy old man the spellcaster. The ferry commander is intrigued and asks him to elaborate further. Encrid told her everything that they might need to win this battle, so when the fog comes now, the soldiers are prepared to block the arrows, and Encrid's team charges in without words. He has put his hope in the commander's competence, as he has a mission to overcome this next obstacle. Encrid immediately says that he recognizes him. He wanted to fight him from the very beginning, and today, he shall defeat him no matter what. Encrid lets out a powerful strike, but Mitch sidesteps and rushes in with a slash, which Encrid expertly deflects. Mitch knows that he's in a precarious situation, and can barely block Encrid's next strike, and they continue clashing blades until they arrive at a standstill. Mitch feels obligated to ask, was he hiding his skills all of this time? Encrid notes that it appears to be so, making Mitch ask for his name, which Encrid tells him. In that moment, Mitch deflects his blade and says that he will remember his name, but Encrid notes that there won't be a need for that. He will make sure he always knows it. As Mitch raises his sword high into the air, Encrid becomes concentrated on the blade, and combined with the fact that he has all of his weight on his right foot, he predicts that he will slash diagonally, and he's right. The techniques he has learned from all the todays, the battle experience he gained through these repetitions, it all culminates here. As Mitch strikes, Encrid does the same, and they both nip each other's necks. But Encrid doesn't stop and makes his slash go towards Mitch's neck, who can barely dodge. He was sure that he would kill him in a few movements, but he's actually struggling against this bastard, and that's something he will not accept. Since his flowing sword techniques are more suited for parrying, he needs to attack properly, so he will use the best technique he has. He hilts himself into the ground, and rushes the blade from the bottom, which will create a huge arc. That's why this technique is called the wheel cut. Encrid already knows of this ultimate technique. He has experienced it firsthand countless times, and he was always struck down because of it. But this time, he is ready, and parries the attack perfectly. Mitch is shocked to say the least, even if his face does not show it. The Hurriers, which Mitch belongs to, are one of the three main houses that reign over the Aspen Kingdom, and House Hurrier represents brute force, meaning that they will recruit anyone who shows talent for the sword. Mitch was also recruited from a regional house, and after adopting the Hurrier name, he proved himself with his skills, and fought off 2 adult knights at the age of 15. He won against a champion swordsman at the age of 18, and by 22, he was the strongest champion of the entire city. He then went on to be among the top 3 best fighters in the Greyhounds, through sheer skill alone. Only few could ever match his talents, and even those didn't want to try their luck. As he saw others training, he wondered to himself, why do they do so until failure? Why must they swing a sword until their hands bleed? He did not see any point in training, as his entire body was pure skill, and this was the mistake that got him here. Without any way to swing his body in any way but backwards, Encrid easily punctures his chest and pulls his blade out, making Mitch start to bleed heavily. He damns himself for underestimating him, and says that he's not as good as him when it comes to strength or sword technique, which Encrid confirms. But yet, he was still the one who won. Mitch can't refute that, and in his last moments, he can only regret his past of complacency. Who knows what he would have become if he trained? The moment Encrid's sword reaches his neck, Greyhound jumps in to save Mitch, who is still bleeding heavily, but he is swiftly escorted out of the battlefield by one of the men. Greyhound notes that he did not expect a single man to cause this much of a mess, but as punishment, he will not have an easy death. Encrid already knew that, since he's surrounded by enemies, but he is also not deterred. This only means that breaking the flag and finding an exit is the next wall that he must overcome. Greyhound tells everyone to fire, and Encrid is prepared for the worst. He charges in through the arrows as he cannot avoid all of the attacks, so he will take them while continuing to advance. Greyhound isn't there just for decoration, however, and strikes Encrid, who can feel how heavy his strikes are just from this. So to win this fight, he will have to die numerous times, but the objective for now is to destroy the flag and get out of here. With that in mind, he throws a knife at the flag, as even if slightly damaged, the spell will stop working. Greyhound sees what he's trying to do and slashes at him, but Encrid rolls away and throws another dagger, this time hitting it expertly. In the fog, the fairy commando holds her ground, yet her mind is set on the fact that she asked command for more troops, yet she didn't receive anything. This kingdom is as rotten as ever. They sent the weakest men to command the lines. At this rate, slowly, they will be wiped out. That's when the fog dissipates, allowing her to move more swiftly than ever and take care of the enemy with ease. She recognizes this as a chance to turn the tide of battle, so she rallies everyone to attack, which works, as they all scream and shout while charging. With the fog gone, they have a better chance, but who destroyed that spell? Perhaps it was the one who told her about it, Encrid. All bloodied and spent, Encrid knows that he messed up, as he thought that he would run into his team after the fog went, but he cannot spot a single friendly, and even he has a limit. Rem is taking care of hundreds of men, but he is actually aiming for the spellcaster, as he wants to have his head. At the same time, Ragnar got completely lost, and is aiming his sword at one of the commanders, only now realizing the mistake he made. The enemies mock Encrid, as he's trudging along like a dog, and he will die like one too. Just before one of them strikes him down, the puma from the grass fields attacks the soldier, and just as the enemy is about to unleash a flurry of arrows, it cuts all of their crossbows to make them useless. The puma seems adamant in protecting Encrid, but he tells it to leave, as the man in front of them is quite special. Greyhound has had enough of this, and is ready to strike him down, but that's when Vengeance shows up, and tells Encrid to rest easy, as he's about to show him what a real man looks like. He lunges at Greyhound, who immediately deflects his blade and throws him on his ass, making Vengeance fold and order his men to shoot at him. Greyhound isn't fazed at all by the arrows and charges forward, allowing the puma to charge in from behind with its claws bare. Greyhound is caught by surprise, but he manages to hit the beast with the hilt of his blade, rendering it unconscious. The next strike is aimed at Encrid, who can still see the blade, but since he cannot parry his attack with the strength he has now, it means that he will have to use a technique Mitch liked, and let the blade flow. He does the exact same thing, which surprises Greyhound, as he recognizes Mitch's technique that he just used, and Encrid is more ecstatic than ever. Vengeance surprisingly rushes in again, but Greyhound does not counterattack, as he sees the army of men coming in his direction. He reluctantly backs away, but not before telling Encrid that he will not soon forget his dirty face, and promises to take him down one day. He orders his men to retreat, allowing Vengeance to focus on Encrid's well-being and get him out of there. But Encrid brings the puma along too, even if his strength is waning second by second. Vengeance orders everyone to retreat, and Encrid slowly loses consciousness, the tiredness and bleeding catching up to him in the end. In his dreams, he sees the boatman once again. Did he accomplish his objective again? He is truly a persistent bastard, but what drives him so? In the end, even if in this state, Encrid has survived another today. Encrid slowly wakes up as the others around him talk about his state. Some wonder how he managed to do it. Others know that he went off without any warning, and one of them prays for his swift recovery. As Encrid gets a feel of his hands, he feels something fuzzy, and when he looks, the puma who saved him is now cuddling with him. Rem asks if he's finally awake. They all thought he was going to bite the dust. Encrid slowly gets up and asks what's going on, and Jackson gets up to hand him some water, while explaining that he lost quite a bit of blood. Crace goes on to say that thankfully, the medic healed him enough so that there won't be any lasting effects. The goddess of luck must truly be on his side. As Encrid looks at the puma he just dropped a little water on, he notes that he must have passed out during their retreat out of the battlefield. Everyone slowly leaves since they saw their commander awake, and Encrid is happy to see that he survived another day. Rem, however, does not leave, and stares at Encrid, who thinks that he's interested in the puma, so he asks if he would like to pet him or something. Rem doesn't care about that beast. What he wants to know is how did he know that the fog was a spell? Encrid is conflicted, as Rem will not believe him if he tells him about his ability. So must he really lie to him? He doesn't want to. Rem has been a faithful friend, so he would like to return that trust in kind. He explains that in the past, he was friends with a settler, and he suspected it was so based on what he heard from that guy. Encrid thinks that this excuse is perfect, since he really did hear it from a settler, that being Rem. He gets up, as it's fine if he doesn't want to tell him, but he shouldn't get into spells that much. As he leaves, Encrid questions him about what he was doing during the fight, with Rem telling him that he was going to have a chat with the bastard who set up the flags, but he really didn't like his face, so he sent his head flying. While Encrid thinks of Rem doing that, Krace tries to bribe the puma with some beef jerky, but it's having none of it and it snaps at him. Encrid tells him to be careful. This little guy might just rip him to shreds if pushed enough. Krace doesn't care, as he really wants that 10,000 krona. He heard from that Henry guy that because this beast has blue eyes, it's a lake puma, and they hold the energy of the land inside of them. Each of its claws is supposed to be worth about 10,000 krona, and they keep growing new ones. Encrid is pretty amazed. A single bronze coin is worth 1 krona, so 10,000 must be like a gold coin, more than what he has paid, that's for sure. After he passed out, they dominated the battlefield, but the battle itself came to a standstill, and both sides chose to retreat. Since then, nobody has made a move. They are all recovering from their wounds after all. While his mind is racing, he wonders if the parry he did back then would succeed if he tried doing it again. Perhaps he will never know. Jackson comes around later and tells him to stop stretching. He will not heal if he keeps his muscles moving. Encrid feels that he's not overdoing it, so he can move at least a little. Ragna agrees with Jackson. The most he can do now is stretch like that. He should get some sleep and recover faster. Rem comes around and bumps into Ragna, asking if he's trying to spread his laziness to their commander too. And by the way, standing in the walkway like that is a dumbass move. Ragna immediately goes to fetch his sword so that they can have a fight, which prompts Encrid to ask something about it. He managed to actually use a technique he had never practiced before. He only saw. Is that a normal thing? Rem feels that it is. If he was using the heart of the beast, he could actually sense what the enemy was doing, so he would be able to understand how they swing their sword and how much strength to use. Ragna also agrees that it should be easier since he learned the basics. He also succeeded with single-point concentration, so he must have seen more than in the past. However, he actually got pretty lucky, as at his level, something like that will succeed after 100 real battles. Encrid now understands. The day that has just passed wasn't a single day for him. It was hundreds of days of overwhelming struggle. He got stronger through his hard work and determination, not just through memorizing patterns as such. No matter how much talent he has, he can get stronger, and he will. While Ragna and Rem butt heads, Encrid asks them both for a duel. Rem notes that most people call him a madman, but that title should be given to him, while Ragna asks how he hopes to duel in his condition. Suddenly, the fairy commander appears, who says that duels are not to be participated in while he's in such a bad condition. She also asks if he was the person who broke the spell. Encrid knew that someone would come and ask him that question, but why the company chief commander? He says that it was indeed him. He saw it while on patrol and also knew a little about it from previous encounters. The fairy commander is surprised. There were 5 decoys. How did he find the real one? Encrid notes that he just guessed, which makes the fairy commander stare at him for a bit, but she turns away and takes that as the truth. Encrid asks if this is all she came to ask, but the fairy commander explains that she also came to see his face, as it seems that fate has brought them together. Encrid has no clue what she's talking about, but Rem and Ragna think that they are together or something, with Ragna surprised that he has those types of skills. Encrid tells them that it's not like that, but Krace also comes around and notes that he's the perfect guy to start a host bar with. He will make the terms favorable for him. Encrid tells him to shut up, but he also wonders why she said that. She's their boss, so this is really uncomfortable. Krace also has some news for him. A squire from the Knight Order has arrived. Encrid is surprised. Someone from the Scarlet Cloak Knight Order is here. The battalion he is a part of is named the Cypress Division, which was named after a knight, and that Cypress is a part of the Scarlet Cloak Knight Order. The knights are people who are extremely skilled, which is true even across the entire continent. That is why a Knight Order has a lot more people besides the main knights. They have squires, servants, and students. Once a squire has proved himself to his knight, they become a proto-knight, and far above that, there are the knights, who have surpassed their human limit. Squires do not fight often without their knight, so this squire is probably about to become a proto-knight. Suddenly the bells ring, and everyone gets ready for battle. Krace thinks that they were probably waiting for this guy if they are heading to battle right now, and Rem tells Encrid to get some rest. He really does need it. Encrid is not bothered by his wounds. He wants to see that guy in action. He wants to compare himself to him. Rem sees the glow in his eyes, and tells him to come with if he wants to see him so much. It's not like they are going to do much anyway. Everyone gets lined up for battle shortly afterwards, but Encrid is most excited. He will finally see a small piece of his dream. He can finally see what it takes to become a knight. The squire walks alone to their enemies, who immediately get into position to fire their arrows at him, but he does not flinch even once, and walks steadfast. The enemy commander tells them to fire, making hundreds if not thousands of arrows fly towards the squire, who waits until they are close enough. After that, he crouches down and gathers wind at his feet, which Ragna recognizes as determination. After charging enough, the squire sprints through the arrows and arrives directly at the enemy's front line. It's filled with shields and spears, but the squire is not stopped. As with one strike, he takes out that entire front line and sends his enemies flying. Encrid is astounded, but also frightened. Even the commander doesn't know what to say, but he has nothing to say, as the squire starts cleaving through them left and right without mercy. Everyone starts to retreat at the sight. They will not needlessly sacrifice their lives, but the commander tells them to hold the line before his head gets chopped off cleanly. As the squire stands on the head of the commander's horse, everyone has different opinions about him. Rem is not surprised by how skilled he is. They are called war specialists for a reason, right? Ragna feels that he should be able to at least hold the line against him, and Jackson notices that the enemy had at least 5 chances to stop his advance. The enemy commander was a fool. Krace is only glad that this will be over without them needing to do much, but Encrid starts to ponder heavily. Is he using the righteous sword? But that's not it. It has elements of the heavy and swift sword in it too. The righteous sword is a just and intricate technique that lures the opponent into the user's moves. The heavy sword is, like the name suggests, a heavy sword technique. It uses strength to cut through everything and dominate no matter what. The confounding sword is the most confusing technique, as it tricks the opponent and allows easy ambushes. The Valen sword is a subsidiary of this technique. The swift sword is the fastest sword technique. It overwhelms the opponent with sheer speed. The flowing sword is a soft and gentle technique. It parries the opponent's attacks and retaliation in kind. Encrid can see both heavy and swift swords in that squire. They are both vying for control. He breathes in and regathers his thoughts. Even if different in character, all techniques started from a single source. If one is to understand the resemblance between all 5 techniques, and wield the sword like it is a living, breathing object, perhaps then they will be able to do this too. He closes his eyes as the army charges in, with Rem and Ragna noticing that their squad leader is meditating. Rem smiles, and tells them that the squad leader is about to overcome something, so they will allow nobody to disturb him. Encrid knows that nothing changed, despite his understanding. Understanding is nothing. It is only a wall, something that exists only to show how much he has to climb. Soldiers fly past him into battle, but Encrid does not move. Instead, he climbs the obstacle inside of his mind, and he will do it to the very top. As the screaming and wailing of the fight rages on, Encrid continues to climb. As their soldiers continue to push the enemy, Encrid continues to climb. As the soldiers scream out in victory, Encrid has finished his climb. He knows that this war is coming to an end, so the following seasons will be quite busy. In the Principality of Aspen, which is controlled by the 3 main families, Aspen, the sovereign, damns the empire, as they broke the gentleman's agreement to not bring in any knights. Grey Wolf, who is actually named Hurrier the Almighty, and Atkins, the administrator, are also present. Atkins explains that they used the frog general they sent out as an excuse, and since the frogs do require a nightly response, they have no excuse either. Aspen damns that bastard of a frog who did as he pleased, but Atkins notes that it was to be expected. Frogs generally do what they want, no matter their excuse or motive. However, this would have not happened if the spell they wasted resources on had succeeded. Aspen becomes enraged at the Greyhounds. They must pay for this insubordination. Hurrier knows that this will not end well for them at all. After such a lengthy war, the Aspen forces headed back, and so did Encrid and his team. They all went to Borderguard, which is the kingdom's remote fortress city. Because it's close to Aspen, this place is heavily militarized, with 1 in 5 people being a soldier. A ceremony is held, praising everyone for their will and determination, which has brought them this victory. They will also reward the common soldiers who have proven themselves most useful, be it on the battlefield or out. The first one to be called out is Encrid, as he destroyed that foul spell of the Aspens, so he shall be rewarded. Everyone starts mocking him as he climbs the podium. They call him weak, and think that he did something with the commander to get this reward. Suddenly, someone from behind the trash talkers tells them to shut up, with another familiar face telling them to not talk down to that person. To them, Encrid is much more than that. He is a true man. Encrid receives quite a hefty sum of cash, which makes Krace immediately ask what he's going to do with it. Perhaps he will spend it on drinks, or women, or perhaps both. Encrid notes that he wants a good store, more specifically, the best blacksmith in the entire city. Krace walks with him all the way to the smithy, wondering how he can spend all that money on a damn sword. If he doesn't like the standard issue one, he can just pick one out from the battlefield and be done with it. He does that too, and they work fine. Encrid does not mind him. To become a knight, he needs to prove himself. More specifically, he must prove his skills. He is going to take the soldier promotion exam, as it's about time he ditches the life of a lowly foot soldier. Krace thought he wasn't interested in things like promotions, but Encrid feels that he can't stay in one place forever. Krace understands, but they must get stuff set up first. Norilla has a soldier ranking system in order to increase morale, with those stronger than the scale being considered special grades. A person is also treated differently based on their rank. To be promoted, one must have a duel with 3 of the soldiers in the rank that he is after, and win. For the soldiers that are just spectating, this is just a fun sport involving betting, which naturally Krace is the expert of, and incentivizes everyone to come and bet. The first soldier Encrid has to face is arrogant. What is a low-rank scum like him trying to achieve by going for medium rank? He won an award based on the squad's actions, and now he thinks he's some hotshot. Encrid knows this guy. Even if arrogant, he is skilled, and hails from a famous mercenary group. The betting box Krace has is filled with bets on the other side, while there is only a single bronze coin on Encrid's side, prompting the gamblers to wonder who put that coin there. Krace notes that they won't know until the results come in, so they should sit down, as the match is starting. Encrid only got stronger by dying over and over, but in this fight, there is no risk of death, so he only has one shot. He steels himself. He will look ahead and not lose focus, which is a pathetic skill, but it's the limit of his hard work. He knows that in the past, He wouldn't have stood a chance against someone like this, but he will not be conceited either. He will fight like his life is on the line. The arrogant full charge in with his sword aimed high. Encrid thinking that he will try to do the parry he learned in the previous battle. Perhaps he can win if he does it. Surprisingly enough, however, Encrid blows the sword out of the arrogant bastard's hands away in a single stroke, who is more scared about his fingers. Encrid doesn't know what to say, so he just ends the fight by hitting the bastard with the butt of his sword. He wonders why this guy is so weak, and a gambler is mad at Krace, as he probably was the one who bet on his commander, right? Because he knew how strong he was? Krace actually is shocked too. He only put that bronze coin in there because he took pity on him. Encrid wonders if that guy just let his guard down, but even if he did, the duel ended too quickly. He shouldn't be so weak if he's a medium rank. He doesn't have time to think about that, as his next opponent arrives, who tells him to not get cocky just because he won one duel. Encrid knows this guy too. He is heavy infantry, the strongest in their battalion. The heavy soldier starts by trying to distract Encrid by waving the tip of his spear around, but then he only thrusts forward, allowing Encrid to just cut the tip of his spear, rendering it useless. He thinks that this is just a trick. This guy must have something else lined up. Judging by his face, however, it seems that this really is just it. Encrid kicks him in the gut, ending another fight. Everyone is shocked that he won 2 fights in a row, and Krace calls forward the next challenger. Who wants to duel him? Nobody wants to budge. Not even those who trash talk to him. Andrew thinks that he can win since he trained with Mac every night since they last met, but Mac tells him to not go, as he's gotten too strong. Not even he has a chance to beat him. With that information, Andrew sits down and observes the situation. Suddenly, someone pushes the main trash talk to go. That someone being Rem, who has heard everything he said up until now. To prove he's not scared, the trash talker agrees to go, even though he's sweating bullets. Encrid only felt struggle up until now, so that is why he did not notice. That stabbing bastard in the first today he suffered through, and the assassin in the next one. Combined with Mitch Hurrier, and even the squad members he trains with daily, he just had it rough until now. He knows that his old teacher told him to not underestimate his opponent, which he felt was irrelevant to him, as he never thought there would be a time when he could look down on someone. The trash talker asks what's with his face, but Encrid is only happy. He has become strong enough to dominate his opponent. He charges in with his sword hitting heavily. In Norilla, strength is the most respected thing, so using this bastard, he will prove to everyone he is strong. He breaks his sword after a few hits, and then stops before slashing him apart, proving himself for good. The trash talker pissed himself too, and now everyone recognizes Encrid as the Spellbreaker. He really destroyed that flag. Suddenly, Andrew gets up and starts chanting Spellbreaker, while also forcing the others to do it. The eyes that were looking down upon him now admire his strength, as they all chant his title, the Spellbreaker. Krace congratulates him, as now he's medium rank, but Encrid feels it's too early for any celebration. He has to get to high rank first. Krace is surprised that he's still going to climb, and that's when someone stands up, noting how interesting he is. The others around him notice the eagle patch on his clothes. He's a border guard, the ones directly serving the crown. He is called the Border Butcher, and he earned that title too. He approaches Encrid and notes that he would like to duel him too, just a friendly one, nothing too special. While everyone is watching, Rem knows that this is going to be difficult for Encrid, who knows that the border guard is equal in strength to Aspen's greyhounds, meaning that he might actually be stronger than Hurrier. However, this also makes him wonder what will even happen if he fights someone without the risk of dying. Will he improve? He invites the man to come, who is amazed that he's not more fearful about going against someone from the special forces. After watching his fights, he's far more interesting than expected. The low-ranked soldiers cheer Encrid on now, repeating the same thing. The true kings of battle are in the infantry. The man thinks they are a bunch of idiots, as the border guard is infantry too, and cockiness like this is not healthy. He must humble them right now, by using the gentleman in front of him. Even if his attack is swift, Encrid can see his blade, and manages to deflect it. The man is surprised to see such concentration from a foot soldier, and grabs him, thinking that with this, he has nothing left to do. Encrid, however, grabs his hand, allowing him to rush with his sword from above. The man knows that he will meet death if he's hit by something like that, so he finds the chance to dodge the attack, and retaliate in kind with a deadly strike of his own. Unfortunately for him, Encrid is prepared, so he catches the tip of his blade, and kicks him in the gut. He has let go of his sword for this, making the man rush in for a final encounter. Encrid pulls out a small blade and strikes at the same angle. Victory is inches away for them both, but that's when the ferry commander appears, and with one swift strike, blocks their attacks. Encrid sees that his crew was already behind the man. They aren't just about to let their leader die after all. Rem notes that he's quite the lucky bastard, but the man says that this is only a duel. If they get excited like this again, they will have to be punished. Encrid cares more about what happened in the fight, as he lost sight of his movements, and almost lost. But who knows what would have happened if they fought until death. The man sheaths his sword and tells Encrid that he did not expect much, but he cannot just not recognize his strength now. He is called Torres, and he is the platoon commander of the border guards. Encrid also introduces himself, as he accepts the handshake, but every spectator is shocked, as the platoon commanders are special rank soldiers, meaning that Encrid is at least a high rank soldier. Everyone celebrates this fight, but Encrid really pays them no mind, which Torres likes. He has a feeling that they will see each other again soon enough, so this is goodbye for now. With this, Encrid feels one step closer towards his real objective. That same day, Graham, the first company commander of the heavy armored infantry, invites him to their company. This is the third time Encrid has been invited. First it was the second, and then the third company, perhaps because he broke that spell. Graham explains that his company is an important element of this battalion. He knows that this offer is pretty important, right? Encrid knows that he will be among the elites as soon as he accepts, but he refuses, which makes Graham ask if it's about the 4th company commander. he will talk with him if need be. Encrid tells him that it's not that, and since he has such a sincere face, he will not press him any further. Encrid suggests that he send Rem his way, but nobody wants that crazy bastard in their team. Thanks to him, they survived the last battle, so he should keep at it. Crace is amazed that he's getting so many offers. Should he begin packing his bags or something? Encrid tells him that he's not going, but this only makes Crace wonder why he's rejecting every offer. Right now he will get treated well, no matter where he goes. Before Encrid can answer, Torres comes inside, wanting to ask something important of Encrid. He should come to the border guards. Encrid knows that this is an amazing offer, even better than the first company, and Rem feels the same. He would be a fool if he would reject this offer. Torres has realized as soon as they fought that he yearns for a tougher fight. If he comes with them, he will make him train and challenge his body to its limits. His coming to the border guards means that he will realize his full potential. Everyone on his team is resigned to their fate, and so Encrid opens his mouth. If he's talking about a hellish place to train in, there's no other place like this. Encrid does not simply want to reach his full potential, he wants to overcome it, little by little. The seasons change, which is unfortunate for Rem, who, despite being from a tribe, hates the cold so much he wishes he could fight it. He tells Encrid to get him some hot stones immediately, but this only makes him think of how useless this guy is while not in battle. Auden tries to get him to warm up his body by moving and training, but Rem refuses to get rid of his blankie, making Auden ask Encrid if he would like to train, as he will surely thaw his frozen muscles. Encrid excuses himself, as he's on patrol duty right now, so he gets out of the cabin, but not before Rem screams at him to get some hot stones. Encrid is also surprised by how the season changed. At first it got a little chilly, but now it's fully winter. He goes to a populated area, where he meets with the other guards to patrol, a thing they do because of the lack of fighting. The two introduce themselves from left to right. They are Jack and Bo. Today they will be working as a team. Encrid feels something peculiar about these people, like he has heard their names before, but he lets it go for now. Jack feels honored to be on duty with the Spellbreaker, and Bo heard that he got promoted really quickly. To be able to go from the lowest to one of the higher ranks is amazing, but Encrid says that he only got lucky. Jack wants to see how strong he actually is, so he invites him to a duel, which Encrid accepts. After a while of walking, Jack feels that someone cursed him to have to go on patrol in this weather, with Bo agreeing that it's pretty cold, but Encrid does not get why they are so close to him. As they continue their walk through the market, a small hooded figure appears out of the shadows, and suddenly slips towards Encrid. He tries to grab the person, thinking that they are just a kid, but the hooded man suddenly pulls a dagger and stabs it directly in Encrid's chest before he can ever react. Jack and Bo play it out like he's drunk or something, hiding him from the crowd directly. These three are working together. The hooded person asks if he's surprised, but he should know, the Greyhounds never forget a target. Encrid can see that this is a half-fairy, probably an assassin sent by Aspen for breaking the spell. The assassin pulls out his knife brutally, leaving him to die, and Jack tells Rotten to get out of here, as their mission is a success. Encrid remembers them now. They were the wounded recon soldiers, according to Crace. He said that they were hurt a lot, but now he can see that it was an excuse to make contact with Aspen. In this situation, he's 4 against 1, and he will conquer it. Now though, he falls to the ground, bleeding out from his wound and dying on the spot. He wakes up once again, violently getting out of bed, which confuses Rem, but Encrid only wanted to get up with more energy. He swiftly goes outside, where he finds Auden bathing himself in cold water, causing steam to come out of his toned body. Encrid asks about his training method to heat up the body, which Auden confirms exists. It's something essential in wintertime. It also allows a person to be ready for anything, which is a bonus. With this in mind, Encrid asks to be taught it, as he saw Rotten pull the dagger out, but he could not react, because his body was not prepared at all. He also should have noticed how Jack and Bo kept really close. He will probably take those two guys out first, but that half-fairy might do something unexpected. Auden cheers him on. His muscles will be really sad if he can't keep this position. Jack and Bo introduce themselves, Encrid going through the same introduction, but now Jack is more impressed that he doesn't have his coat on, which Encrid excuses by simply saying that he's training. His body is now prepared thanks to Auden's rigorous training. He knows that soon he will come face to face with Rotten, so before he can get too close, he attempts to smack the ones behind him, but Bo dodges, allowing him time to unsheath his sword. Encrid knows that Rotten will either run or attack. Before anything happens, he has to take care of these two. Unfortunately for him, Rotten has another card up his sleeve, as he throws a knife in his direction, hitting Encrid in his vitals. He, however, is impressed to be able to hit him at this distance, and through so much crowd, he has skills. He cannot deny that. Encrid heard it, but it already pierced his heart by the time he heard it. It's designed to be faster than sound. In this situation, he must face close and ranged enemies all at once, which quite excites him. How will he prepare for this? Rotten stabs when he is close, and throws the daggers when he is far. This wall that he must conquer is not really a hard one to understand. It's actually quite simple. Encrid continues his training, although he feels like he's going to die, making Ragna and Rem wonder if it's really as hard as he says it is. Jackson comes into the cabin, only to see all of them spread out and stretching, even the panther. He feels like he walked into something he shouldn't have, so he decides to leave. Encrid knows that he has to find a way to block the dagger that will be thrown at him. Its speed and accuracy, however, is something much deadlier than normal daggers. Jackson comes around and recognizes this as a whistling dagger, but Encrid is curious. Why is it called that? Jackson explains that it makes a sound when it's thrown, and if handled by an expert, the target will not even know what hit them, so it's good to stay far away from these things. Encrid has gained a bit of knowledge from this, but no matter how good Rotten is with his daggers, he cannot do anything if he blocks ahead of time. He attacks the ones behind him again, Bo dodging again, but this time Encrid grabs him and uses his body as a shield against the daggers. Unfortunately, Rotten doesn't seem to care about his teammates, as he throws one dagger into Encrid, one into Bo, and another straight into Jack's neck. Encrid is amazed that he was able to throw 3 at a time, but to kill his own people. Perhaps he never thought of them as such in the first place. Rotten crouches down to his level, impressed by his determination, but persistent lovers like the Greyhounds never forget their target. Encrid says that thankfully they do not, which makes Rotten believe that he's a crazy bastard. Encrid has underestimated this whole thing. Even if simple, this wall is still a wall after all. The boatman knows that he is enjoying this, but he should laugh while he still can, as soon he will realize why this is all a curse. Encrid wakes up and swiftly gets out of bed again, thinking that this is actually a blessing in disguise. He goes to Jackson and asks about the whistle dagger, who wonders where this question even came from, but Encrid wants an explanation of them. Jackson relents and tells him that it's basically multiple thin blades pressed into one, which causes that whistle sound when it flies. At one point, it was called the dagger that can only be heard, as it's really difficult to follow with the human eye. Encrid asks what would happen if he wanted to dodge it, but Jackson says that he can't. Encrid asks what if he had to, which makes Jackson ask in turn, does he really have to? Encrid confirms as much, making Jackson ponder where the hell he even heard about all this. He explains that there's not really a point in seeing an already thrown dagger. He has to watch the hand of the thrower first, as the path it takes is dictated at the moment it's thrown. There are naturally ways to hide that throw, but a skilled eye can still spot them. Encrid asks if he could learn something like that, but with his current skills, Jackson notes that he won't really be able to do anything. Encrid knows that he's just talking shit about him, but Jackson asks if he wants to be taught how to throw daggers. If he's not confident though, he can forget about it. Encrid knows that this is an opportunity, so he decides to learn. Later he meets up with Jack and Bo, remembering what Jackson said to him. The moment he throws, he should relax his entire body and focus as the blade leaves his hand. Seeing and dodging it is basically the same. As soon as Rotten shows up, Encrid unsheathes his sword and instantly kills Jack, with Bo not offering much resistance either. Everyone around him runs away in a panic, allowing Encrid to focus on his real opponent. He can see him switch from relaxed to focused. He can avoid dying instantly if he protects his heart, so that's what he does. Encrid does manage to block the first dagger using his hand, but the second one goes directly in his chest. They are incredibly fast, and even if it was only for a split second, he saw it. In that split second, he saw the dagger come to him. Rotten approaches and prepares to say the same line, but Encrid already knows. Persistent lovers never forget their target. As Rotten wonders how he knows, Encrid is glad that he's getting better. A few more visits from this guy, and he will know all of his dirty little tricks. On the next day, Encrid eliminates the two behind him as quickly as possible, and then focuses solely on Rotten and how he rotates his dagger. He can see its trajectory now, so he blocks it with his arm guard. Rotten can feel the anxiety of his advance, and Encrid dodges to the side, thinking that the attack will come from the other direction, but Rotten swiftly changes its course and stabs him in the heart. He is amazed by the fact that he can adjust its course according to the enemy. This weapon, even if it took his life so many times, is absolutely incredible, and he wants to wield it. In his next life, he practices with daggers, Jackson asking what he's even doing, but Encrid only says that he's training with whistle daggers. He knows that what he has is not a real whistle dagger, but he will have one soon enough. A part of his homemade dagger breaks free, almost taking Jackson with it. On the 8th today, Encrid successfully dodges his delayed attack, but unfortunately, it seems that he has another problem. A sharpshooter eliminates him from behind, meaning that he must keep him in mind the next time. On the 9th day, he successfully takes him out with a dagger, but this only delays his death, as Rotten throws a dagger at him that he cannot dodge. Encrid continues to train until he can throw daggers pretty well, but he feels that besides the basics, he's missing something important. Jackson notes that he got everything down, but where did he learn to throw like this? Encrid can't say that he learned from him, so he lies. He saw someone throw one before and he just copied them. Jackson thinks that he must be a genius to do something like that, but no matter. Has he heard of the throwing blade technique? It was created by an assassin called Georg, and the name comes from his weapon, the whistle dagger. Georg strived to create a blade without sound. Thus he created a very thin, single-bladed knife, but it was too difficult to handle, which led to the production of the whistle dagger they know today. Encrid didn't expect for the dagger to have such a story, but Jackson thought that he would already know about it, since his stance is perfectly suited for the whistle dagger throwing. On the 10th day, Encrid decides to change the route, which Jack is against, as they will be punished if they don't do their jobs well. Encrid says that he's the highest ranked person here, and since he will take responsibility, there's nothing to worry about. He can hear the two whispering about this change of plan, which they really don't like. Encrid knows that the market is the perfect stage for the assassins. He does not need to play along with their games anymore. Jack notes that they should really return, but Encrid asks what they got from betraying their land. A bunch of gold coins? This prompts the two to immediately jump in and attack, but Encrid easily strikes them down with 2 swift strokes of his blade. As soon as he's done with them, Rotten and the blue assassin arrive, which he feels is kind of late, but it's no matter. They should come with all they've got. Rotten throws 4 daggers at the same time, but it doesn't matter now because Encrid can see his hand. The blue assassin moves behind him to strike, but Encrid takes him out with a dagger. Rotten takes this as an opportunity and strikes while his back is still exposed, but Encrid blocks his dagger expertly. Even if it hurts him, it will not kill him again. Rotten is now frightened and asks who the hell he is, but Encrid feels that it's not for him to know. Anyhow, how many of these beautiful weapons does he have on his person? Rotten can see that this bastard can throw these things. Is he also an assassin? He answers Encrid's question, saying that he only has 2. He is quite jealous that he only has one, but Rotten tells him to not joke around. He's really sick in the head. He should also know that as soon as he throws the one in his hand, he will die. Encrid understands, but they will find out only after the fact. Encrid can't see his hands, but can see his arm, so if he keeps his posture and his eyes ready, he can easily dodge those daggers. Encrid can immediately notice that Rotten is throwing two at once, so he swiftly dodges and throws one of his own, which only damages Rotten's cloak. Even if he said that he has two, Encrid knows that he probably has more, but so does he. Encrid throws his last dagger at Rotten, who can barely dodge, but is actually quite mad that he lied. He readies his blade, and so does Encrid, surprised to see this bastard actually pull a blade out. There's no rule teaching the assassins to only use long-ranged attacks, but his problem is that he doesn't recognize this attack, as it's low, and very fast. Unfortunately for Rotten, it doesn't matter anymore. He grabs his hand with extreme swiftness and announces that this is the end. With a chop to the forehead, he ends Rotten's miserable life. He has climbed over this wall with only 10 tries, fighting, losing, and getting stronger to eventually succeed. These things have come to give him alive. He looks at Rotten's body and opens his clothes, revealing a bandolier of knives that he really wants. He goes to report to the ferry commander about what just happened while wearing that same bandolier, saying that all of this was once again just mere coincidence. The ferry commander wonders if it's still a coincidence that he only got off with a scratch against 3 people, but Encrid says that the goddess of luck is really on his side. The ferry commander eyes him for a moment, before giving up and telling him to return to his post. He does just that and returns to his squad lodging, but as soon as he opens the door, an axe flies at his face, which he only has seconds to dodge. This was naturally thrown by Rem, who is glad to see that he dodged his sneak attack. Encrid asks if he has gone insane, but Rem was only training him, because he has assassins on his ass after all. As revenge, he suddenly gives Rem a hot stone and tells him to eat it. Rem believes that it's a potato at first, only for his hands to burn the moment he touches it. Encrid notices that his hair has grown pretty long, so he tells Krace to give him a haircut. He asks for 10 coppers. Encrid says 5, and they meet at 8. As Encrid gets said haircut, he tells Krace that he's charging more now. Does he not get a squad discount? Krace tells him to go to one in the city if he doesn't like the price, but Encrid refuses. The ones in the city suck after all. The snow continues to fall, and Krace notices how cold it is. Rem doesn't like the snow and cold at all, which Ragna agrees with. Auden believes it's a test from God, and Encrid wonders why they are all out here in the first place. He also thinks of how the assassins get into the border guard, and when exactly did they turn. He asks Krace if he knows where Jack, Bo, and Rotten are from. Who actually knows? Jack was forced to conscript after he was caught as a pickpocket, and Bo insulted a noble right in his face. Rem can't believe how fine these people were, and Encrid agrees. As for Rotten, he was from a failed merchant association, a mercenary by profession. They all joined in the past year. They must have been in a guild together. Encrid thinks about it. He can only deduce one thing from a guild that left its members a year ago. The Thieves Guild. It's a guild only in name, really, as in reality it's a place filled with thieves. A Thieves Guild member would know the entire city easily, so it makes sense. He asks Jackson if he knows anything about this Thieves Guild, who wonders why he asked him, but Encrid thought he might know. Jackson can't believe that he has become so brazen, but tells him that after the restructure, his contact with the guild has been cut off, so he doesn't know anymore. Krace is finally done with his haircut. Encrid is only surprised by how much it's snowing, which makes Jackson say that he will be out in the city tonight. Rem knows that he's trying to get out of shoveling duty, which he will not let him do. Encrid sees this and tells them that they should go on a mission. If they agree, they won't have to shovel snow. Everyone immediately agrees, even Krace, but Encrid still has to get permission from the company commander. Ragna calls him lazy for not even doing that, so they all retreat inside, patiently waiting for him to do it. Encrid tells the ferry commander that he believes the Thieves Guild is behind the assassins, and he wants to bust them while he can. They both look at each other, as the ferry commander feels something strange about this request. Is he sure that he's not doing this to skip snow duty? Encrid denies that fact, although he cannot believe how sharp this woman is. As the squad walks through the city, Krace wonders where the Thieves Guild thing came from. He's probably talking about the Gilfin Guild, but does he even have any info on them? Encrid does not. That is why they are here to get it. He tells Jackson that they will wait at the inn while he finds out where they are. Jackson asks how he's supposed to do that, but Encrid tells him to figure it out. Krace really doesn't like that order, as it's extremely vague, but Jackson understands, making Krace believe that perhaps he is the weird one here. They arrive at an inn, where they all have a bunch of food. Krace asks Encrid what he will do if the Gilfins are innocent, but Encrid doesn't really care. Even if not involved with those assassins, they are still criminals, and they need to get cleared out sooner rather than later. Krace has already become acquainted with their server, Lesa, and whispers something in her ear. Encrid does not pay it much mind, but wonders where Jackson is, as he's late. Even though he has skills, he's starting with no real clues. He wonders if his orders were too vague, to the point that he feels bad for him. Jackson is propped up somewhere high, looking around and not moving at all, letting the snow fall on him. He suddenly notices 2 strange figures, which gives him an idea. Encrid asks Krace if he knows that woman, and tells him that she's Lesa. Her father is a shoemaker, and her dream is to open up an inn in the big capital. Encrid is surprised by how much he knows, but Krace only knows so much because she might be a valued customer. Jackson finally comes back, covered in snow and freezing, only to see everyone enjoying a warm meal while in a warm place. Encrid notices his annoyance and tells him to eat, but Jackson believes that they shouldn't wait, and go right now. Rem doesn't want to, as it's cold outside, but Jackson asks if he wants a shower in his own blood. He promises it will be the warmest thing right now. Encrid agrees that they should go now, but the snow is quite immobilizing, so they need to be careful, and leave when it stops snowing. Encrid looks out the window for a solid 5 seconds, and then says that it won't stop, so they should go. Chris asks if he didn't just say they will wait, but Encrid has been careful enough. As they walk through the slums, 2 beggars notice them and pull out their daggers, charging the group with murder in their eyes. Rem immediately turns to them with a smile and smashes one with his axe before smashing the other with his fist. Rem asks Jackson if these are his rat buddies, with Christ believing that they are from the Gilfin Guild. Jackson discovers the entrance to their hideout, but it seems to be locked. Auden tells him to move a little bit, as he will politely knock for them. He raises his fist up and knocks once, surprised to see that the door magically opened. Rem wonders what kind of knocking this is, but Encrid doesn't care, as long as the door is open. As they go in, Rem asks what he's going to ask them, but Encrid says that they should subdue them first, then they will have time to talk. They continue to approach the door, and those inside know that Encrid is coming. The leader knows that reporting their failure will be a pain, so they should take care of him themselves. One of them wonders if it's okay, as his squad is with him, but before the leader can say that they are a bunch of nobodies, Auden knocks again, but this time with his foot. Rem immediately rushes in to kill them all, but Encrid begins his speech. Those who have never killed the weak, those who can surrender, and those who do not wish to die, should throw down their weapons and cross this line. Everyone else will be killed. Rem asks why they aren't killing them now, but Encrid just wanted to look cool, and he believes that he is. The leader can't believe that a mere grunt dares to order them around, and Auden tells him that they are clouded by their demons. They will not listen until they force them to. Encrid resorts to using force then, and asks their strongest to come forwards. The leader wants this to happen, and tells their strongest swordsman Wyvern to go, who immediately pulls out his blade. He wonders if he can block his blade, as he has never been beaten, but as he talks, he suddenly charges in, only for Encrid to deflect his blade and stab Wyvern in the shoulder. This is something from the Valen mercenary sword technique, to stab while talking. This is what he was stuck at before, but he has overcome it by a lot. Encrid believes that he doesn't need to see anything else if this is their strongest. He will give them one last chance. Either they surrender, or die. His squad looks at him unimpressed, all of them believing that he's just trying to act cool. One of them throws his weapon and surrenders, making the leader jump up and try to strike him. Before he can cut him down, however, Encrid throws a knife in his head, killing him instantly. Rem can't believe that he thought he was cool, while Auden does believe so, and Krace is amazed. Jackson thinks that he's not bad. While Ragna suffers from cringe, like Rem, Encrid knows that he must have looked pretty cool, but this makes all the thieves surrender and fall to their knees. Rem wonders what they should do. It would be better to kill them now, since they might become trouble again. One of them begs them not to kill them. There are people here with sick mothers and poor families. Encrid believes that it doesn't excuse their crimes, so the man says that if he has to kill someone, he should kill him, as he is Gilfin. Encrid is surprised. So he was the boss, and not that brute right there? Gilfin denies it. That man was indeed the boss, but he also isn't Gilfin. He is. Encrid is confused beyond his wits, so Krace explains that they named the guild after random people on purpose. If they start getting chased by the law, they can ditch that person and run. Gilfin explains that their boss was a bastard, a real rotten-to-the-core individual, but the rest are not like that. Again, if he wishes for blood, he can have his. Everyone around him begins to try and defend him, as Gilfin is kind, and some of them even ask to be killed in his place. Rem can't believe that Encrid would kill them when they are like this. He did not take him to be such a devil. Encrid tells him to shut it. He was the one who suggested they kill them in the first place. Gilfin tells them about the guild fortune. They can have everything in that stash if they let them live. Christ begins to smile, as he knows there's some cold, hard coins involved. Gilfin points it to them, but they need to find the key first. Auden proves them otherwise by gently pulling the door open, and so Encrid tells his squad to take as much as they want. Rem immediately finds some thermal leather, which is extremely warm, but Ragna wonders if it's that important. Encrid also finds a piece of flexible yet strong leather armor, which is not bad at all for him. Christ gets his attention, and says that they should take over this guild. Encrid asks if he's really asking for him to become a thief, which Krace is, but one that does not kill. Even if they were to take down this guild, within like a week or two, another will pop out in its place. So if things are like this, they should use this guy as a puppet to run it. Encrid feels that this is all far too convenient, so he asks what he told that girl, as it was strange for all these guild members to be gathered here. Christ is surprised that he noticed, although they got them all in one try. If he allows it, he will get him a monthly krona payment, and will also gather information. Encrid doesn't really do this for money, but it can't hurt. He allows it. So Christ tells Gilfin that from now on, their guild is one that does not kill. They will sort out the bad people and send them to prison, while they slowly reform this organization. Gilfin tells him that they will all die if they do not disband. Their boss worked for Aspen and took their money. Once every spring and fall, a frog comes to check on this organization, and if he realizes what happened, he will not just let them go, as the frogs are beasts. Christ tells him that they shouldn't worry. They have some beasts of their own after all. Encrid believes that they should go back since they have completed their objective, but Rem looks at him and wonders, are the others done with shoveling snow? Ragna also believes they have some unfinished business, and Auden wants to reflect and preach the word of God just a little bit longer. Jackson also believes that he had something to do, so he will return tomorrow morning. Encrid understands and apologizes. He did not see that they were all so busy. The next day Encrid reports the return of his squad, and also the fact that they have destroyed the Thieves Guild. The ferry commander asks if he had fun skipping shovel duty, but Encrid hasn't a clue about what she's saying. She has heard that he liked to duel, so they should spar right now. Encrid accepts, but as soon as he tries to unsheath his sword, he gets knocked down. The ferry commander tells him to get up, but when he tries to pick up his sword, she knocks him down again. Encrid is amazed by her sword's thinness. It's almost like a whip. This continues until Encrid is left out of breath, leaving the fairy commander confused. She has seen this man respond instantly, almost like he came from the future, but now, he acts like a grunt. She really does not know who he is, but it is still true that he broke that spell, and took down 4 assassins. She sees that it's snowing again, so she will be watching him, this time more diligently. Encrid believes that he's pathetic. He has trained so much with the sword, but he has never done anything with his bare hands. He has finally realized what he is lacking, something that requires the use of body and limbs, that thing being martial arts. He goes to Auden while he trains, who tells him that the most important basic of martial arts is a trained physique. Encrid looks at him as someone demands to know who pulled an entire tree out, but Auden says that he has a method of training that pushes the body to the extreme. It is called the isolation method, which will be very painful, to the point where he might as well be dead. Encrid tells him that this is his specialty, but after doing it for some time, his whole body feels like it's going to collapse. Auden tells him that the fundamental principle of the isolation technique is overloading. His muscles become stronger as they are being torn. Encrid can barely stay up, but Auden believes that he can do it for at least 10 seconds. He can see that this is his limit. He also asks if he does not regret starting sooner, as he needs to grow his body for quite some time before he can properly learn martial arts. Encrid does not have the time to regret. The past is the past, and now he is only thinking in the moment. If he was not, he wouldn't have ever made it past the first wall and probably gone crazy. He asks Auden to teach him something else while he does this, who is amazed by his diligence and work ethic. But that's why he respects him. Since he asked, however, he will return to the post, on all fours today. As he trains, the panther watches him diligently, seeing the effort that he's putting in. Later that night, Encrid comes inside completely beat, making Rem wonder if someone is bullying him, but he was only just training. As he lays down, the panther lays down with him, prompting Rem to say that he needs to give it a name already. Encrid tries to name the panther Heather, or Blackie Blue, which the panther absolutely hates. Rem understands it. Those names should be considered abuse. Encrid thought that Blackie Blue was cute, but he will have to think of a name since it's going to stay. After falling asleep, Encrid wakes up in a mystical realm, which makes him think of the ferryman, but this does not seem like his vibe. Suddenly a woman appears behind him and she only tells him one thing. Her name is Esther. Encrid wakes up from the dream, only to have the same woman by his side in bed. She is naturally embarrassed, but Encrid only wishes her a good night and hugs her tighter. The next day everything is back to normal, and Rem asks if he's going again. Isn't his body feeling sore from yesterday? Encrid is actually feeling pretty light, but that's because Esther has used her magic on him. She needs this man to free her from her curse. She cannot have him die while he throws around his body. Rem asks if he met with the priest or something, but that's not it. Encrid says that he dreamt about some woman. Rem is surprised, as he didn't take him as someone who would dream of women. But how was she? Encrid thinks back, and says that she was pretty. Esther is glad that his eyes are working fine. It's common for magicians to explore magic and knowledge, and in her pursuit of those things, she got cursed and turned into a beast, her powers bound. She was wandering the fields one day, but she suddenly felt the scent of a curse, which led her to this guy. Encrid continues his training as Esther watches, but he notices her and accidentally calls her Blackie Blue, which she absolutely hates. The realm of magic is affected by the power of names, so if someone carelessly calls her by another name, her powers will get weaker and weaker. She used what little power she had left to tell him, but she made a mistake. She can only thank God that this guy is pretty dull, but she can see that he's under a curse. It is not set in yet, but it's far more powerful than what she is afflicted with. His is a curse that slowly eats away at weaker curses, so if she sits beside him, she will eventually recover her mystical powers. Encrid continues his training, now fighting Auden one-on-one, and even though he is able to dodge some attacks, most still hit him, proving Auden's blinding speed. He explains that for martial arts, his body must always be ready. Just like with swordsmanship, the training and techniques are all meaningless if he is not fast, and even though he's as fast as an old turtle, his body is changing. He also really doesn't want to quit, judging by his expression. Just like that, 1 month has passed. The green begins to sprout through the melting snow, and Encrid continues his training. He fights with Rem, who can't believe how much he has improved, but he is glad, as now he can finally have a proper fight with him. Later that evening, he invites Ragna to a training session, who says that he's still lacking in adaptability after it's done, but his fundamentals are top tier. His muscle memory should allow him to do this even in his sleep, but it will require endless repetition, which is not at all easy. Encrid tells him not to worry after catching his breath. Repetition is his specialty after all. After his training is done for the day, he retreats to his bed, where he thinks that all this training is great and all, but some real-life experience would also be pretty good. At that moment, he hears a rustle come from the left, so he immediately catches the knife that was coming for his neck. Jackson congratulates him for improving so much. He certainly won't die in an ambush anymore. Kreis tells them to go outside if they want to train. They are kicking up all the dust in the cabin. Encrid asks why he's so early. Shouldn't he be out earning money right now? Esther gets out of bed with a purr, and Kreis immediately moves in her spot to see if he can find a claw, as that's worth 10,000 krona. Someone suddenly knocks on the door. It's the ferry commander, who asks Encrid to come with her. He immediately says that the snow is gone, but she doesn't care about that. She has a new mission for him. He must take care of it on the mercenary soldier board. Encrid knows about this. It's a policy that runs alongside the soldier ranking system, allowing people in the cities to hire soldiers as mercenaries. It's a lot cheaper than normal mercenaries, and has better trained people who are more polite, so it's pretty popular. He wanted to test himself, so he has no reason not to accept. At the same time, a guard is going back to his bed, glad that he is off today for today. It has been straining on him since he has been doing it non-stop. He suddenly spots the ferry commander, and Encrid, who asks how many squad members he will have to take. She explains that there will be 3 in total, but he should only bring 1 squad member with him because she will be the 3rd. Encrid is surprised that she's actually coming to a mission herself. He wants to know why. The guard walking next to them knows about the rumors. Those two are often together. Perhaps they are even dating. He leans in closer only to hear the ferry commander ask if he's uncomfortable with them doing a mission together. This touches the guard's heart, and more rumors start to spread because of him. These rumors escalate further and further, some saying that they were together even before the army, until the point that it said they already have kids together. The next morning, as Encrid is training, he hears other soldiers talk about his relationship with the ferry commander, most agreeing that they look good together. After he goes back to the bunks, Rem immediately laughs at him, noting that he's finally home. He asks how many months it's been. The baby surely is going to come soon. Encrid, with a rather annoyed face, says that he has heard wrong. These are all baseless rumors. Christ tells him to not be shy as they will find out whether he likes it or not, but Encrid denies it again. Ragna is glad for him. If he keeps her by his side, they can train together, while Auden prays that his future with her is blessed. Encrid feels rather bullied by his own team, and Rem asks when they are going on his little date. It will be weird being the 3rd wheel, but he has to do it. Encrid is confused at first, but he must be talking about the mission, which he is not bringing him on. Rem is confused. Who else is he bringing then? Jackson confirms that he's ready, and says that they should get going, but as they leave, Rem screams out, how can he choose that rat and not him? Has he gone insane from the training? Encrid notes that this is a tactical decision. He would be the first guy to throw an axe at the commissioner if he got mad, so he would rather not have to deal with that. After they are outside, Jackson asks if he brought him only because he wouldn't make so much trouble, so Encrid tells him that besides that, he takes these kinds of missions often, so he would be of help, right? Jackson understands, but he wants to give him a nice piece of advice. He should not give all his heart to a woman, as it will come back to hurt him in the future. Encrid looks him dead in the eyes and says that he has no need for advice in that department. After they meet up with the ferry commander, he asks when the commissioner will get here, who says that they will come soon. Encrid knows that she heard the rumors and that this will be rather awkward. Sure enough, she asks if they have done something for so many people to think that they have children together. Encrid denies anything while Jackson lets out a snicker, making Encrid ask if he dares to laugh in this situation. The ferry commander asks if these questions are making him uncomfortable, which he denies. She asks if it makes him glad, which he doesn't know how to respond to, and then she asks what he likes so much about it. Encrid really would like to know why she is asking him all of this so suddenly, but suddenly the commissioner arrives. The ferry commander is quite annoyed, as this was getting quite fun. Encrid doesn't know what to think anymore. Was that really a joke when she was basically expressionless? Their mission is to protect the child of a wealthy merchant. In the process of deciding which heir will inherit the Roquefried Trading Company, they have been hired to make sure they don't try anything funny. As she descends the carriage, Encrid thought they would be dealing with some fat toad, but it's the opposite. The woman introduces herself as Leona, heiress to the Roquefried Company, and their protection target. As they walk, Encrid finds it weird that not a word has been spoken since the greeting, and what little communication they have only happens through her maid, who is telling them that they will get a room in the inn, and then wait for the other heirs. They really just hired them as guards and nothing else. He remembers what Auden says. Identifying the age, body stance, and gaze of a person is all useful info. Figuring out the enemy's strategy is a skill in itself. Encrid begins doing just that, spotting that the guard in front of him is left-handed and also has heavy footsteps, meaning that she's pretty armed. Just that sword is telling him that she's strong, but nobody here seems to be as strong as a special rank. Even though he feels like the analysis is lacking, it will have to do for now. Jackson believes that they should partake in a game since they have a ways to go. They should identify sounds. With that invitation, they both begin reciting what they hear first, but Jackson seems to have the upper hand. He is trained in this after all. After they get to the inn, Leona and her guard go into her room upstairs and order them to stay below. The ferry commander sits down next to Jackson and Encrid to join their little game, but this moves Encrid out completely, as he cannot hope to compete against these two. However, the things they are saying no longer seem to be a game, as someone is coming to them, dagger in hand and ready to strike. As the assassins pull up, it doesn't take long for them to react, as they both suspected this ambush. The other guards are rightfully scared. One tries to get to Encrid, but he swiftly takes him out. He hears screams coming from above, and since the commissioner comes first in these types of missions, he rushes to their rescue. An assassin sees this and throws a bunch of knives at him, but Jackson covers his back by holding a stool over him. The ferry commander swiftly sweeps the area of the assassins, who are beginning to show worry, but they are still confident because they outnumber them. As Jackson fights, the ferry commander looks at him and notices he's much stronger than Encrid. Most of the squad members are, but they still listen to and trust his orders. She wonders who helped create all this. It is honestly quite interesting. She kills the guy that was rushing her by simply holding her sword forward. Encrid continues his quest, and it's quite easy for him. After encountering the assassin who tried to get Krang, and that half-fairy assassin, such measly attempts at assassination no longer faze him. Another rushes in, a perfect opportunity for Encrid to test his new physical skills. Although he's still too slow, he can move more freely now. He can feel a difference from the past. Suddenly, Leona's guard is thrown outside of the room, allowing Encrid to move in and see that an assassin is over Leona, with a maid desperately trying to defend her. Encrid would like to use the whistle daggers, but he's too close and stopping him is not a guarantee. Perhaps he can reach them if he tried, but to walk so quickly requires power, and he has only seen it once. He tries to perfectly imitate that person. Even if he can replicate that power just a little bit, it would be enough. Sure enough, he lunges forward at top speed, and before the strike lands, he gets in front of them. He is struck by the cold blade, but even if it hurts, thanks to the leather armor he got, he did not get cut. Encrid believes that they should talk downstairs, so he tackles the assassin and throws him out of the window, landing the assassin straight on his back and knocking the air out of him. Encrid is glad that he managed to cushion the fall somehow, and since there are no more enemies on the second floor, he can focus on this guy. Even if he suffered that fall, he still rose up. That takes grit. He asks Encrid if he's a border guard, which he is not. The assassin is glad. It means that there's no reason why he should lose this fight. Encrid observes him, seeing that he has swords of different lengths, but that does not damage his balance. He probably uses the flowing sword, so responding would be difficult. The assassin vows to kill him, and then that woman, but Encrid tells him that he talks too much, making him charge in. This is Encrid's first fight in a while, against a pretty strong guy. He is happy, however, as he has loads of things to try. The assassin transforms his positioning, making Encrid recognize this as a Valen duet. He dodges the first strike that flows into the second and then the third. They both back away before the assassin moves in once again, but Encrid dodges this time too. The assassin is confused. How can this random soldier avoid his strikes like this? Encrid is impressed by his skills. He could not learn what he just did because he lacks talent. Judging by his speed and accuracy, he's as good as that stabbing bastard that killed him again and again. The assassin moves in with rage in his eyes, but Encrid can see his blade and its trajectory. He's about to try and double swipe at him, but this allows Encrid to move in with his blade and stab him in the chest before he can reach him. He was going for the heart, but he did not hit it. He pulls his blade out of the assassin, thinking that he must improve, perhaps training with Ragna or Jackson. The other assassins run away out of the inn, Encrid immediately preparing to run after them, but Jackson appears and says that his fight drew a lot of attention. Encrid points at the guys getting away, but Jackson doesn't really care, as they were not hired to chase after criminals. Since they are gone, the commissioner is safe. The ferry commander also arrives, saying that he didn't do bad. Encrid asks if she's well, so she teases him. He is quite worried about his lover. She's not going to be able to sleep with these butterflies in her stomach tonight. Encrid stares at her with a sorrowful expression, and unfortunately, Leona has heard this, so she asks if they are in a relationship. Encrid immediately denies such notions, but the ferry commander asks if all of this was a joke to him. Encrid doesn't even know what to say anymore, but can only think about what the hell is wrong with these people. Leona asks for his name, so after she gets it, she thanks him for his protection. He will be properly compensated in the future. Encrid says that it's fine as he bows. It was what was asked of him after all. The next day, more guards arrived in case of a second attack, and the few assassins that were captured were sent to the army. Encrid sits alone at a table and wonders who they are, as some of them were pretty skilled. They were probably sent by the other heirs or something. Leona descends from her room and sees Encrid, surprised to see him up so early. Encrid explains that this is his shift, so he has to abide by it. She suddenly sits next to him and asks him to come to her side. She will give him a chance to join their personal forces. She is asking because their Roquefred company leaves little to desire at this point. Their key partners include but are not limited to the shepherd of the wilderness of the Beastlands, the Black Leather Guild that is famous for hunting dragons, and even the Glacial Rangers, who are the defenders of permafrost. Additionally, the Roquefred map, which outlines key routes and regional specialties, is valuable enough to let those who choose to sell it without wanting anything more for the rest of their lives. All this power is too much to leave to the stupid sons of the previous owner. She must grow this organization, and she needs talented people. People like Encrid, who are talented enough to save her from sure death, and with a personality that does not require additional rewards. A position such as this is wanted by many, so he must not be different. She promises everything he wants, as long as he joins her. Encrid refuses immediately, but when Leona wants to ask why, Jackson arrives, and says that it's unsightly to ask after being refused. The ferry commander comes down too, saying that it's unbecoming of her. Leona understands, and since the other heirs will arrive at noon, she bids them farewell to prepare. Jackson didn't expect him to seduce a rich heiress too. Are difficult women his type? He really has to stop going around seducing every woman he sees. Encrid denies all of that, but the ferry commander is hurt. She didn't expect him to be a two-timer. Encrid has had enough and apologizes, but it appears that his tastes have changed. Jackson and the ferry commander are shocked. They did not expect a comeback, but the other guards seem to have heard this, and now believe that he is an asshole who doesn't appreciate his woman. It seems that in this game of fake relationships and love, he remains the loser. As the sun appears over the horizon, Kreis appears too and has heard everything. He spent a night with the commissioner, right? The guard can't believe that he scored a rich woman now and that he's such a heartbreaker. Encrid asks if he's here to make fun of him, but Kreis has come to report about the Gilfin Guild. He has to stay on top after all. Encrid says that it's good he came. He has something he must do. He is still interested in the assassins who got away. He must catch them and see what they are about to do. Rinos Roquefred, the previous owner of the Roquefred Merchant Association, was said to be an honorable man who has a sharp sense for business. He considered his stepdaughter Leona his successor because she shared that same sharp sense and intellect, but he could not bear to push his son out of the race. Because of his indecision, the Merchant Association remained without a successor as he passed away. As his son is being escorted, one of his men says that the assassins have failed, and it's because of him, because he did not leave it to them. This is Paul-eyed Roquefried, son of Renos Roquefried. The man says that they will have to figure something out, although their agreement still stands, right? Paul-eyed, with a certain stutter in his voice, confirms as such. They will be rewarded handsomely if he inherits everything, as promised. The silent man next to them says nothing. He's a man of few words after all. Soon enough, they barge into the tavern where Leona is held, and he immediately begins complaining. There is too much dust here, but it's to be expected from Leona. Encrid analyzes the silent man closely and can see that he is strong. They exchange glances for a few seconds, but he soon backs off. Paul-eyed screams at them to stop sitting around and get Leona down here, making Encrid believe that it was really a good choice to bring Jackson. If he had brought Rem, he would have certainly split his head open already. That's when he sees Jackson slowly moving in with his blade, forcing Encrid to hold him in place as Paul-eyed screams at them to move. Fortunately, Leona comes down of her own volition, saying that it's unbecoming of him to scream in such a place, but he is also late. Paul-eyed tells her that he doesn't care about that. She should start educating her bumpkin guards first. She suddenly slaps the living daylights out of him, making Encrid wonder if there even is a person around these parts who won't immediately resort to violence. Paul-eyed, rightfully angry, asks if she's gone insane, but Leona begs to differ that he is the crazy one. He seems to be messing around with a soldier mercenary of the border guards. Does he want to end up in prison for the rest of his life? Paul-eyed did not know about that. He did not know what to say, but that's when the man clears his throat, making Paul-eyed say that it was not him. Why does she dare to frame him like this? She's just a mere outsider in this family, yet she dares to yell at him? Leona agrees. She was adopted, but he cannot even analyze trade routes or calculate finances. Paul-eyed makes up an excuse, saying that it's a job for his servants to do. Leona is annoyed. She wouldn't even waste time like this if their father's will said that the successor should be decided after talks. This makes Encrid believe that the previous head was quite soft. Leona is much more suited for the successor position. Why did he give this brat a second chance? Leona believes the only argument he has for succession is that he's a blood relative. However, no matter how close he looks at him, he's nothing like her father. His ignorant behavior and ugly mug, she can only wonder where he got it from. Paul-eyed immediately begins to pull out his blade in anger, making Encrid do the same, but he sees the silent man do so as well, although in a much calmer manner. The whole room freezes as Encrid stands in front of Leona, his blade inching further out of its sheath as Paul-eyed's guards attempt to protect him. Encrid analyzes the silent man's stance a little closer, seeing that it's actually the swift sword. He wonders how fast he will be, perhaps faster than even a whistle dagger. He is too eager to find out, so he desperately wants to fight. He wants to see this man's style of blade. The silent man begins to forcefully move his blade forward, making Encrid smile in anticipation, but that's when someone commands them to stop. The border guard have arrived under direct command by the crown. They will consider their actions treason if they do not put away their blades immediately. Paul-eyed is scared by them, and Encrid does as he is told, but he is annoyed that he did not get a chance to fight. Jackson remembers what he said, but if they are both honest, he's the weirdest one here. Torres says that hired assassins were foreigners, so they are taking over this case. They have confessed that they were paid by a merchant association. Surely he did not hire them because of the inheritance dispute, right? Paul-eyed is spooked, but the man comes in his defense, asking if the confessions mention any specific merchant association. There probably is no evidence pointing at them. Torres likes that he talks a lot. He must think that they are stupid or something. Leona comes forward and makes an offer to him. They should find more evidence to identify the true perpetrators of this attempt. He should lock both of them up until he finds someone responsible. Paul-eyed did not agree to this, but Encrid is confused. Why is the victim asking to be locked up like this? Torres explains that those captured were grunts with no real information. They just kept repeating that they were told to do it by their boss. Leona says that they still have people to interrogate, as a few of them escaped. One of them might be that boss. So shouldn't they try to find them? The leader asks what happens if they still can't find the ones behind this after all this, but Leona supposes that it's theirs to take care of. It's not prudent for her to discuss this matter with them, so they will return to the city under the condition that they all return if he summons them. Encrid sees this as a misplay. They won't be able to protect Leona if she goes to the city, and her bodyguards won't be able to take on Paul-eyed's, especially that rapier guy. She will immediately die if she does this. She's a smart woman. She knows this already. The only question is why she's even doing it. Leona is a merchant at heart. She will not ask them to do something without compensation. She will give this to whoever catches the people who got away. Her maid gives her something wrapped in a cloth, which is revealed to be the fourth work of the Carmen collection, Carmen's stiletto. This is their reward. Jackson becomes very motivated by what he has seen and volunteers to take this case. Encrid is surprised to see him like this. Just why is that dagger so special? Paul-eyed starts to scream at Leona for even bringing such an item to this backwater place. Does she even know how much that thing is worth? Leona calmly tells him that it's hers, and she can do whatever she pleases with it. All the while, Encrid asks Jackson about the stiletto, who is surprised that he does not know about it yet. He goes on to explain that it was made by a legendary weaponsmith called Carmen, who was originally a slave, but he got out and worked as an assassin to enact his revenge, using the 7 weapons that he made. The fourth among those weapons was the stiletto. There are people who would offer up their families for that thing. Since it has come to this, Torres explains that everyone will be held here by them. Nobody will leave this inn unless they let them. Encrid tells Jackson to not worry about the stiletto, as he has sent Christ to get that runaway, so they should hear from him soon enough. As Paul-eyed continues to bicker, the silent man gives Encrid a look, who also looks back. With that, he leaves. and nothing really happens until night falls, and everyone is basically stuck in the inn's area. Polide wonders what will happen if the assassination attempt leads back to them, but his assistant tells him to relax. They cannot do anything against the border guards anyway, so they have to wait. If they, as siblings, cannot figure out who becomes the successor, then the decision will be left to the investors. That's the moment they need to use. Polide does not inspire confidence with his tone, although he agrees he has sent word out to all of them that if they select him, they would be handsomely rewarded. The silent man looks out of the window and sees Encrid doing his usual overbearing workout, seeming just as dedicated as before. After he is done, Torres says that he's surprised he still continues with that arduous training regime. Does he not consider this the perfect opportunity to have some time off? Encrid would think the same if they were equal, but he is not a genius like him, so time truly matters. The stuff people like him learn in a week, he needs a month, or even a year to grasp. This is why he cannot waste time, and he doesn't want to anyway. He will use each day to create a better foundation for his future. One of the border guards begins to wonder, is he the odd one here, or are they the lazy ones? Torres is puzzled by this too, so he gets up and tells Encrid to calm down with his attempts at getting stronger. He's pretty strong enough already. They only drew because he did not expect that from him. But what about right now? Encrid knows that this is an invitation, so they begin to fight again and again, Torres continuing to win back-to-back matches. Everyone congratulates Torres and belittles Encrid, but he does not mind and wants to go again. Torres asks how the hell he isn't tired yet. They have been going at it 11 times already. That's when one of them gets up and suggests they swap, prompting others to join the queue as well. Polide watches this show of strength with disgust. These barbarians really do not know class. The border guard who is now in the ring immediately puts Encrid to the ground, which the silent man watches carefully. Encrid gets up and asks if he can do what he just did again, the silent man recognizing that his pride is not hurt by these defeats. Rather, he is akin to a child who has found a new toy to play with. On top of all that, his open hostility in that encounter, while he knew full well he was stronger, makes him a very unique individual. Even if he is unique, he seems to be falling for the same trick 3 to 4 times. He really has no talent for fighting. However, after experiencing something repeatedly, he gets the hang of it pretty quickly, and retaliates in kind. The border guards are all excited to see him finally win, and the ferry commander is saddened to see that he's going around charming everyone. A truly bad man. Leona asks if they are really dating, which the ferry commander denies. They are actually married, and even though they did not hold a ceremony, there's probably a child coming soon. Encrid really can't stand this anymore. He would rather she stay inside of the inn. Suddenly, the silent man speaks, and asks if he could join in too. Encrid gives him a look, and Torres wonders what he's thinking. The silent man has learned his name. He has no talent that is worth sharpening, yet he feels the desire to teach him. He cannot hold himself back anymore. The man Encrid was fighting with says that he's in a different boat than them, so he should just sit and watch. But Encrid denies that. He has been waiting for this opportunity. This makes the silent man smile with anticipation. All the while, everyone watches them get prepared. Jackson watches from above and can see that the silent man, even though brandishing just a wooden stick, is extremely dangerous. He gets prepared to jump in, as this might evolve into more than just a friendly spar. Encrid feels a certain tension in his body, just as if he were at war once again. As the silent man strikes, Encrid can see his attack path clearly. Even though he's using a feint, he knows that he's aiming for his neck, so he has to block before it's too late. Unfortunately for him, if this was a real battle, Encrid would have been dead, as the silent man moved far too fast for him or anyone to anticipate. He tells Encrid that he reads attacks quite well, but he has to work on his speed. Encrid expected his swift sword to be fast. It's in the name after all, but it's much faster than ever imagined. He thought he got pretty strong, but this man has proved to him that he has not. They are so far, they are at polar opposite levels. Instead of despairing, however, he smiles and asks for a rematch. The silent man likes his attitude, and so they fight the night away. Most people drift to sleep, only the ones that are interested staying up to watch. The silent man thinks that any man who has held a sword knows the despair of losing when they meet someone they cannot beat. He has shown this guy the gigantic gap between them, but he still refuses to give up. Jackson sees that Encrid's reactions are too slow to be dodging everything. If he continues like this, he will never overcome this wall, meaning that he must teach him more about his speed. The silent man tells him that they should go to bed too, as they don't want to be tired. But Encrid simply calls him amazing. His swift sword, he will learn it someday. The silent man smiles and thinks that he's the amazing one. If he only had the slightest bit more talent, he would have been legendary. As the next day continues, someone screams for Torres, as they have captured the mercenaries who ran away. Encrid nods at Kreis to signal that he's done a good job, but he feels it was easy. These rats never hide that well. Leona recognizes him as one of Encrid's squad members, so he thanks him. Torres immediately begins interrogating the mercenaries, asking who hired them. Polide's chest tightening as the possibility of being discovered rises. The mercenary explains that a mercenary association from Aspen hired them. They wanted to expand through the contested zones. Any more than that, he doesn't know. They only got a letter and the money, with the promise of more pay after completion. Leona says that what comes next must be up to them, right? Torres is torn. She seems moderately satisfied with this. Was she not hoping for her idiot brother to be behind this? Leona was enough to offer up the stiletto, but alas, she can't personally interrogate them. Torres knows what she's beating at. It's their job to break these criminals. So he tells them that they can go. He will report what he finds out. As they escort Leona's carriage, Jackson looks with glee at the knife, with Encrid telling him to not let it be seen in public. He has never seen this guy so happy. He's like a kid in a candy store. Crace tells him to not fall in love with Leona, as she's quite the scary woman. But Encrid never had this intention. Crace also thinks that it's weird, no matter how one thinks it, Polite is behind this. But he had a little encounter yesterday after they found those guys. A random guy came up to them and recognized him not only by his squad and name, but also by his title of the Gilfin Guild boss. He said that he worked for Leona. They already had tabs on where those mercenaries were and knew everything about the Gilfin Guild. They wanted to pay the military to let them go, and told them to say what they said at the inn. Encrid does not get why. Will Leona be at a disadvantage if Polide was known to be the one behind this? She says that it's quite a relief her brother is not behind this. It would have left a really bad record on the previous leader's achievements. Encrid wonders if it was out of sheer loyalty for her father, but she guesses that he's not interested in things like this, so she will let it go. Encrid asks if this is going to be fine. They won't be able to protect her outside the border, so if Polide attacks, she's on her own. Leona tells him not to worry. It's already taken care of. Right as they arrive at the town gate, a group of soldiers wait for them, with the leader standing at the front. He identifies himself as the Rokafried Merchant Association Guard Commander Mattis, and he's here to escort the new leader of the association, Leona, who has been voted unanimously in favor by the stakeholders. They all fall to their knees in front of her, with Encrid thinking about what she did. She was held here on purpose, and managed to get a vote going with the shareholders in the meantime. She used loyalty, decisiveness, and information all to win. She really is a scary woman. Leona would like to ask him to join her again, but that would be undignified. He has the gift of making people root for him. He hopes they can meet, and help each other in the future. Encrid accepts her handshake, and agrees. Polide jumps out of his carriage and asks the guards what they are doing. How dare they betray his father when he raised them from the dirt? Mattis tells him to stop dishonoring his name. He doesn't even deserve to be called his skin, because of how much of a dumbass he is. The people in his carriage think this was a failure, but the Silent Man says they got something out of it. They now know that the leader of the Rokafried Empire is a cunning woman, and about the existence of a soldier who might shake up the world soon enough. When they were training, the Silent Man told him to lower his blade, as he admired his strength and the effort he puts into it, but he does not have any talent. At this point, it's just plain depressing. Encrid hasn't heard that in a while, but he never listened in his past, and managed to get all of the way here. The Silent Man just walked off without saying a word, and that is the last day they met. At the encampment, Encrid wakes up Rem, who tells him to not even say his name, as he's going to hang out with that cat bastard anyway. Encrid explains that he wants to train, and he needs him for that, making Rem's face light up instantly. What Encrid really needs for the Swift Sword is first, the decision-making for finding the most efficient line. After that, the swift movement to back it up, that flows through his body efficiently. He manages to scratch Rem, who is quite confused. With this, Encrid has become faster than him, due to all that he has done again and again. Rem recognizes that he's surprised. He finally figured out how to swing faster, so he will speed up too. Encrid doesn't get it, but Rem immediately bashes him at double his speed, and then goes for his neck, forcing Encrid to back down. He is surprised. His axe was fast, but now it's like a cannonball. Encrid knows he has improved, but there's still a long way to go. Later that day, as he continues to train alone, he suddenly feels someone come at him, so he blocks preemptively. Jackson is glad that his eyes and ears are working well. He won't have to train those anymore, but Encrid doesn't get it. Did he do that just to confirm it? Jackson says that he did, for now, but suddenly, Encrid feels his killing intent and starts to choke. Jackson tells him that this is what comes out of a person's intent to kill another. If he cannot predict an attack from his sight or hearing, he must detect that instead. This skill allows him to detect something that supersedes the 5 senses. It's basically a 6th sense. He will teach him that, in return for the stiletto, of course. Encrid is glad that there's always more to learn. It means that there's an endless amount of fun waiting for him. Jackson explains that the 6th sense borders on his instincts. He cannot rely on just his perception, as that relies on his other 5 senses. His sense of direction, his ability to move, and the way a predator kills its prey, they are all part of instinct. If he repeatedly fights with all his senses on alert, he will eventually be able to detect ill intent too. Even if he tries hard, this won't come easily to him. But as his training continues, his 6th sense will soon open. That night, as he sharpens his blade, Rem says that he looks different, with Encrid thinking that he's talking about his physical appearance. But that's not it. Auden says that he smiles more than before, but that's not it either. Crace knows he's more insane than usual, which everyone agrees with. Encrid says that it's only natural. He's the only normal guy among lunatics. So he seems insane, that's all. As they go to sleep, Rem sees Esther getting into bed with Encrid. She sees that he put his body through hell once again. He's training enough to die every single day. He would have collapsed long ago if it were not for her magic. She cannot have him die, as that will not break her curse. So she decides to enhance his clothing too. Just like his ability to repeat the same day, Encrid trains again and again, never getting tired of it. He knows that this will improve him, and that is enough of a reward for him. However, it seems that he's having difficulty with his 6th sense training, not quite getting it, and making the others disappointed. Rem tells him to forget what he said about him being different. He has not changed in the slightest. Auden is weirded out, as he improved a lot in a day, and Ragna thought of him as a genius, but it seems like that was just a fluke. They all know that there's no better way to learn than the real thing, but Aspen will be quiet for a bit, so he should go and hunt a commissioned beast or something. With that, Encrid goes to the quest board. He thinks that those guys must really want him to prove himself since he's not improving. Suddenly, someone hands him a paper, telling him to take this quest for him if he's not seeing anything fun here. Encrid reads the quest, but it's quite strange. as it's to investigate a shoemaker's basement. Encrid asks the man if a recon party isn't better for this sort of thing, but the man explains that it won't be enough, as according to the shoemaker, there's probably undead in the basement. Encrid doesn't believe something like that can be in the city. That guy must have heard a huge rat or something, and since he needs more experience fighting, perhaps this is too unworthy. The man begs him. He can probably tell, but nobody wants this job. Doesn't help that the shoemaker is short-tempered, but he's a good lad. His wife recently went missing, which probably accounts for his angst, but he can just go and check it out, then leave if he doesn't like it. Encrid goes to refuse the request, but somehow he winds up accepting it. Once he gets there, the daughter immediately invites him inside, as the shoemaker is currently digging into the ground. He is glad to see Encrid, as he found something under the floorboards after just a bit of digging. Encrid is surprised to see a tunnel in the middle of the city. Now he knows this is not just a mere rat. He decides to climb down with a torch, seeing that the cave looks man-made, and since it's large, there's bound to be something down here. He and the shoemaker eventually stop, as they have walked up to a 6-way crossroad, confirming that this is man-made. Encrid decides to take a path while the shoemaker says that there must be an undead, but Encrid tells him to not just walk around randomly, he will head in first and see what's up. Unfortunately, as soon as he steps in the path, he can feel immense heat, as a mighty blast arrives within a second, and pulverizes the both of them, leaving only their shadows on the dirt path. Encrid wakes up once again. He knows that what he has just experienced was a magic trap. It is common for people to give someone this advice about facing magicians, and that is to simply run. The ones that die in combat with a mage are lucky. If they survive, it's a much worse fate awaiting them, and this advice also applies to traps created by them. He goes back to the quest board and wonders what he can even do against that. What skill can he master to overcome this? The man offers him the job again. Encrid thinking that this needs a magic specialist or higher up support. It's not like the other walls he has faced up until now, which he could face head on. He thinks that the ferry commander will listen to him, and before that man goes in alone, he has to be quick. He suddenly remembers just that, and rushes to the house, kicking the door down and jumping straight into the hole. He runs towards the crossroad, only to see the shoemaker go into one of the walkways. He tries to stop him, but the man has already stepped inside, so the magic trap blasts them once again. Encrid knows that he must find a quicker way. He needs to go see the man first and tell him to stay out of there. The boatman speaks. He only felt it for a moment, but he did feel it. The mane of his flesh turning inside out, and his body turning into ash. Does he still intend to step towards that flame, which might pulverize him again? Encrid agrees that it was excruciating. It felt like 1,000 needles piercing him in an instant. However, it hurts even more to watch an innocent man die for nothing. That is not the way of the night. When he wakes up, he immediately dresses and jumps out of the door, Rem wondering where he's rushing off to. Encrid says that it's simple. He's going to save an annoying shoemaker. Rem wonders if he's off to fight leather boot monsters or something, and Encrid gets to work. He cannot make the man stop digging and just ignore it, and he also can't leave this thing under his house. After he digs it up, Encrid orders the man to stay put and not follow him, which the shoemaker doesn't like, but Encrid insists. After he goes inside, Encrid thinks about finding a magic specialist, but that will take a long time, and who would even listen to him? This is a mysterious trap that he has no info on, so someone is bound to die exploring it. He must find as much information as he possibly can, even if it costs him his life. He already knows one of it is rigged, so he decides to test it with his body, but repeating today feels like cheating, so he winds up looking for a better way. He looks for a hint, something that can tell him where the traps even are. As he does that, he wonders how many times he has died already, and what kind of pain he felt each time. When he thought that he already lost, when was that? When he felt a blade pierce his throat when his opponent knocked his blade away, or perhaps by simply feeling murderous intent. He remembers what Jackson told him, that it's something that wants nothing more than his demise. As he walks, he feels a sharp axe come from behind, and just as he steps, he feels it. The axe easily cuts him in half, but he's smiling, as he has felt it, the trap's murderous intent. Encrid goes back to the shoemaker's house, his mind filled with detecting the murderous intent of the trap. He decides not to just walk in. Instead, he walks back and forth until he gets a good feel for it. He goes to a path he has not walked on yet and feels nothing. Perhaps this is the right way. He decides to walk to the others. One of them will launch blades at him, and the other is where he got split into two. He finally remembers what happened then, as he did not just detect something unimportant. The shoemaker asks why he's pacing. Does he want to take a dump or something? Encrid told him to stay up, but it doesn't matter anymore. He goes back to the path he has not been on, and decides to keep going until he detects it. Dawn turns to night, and Encrid eventually gets out of the hole, with the shoemaker surprised that he went on for so long without a meal. Encrid tells him that he will come back tomorrow and to not mess with anything, as that place is filled with traps. The shoemaker asks him for help once again. He cannot even sleep because he's afraid that he will lose his only daughter. Encrid asks if he has any leads on his missing wife, but the shoemaker reveals that there's a lot of missing people recently, but none of them have been addressed. So if he sees a brunette woman with freckles, wearing a wedding band like this, he should let him know. Encrid agrees and goes back to his bunk, where he tries to train his killing intent sense, but he misses entirely, Rem chalking it up to him spending too much time with Mr. Bootman. With that, they both go to bed. Encrid recognizing this as the first time he ended a repeating today without dying. What will even happen? Will he just continue the days? He decides to find out by just sleeping, but fate does not let go of him, and drags him back to today. Encrid explores the caves again, this time deciding not to sleep at all. He sees the dawn of tomorrow almost go over the mountain range after a long time, but as soon as he closes his eyes, he wakes up in today, with Rem saying the same thing. Now he knows that he must pass this wall to pass today, but that's fine with him, as he had no intention of facing tomorrow without overcoming this. 20 days pass, Encrid forcing his body to listen, as this is different than normal fear. It's something that he must feel, the impending death that is hurling itself towards him. 40 days pass, and he lets go of the torch. He does not need it anymore. 50 days pass, 60 days pass, 70 days, and the horrifying outcomes he faces no longer scare him. Next round, he is ready, as he has trained with Jackson, who was surprised that he figured all this out in just a few days. The 72nd day arrives. He gears up appropriately, Rem wondering if he's going to war on the boots. Encrid knows the 6 paths like the back of his hand, and the only one leads to an exit without traps. That was what he thought anyway, as whoever made this tunnel is a real creep. There are traps in all of the paths, meaning that a safe path does not exist, but there is still a path. The only way to get out of this, though, is just not to stop in the traps. On the first path, there's a laser that instantly kills him if he makes a wrong step, and is probably the easiest to go through. He takes a deep breath and tries to take a step, but the sharp pain of the blast makes him quiver. He decides to move his step a little to the left, and when he finally takes it, nothing happens. He has taken the first step, allowing him to take another, and then another. He is fully focused, and his sixth sense has opened. He sees, no, he feels the steps that he must take, and eventually he succeeds. Once again, he has overcome a wall, the zombies that are coming for him no longer phasing his mind. Actually, he's quite glad to see them. This is an amazing present. As the zombies charge in, Encrid, knowing that these things have a strong poison on their fingertips, even a scratch would lead to a deadly injury. So normally zombies are taken in groups, but for someone like him, who can move and weave with no concern in his heart, this is too easy. He continues slaughtering the zombies with none of them even getting close to hitting him, and after he's done, he thinks that he fought pretty well. So well, in fact, he wishes the others could see it. Suddenly, a bunch of ghoulish beasts appear, something that Encrid does not recognize, as it's a mix of more than one animal. He wonders what is in front of him as a result, and continues his journey. Somewhere close, Esther seems to be on the move, as Encrid seems weird today. Why would he go to a shoemaker while being so heavily armed? Will the boots attack him or something? If he ends up dying, that would be bad for her. He's far too reckless. As she gets to the shoemaker's house, she detects some bad energy, and the unmistakable smell of spells. Encrid finishes off the last beast, but can sense breathing deeper into the cave. It's faint, like it's about to be the last at any point. He wonders if there's another demon nearby or something, but once he gets to the end, he sees a gruesome sight. This cave is filled with body parts of humans and beasts alike, strung on hooks to rot. The person he was hearing demands peace. She wants the sweet embrace of death to take her from this hell. Encrid recognizes that ring. It's the same as the shoemaker's, meaning that this woman is his wife. Suddenly a strange man appears. He has heard some noise. It looks like he has some fresh meat to play with. Perhaps he shall make a playmate for Bamilio, as he's been quite lonely. Encrid asks if these corpses are his doing, which the man does not deny, but those are all trash and failures. This is his best work, Bamilio, a work of art, and soon he will make something beautiful out of him as well. Encrid knows the best way to counter a mage. He has to run, as that might grant him death. If he survives, he will meet a fate worse than death, but he is not scared. Even if he has to try 1,000 times, he will end his miserable life. He throws a flying knife towards him, which bounces off his magic shield, but allows Encrid to move in with a silent strike. The magician, however, easily pushes him away, and in the corner, Esther watches. She knew there was a magician afoot. She has not managed to gain too much power, but if she gathers all that she has now, a small fry like that bastard is nothing. The mage shoots a deadly gust of wind towards him with one simple movement, making a hole in his cloak as he dodges. Even if Encrid can't see or hear it, he can feel his murderous intent. The mage is surprised he dodged, but Encrid goes further than that, and moves in while recognizing all of his movements. A long time ago, he asked his squad mates about what he should do if he had to face a mage in combat. Rem told him to shoot an arrow, but that would honestly be pretty useless considering their speed. Jackson advises that he kill him silently while he is not attentive. Auden just told him to get up closer and personal, but even that fails because of the shield. Ragna told him not to be so scared. Everything that has ever breathed can be killed. Encrid descends upon the mage with full force. This invisible shield makes his whistle daggers next to useless, so he will just smash it open like an egg. The mage wants him to come. He has prepared a strike for when he is most vulnerable, which is now. Esther watches closely as the attack gets closer, but soon relaxes, as she knows Encrid won. The shield suddenly comes apart, leaving the mage defenseless, so Encrid swings his blade with so much force that he almost cuts him in half. For this wall, he did not have to die even once. The mage falls down, and so does Encrid's blade. It took a beating with this, but it served him well. The impact was so strong that he could feel it in his bones, but he wasn't hurt. Perhaps this armor really is that great, and can do much more than block simple cuts. He looks at the shoemaker's wife, and no longer senses her breathing. It has stopped. He has trained his sixth sense so much he could take down a magician, but this is no victory. What he was set out to do, he failed in. As he shamefully walks away, Esther comes in, calling the magician a fool, who lost only because he did not use his creation. This is a flesh golem, created to supplement the physical abilities of a magician, one that will wake up with only a few knocks. She will make good use of it, since he did not. Encrid swiftly reports everything to the ferry commander, who is shocked, and knows that if news about a civilian being experimented on right in the middle of the city spreads, they will not be able to contain the chaos. Encrid thinks that keeping things hidden is best too, but the ferry commander warns him that his contribution would not be recognized as a result. Encrid doesn't care for that. The lives of the citizens are far more important. They soon got to work repairing the tunnels, the people given some bogus story about the Thieves Guild. one that the shoemaker himself also believes. He comes to Encrid with a gift for all that he has done. His shoes seemed worn out, so he made him some new ones. He's glad he got this off his chest. He hopes that his wife will make her way back safely to him one day. He already knows he has done much work, but if he could at least try one more time to find her, he would be eternally grateful. Encrid keeps silent for a moment, and then says he will do his best. After this interaction, he goes somewhere quiet to collect his thoughts. Was it really right for him to give that man hope? Would it have been better to just tell him the truth? That would have made him despair? If he ever becomes a knight, would he be able to prevent these things? Encrid cannot know the answer to these questions, so he leaves them in the dirt with his old sword. After all of this, Encrid and his team took on a monster hunting quest, thinking that it would be at least exciting, but really, the monsters are way too slow to be a threat, making them pretty bored. Encrid can't deny that this is for normal people. Should he have gone on a solo mission perhaps? Rem notices that he's bored too, but he would like to fix that. He drops his shield and charges in with his blades, surprising the commander of the mission. He tries to tell Encrid to keep that guy on a leash, but Encrid charges in too, despite the commander's screams. As he takes down a beast, Rem tells the commander not to get it wrong. They were the ones who rubbed off his craziness. Encrid can't believe he's the one saying that, but it doesn't matter anyway. Together, they unleash hell on the beasts, leaving the common soldiers to only stare at them. After they are done, Encrid still does not seem satiated, so the commander tells him to go to the armored units if he desires more action, as they are fighting much stronger monsters. Sure enough, besides having to deal with disgusting-looking beasts, deadly harpies are also a concern, who pick up the soldiers with ease, and then throw them from up high, dealing some pretty heavy blows. Encrid and Rem charge in, with Encrid having a history with harpies. In his brief job as a mercenary, his squad was butchered by harpies. He remembers it vividly, because he had really good people around him. He draws his blade sharply, as no more people will die today because of these chickens. One of the harpies sees them charging in, and lets out a high-pitched scream, making the other soldiers flinch with pain. But Encrid is not affected by this disorienting sound. He has faced death countless times after all. He successfully hits the harpy's wing, and cuts it off completely with one last charge. Rem holds another harpy and tells him that he's doing great. Why don't they bet on who can get the most kills? Another harpy approaches from behind, and Encrid says that he's not here to play. He swiftly gets out of the way and cuts down the harpy, making the soldiers think that he's actually pretty cool. Rem doesn't let up either, and together, the harpies are soon dealt with. Torres and his group are there too. They were supposed to help the heavy company, but at this point, they aren't needed. The harpies see Encrid as a threat now, so they swiftly disarm him and rush to incapacitate him, but Encrid takes care of one with a whistling dagger. He's not out of the fight just yet. The other knows that its time is limited. It rushes in, and as Encrid does the same to get his blade, with only a few seconds to spare, he swiftly grabs the handle and cuts up, killing the harpy. The others refuse to fight any longer and leave, much to the soldiers' surprise, to think that they would make actual monsters run away like this. Encrid looks upon what he did. These harpies are probably not the same ones that killed his mercenary group, but maybe one or two were. After his squad was annihilated, someone came and called him weak. All of these bastards died to save him. Now though, he's the one saving others. Torres guesses that they should go back now that they are finished, but one of the squad members suggests they go hunt a beast or something, to not go empty-handed. The armored company leader tells them that they got support for the harpies, so they can go now. But Encrid feels that it's far too soon to return. They should kill at least a couple more beasts. Torres and his company think of him as a lunatic. After helping the armored company, he still trains. Some soldiers are surprised that he's trying so hard, one of them asking the other when he will try so hard, because he's pretty lazy. The next day, Encrid takes another request, promising to finish it by the evening, and getting another, making the boardmaster wonder if he has clones or something. Even after taking care of so many requests, he still trains, something which the soldiers keep in mind, and one of them feels inspired to try too. A day passes, and someone joins him. Another day passes, and the training ground is filled with soldiers. The ferry commander notices how different these guys seem nowadays, and her assistant says that they are all following Encrid. It's basically become a trend. She cannot ignore him anymore with this, so she drags him somewhere empty, as she got some order from above for him. Starting today, his squad, Squad 444, will be promoted to an independent platoon, operating under the 4th Company. This makes him an independent platoon leader. Encrid doesn't understand. They only have 5 men in the squad. They cannot be a platoon. But the ferry commander explains she will assign more men according to his requests. Encrid thinks that being platoon leader sounds nice, but it will be a pain with all the lunatics in his squad. The ferry commander also adds that platoon leaders are exempt from menial tasks, meaning that he will have more time for training. Encrid immediately bows down and thanks her for the opportunity, but she's not done with him yet. She wants to have a duel, and her only weapons will be her hands. Encrid finds this as an opportunity. After his crushing defeat against her, he trained constantly with Auden. It's time for him to see just how far he has progressed in hand-to-hand combat. Encrid remembers Auden's teachings. Hand-to-hand combat requires him to get close, so something quick is much better than something sophisticated. The ferry commander charges in, but Encrid uses his size to block and push her back. He pushes her so much, in fact, he pins her to the ground, meaning that he has basically won. The ferry commander wonders if that is so. Human proposals really are aggressive. Encrid can't believe she's doing this stuff once again, but this leaves him distracted enough for the ferry commander to turn the tables and get on top of him. He analyzed his opponent's weakness and broke them down with his advantage. He really did well for her fiancé. Encrid denies ever getting engaged, and tells her to get off of him now. She apologizes as they dust off. She just couldn't help it. Encrid wonders what she's talking about but doesn't care enough to ask. As the cold dies down, the battlefield readies to wake up, and an all-out war will soon begin. The Aspens have begun to mobilize, desperate to rectify the dishonor they incurred from that defeat. With this advent, the army of Norelia began preparations too. A new battalion commander shows up, Marcus, who Christ recognizes as the warmonger. He being here means serious business. He is one of the key officers in the Cyprus division, and unlike his predecessor, he's a great tactician, while being experienced with real battle. He knows that the Aspens are not weak enemies, and their armies are filled with weaklings that only puff off their numbers, besides the heavy armored corps and the border guards. Among these people, there's only one that caught his eye, the platoon commander, the one everyone calls the Spellbreaker. He's been pretty heroic since the last battle. He cannot know if it was skill or blind luck, but he will soon give him the chance to prove himself, and how useful he is. Because of this, he and his squad get sent to scout along the Penhanil River, something which Rem finds extremely boring. Encrid doesn't care because he's training, they've got a lot of free time after all. Christ recognizes this area, and their newest team member confirms it's near the Crossguard, Aspen's fortress city. This is Henry, and he finishes by saying that it was created for military purposes, similar to how they got border guards. Christ knows that they are probably going to gather a bunch of intel on them, but Rem doesn't want to go, and tells Encrid as such. He is kind of forced in this situation. He cannot refuse an order from the commander after all. Rem guesses that he's going too, if that's the case. But suddenly, someone else comes, announcing that the battalion commander has ordered them to obey his commands, as the new squad leader. Andrew is confident that they will follow his orders, but suddenly Rem approaches, showing off his barbarity, and asking why a little insect is in their corner. Andrew says that he's the new squad leader while shaking, making Auden mock him for it, but Ragnar can't believe that such a brat is their squad leader. Andrew won't let up. If they have a problem, they should fight it out. He volunteered so that he could fight by Encrid's side. He's never going to leave. Rem likes how feisty he is. Auden simply wants to loosen up his joints a bit, and Jackson guesses that a finger is enough. Encrid tells them to go easy on him, but his bodyguard begs him to stop this. He asks why. It seems like they are all getting along pretty well, at least in his book. If Rem offers a duel to someone the first time they meet, it means that he likes that person, but the bodyguard thinks that he would likely murder that person too. Andrew continues to try and fight while his legs are quivering. All the while the bodyguard demands he stop provoking them so much. Henri asks Encrid if he knows much about the geography of the river they are going to. It's quite a dangerous area, so he will tell him what he knows once they set out. That night, Encrid sets out, brandishing his new armor. He meets up with Torres, who guesses that he's going out on duty. He has seen him around often. He also heard about his promotion, so congratulations are in order. They are the same rank now. Encrid can't compare himself to the king's finest, but Torres feels that nobody cares about such a thing. He asks how old he is, and Encrid says 30, confusing Torres. He is older than him and has that handsome face. Encrid heard that he should relax, so he will. What's the mission about anyway? Torres explains that they will cross the Penhanil first. He was going to explain it in more detail once the others arrived, but even the bosun is not here. Can't be helped. They should just relax for a little longer. Encrid agrees and starts swinging his sword. Apparently this is what passes for rest to him. Torres can't believe how persistent he is. He trains hard and people acknowledge him. He's also pretty handsome for his age. This bastard. Doesn't he have too much? Encrid notices killing intent coming from him, but it's actually just seething jealousy. Torres relaxes, remembering that their record at the inn was 14-6. He's at least better at fighting. Encrid smiles, as that was in the past, but Torres reminds him that he's not the only one who got stronger. Encrid is glad to hear that, and readies his blade for another fierce number of battles. Torres is the first one to strike, but Encrid retaliates, forcing them into exchanging a flurry of slashes. Torres already knew by watching him fight the Harpies, but this bastard has gotten unimaginably strong. He can't go down like this, so he puts both of their blades to the ground and goes for a punch, something Encrid doesn't get, but soon sees the reason behind and barely gets out of the way. The hidden knife slashes Encrid's cheek, but he is more impressed by it rather than scared. This is Torres's hidden technique, hidden knife, and he doesn't have to cut his ring finger for it either. Encrid finds it ridiculous, making Torres think that he's going to call him a coward, but Encrid actually finds it pretty cool and wants to learn how to use it. Torres can't believe him, but agrees to teach him a few tricks. The boatswain actually arrives, but they don't even notice him as they train, making the old man wonder if they are even crossing the river at this point. Eventually they do so, but even on the boat, Encrid continues to learn. They arrive at their destination as day appears, Encrid knowing that they are supposed to meet with a recon team, but he does not know where the rendezvous point is. Torres suggests they wash up for a bit. They are already drenched in sweat as is from their training. Encrid can't deny that after smelling himself, so they both get into the water. Torres turns around just as Encrid is taking off his pants and sees his real fighting sword. He's now even more jealous. His fighting spirit is completely gone. Encrid doesn't get it and asks him to charge if he's ready, but Torres wasn't telling him to spar. Suddenly a woman speaks. She has been looking for them all this time, and yet here they are, taking a bath without a worry. Encrid is surprised by her presence, as he did not detect her or the others. She explains that they must get near the crossguard before the day closes, so they should hurry up and get out. Torres asks how he's supposed to do that with her watching, but she doesn't care what she sees, so they should just come out. Encrid does so first, allowing her to see his fighting sword, something worth looking at. Torres notes that her eyes are obvious, but she promises she was looking at his abs. She introduces herself to Encrid as Finn. She looks forward to working with him. Encrid takes her hand, while Torres wonders if his abs aren't worthy enough. As they walk, Finn explains that before they talk about the mission, she should brief them on the actual situation. Their spy inside the Crossguard, codename Cat, obtained some critical intel, which they were supposed to receive 4 days ago, but the Cat never showed up to their meeting point, and they haven't been able to contact them since. Encrid asks if they are in danger, which is what Finn thinks, so they will infiltrate Crossguard to rescue them. The very front of that place is the land of monsters and beasts. The enemy uses it as a natural barrier, so they do not patrol in that area much at all. They have infiltration routes too. First, they will use the dog hole, a path usually used by smugglers, which the guards know about, but they choose to ignore it. After that, they will climb over the city wall as soon as night falls, which is physically demanding, but it's also safest. The last option would be to disguise themselves as a merchant group and go in, but this means they will go through the main gate, which is risky, although it's much more convenient than climbing. Her platoon members are to stay at the meeting point in case Cat actually shows up, so only the 3 of them will go into Crossguard. The difficulty is about the same no matter what they choose, so he can choose. Encrid thinks she made it sound easy, but they all know it won't be so simple. Torres thinks she should choose since she knows the situation best, so Finn chooses the dog hole. They will be departing in the morning. After night falls, Encrid continues to train, but the most he can do is throw a rock a few inches from him. Torres wonders how he even learned swordsmanship with those skills, but he will get it eventually. He just needs patience. Finn arrives at their sleeping spot. She wonders why they skipped dinner, but what is he doing playing with his hands? Encrid says it's training, so Finn tells him to fuel up for it. One of her members actually dreams of becoming a chef, and the jerky he made is amazing. Both Encrid and Torres agree that it's incredible, and Finn suggests they ask him for more. His parents run a shop at the border guard too. They should visit it to eat. She also tells them to not go and sleep over on that spot, especially under that yellow rock. Encrid knows that there's a viper there already. He learned this from one of his squad members who was a hunter. Finn is surprised about how well prepared he is. She likes that in a man. Does he want to train with her, but in the way adults do? Encrid becomes confused, but Torres clears it up for him. She's trying to hit on him. Finn thinks that even though she's rough, she's actually pretty nice in the places that count. Torres asks if they mind not doing this in front of his jerky, but Encrid actually refuses. Finn wonders why at first, but then remembers he's actually dating the ferry commander. What a shame. Encrid doesn't understand. When did that joke even become a confirmed fact? Finn leaves while telling him they should speak casually from now on, and orders them to rest, as tomorrow is a long day. As Encrid rests under the red moon, his mind becomes blurred, and the ferryman appears. This makes Encrid get up. He has not seen that bastard for a long time, meaning that he must have something to tell him. He also remembers the ferry commander apologizing for something, but this actually makes him smile. He knows that this mission is another massive wall that he must clear. Torres doesn't get why they are infiltrating at day, so Finn explains that the guards are not clueless, even if they are turning a blind eye. Encrid agrees that they are catching them off guard, because they would not expect anything now. Torres feels like he only exists to take the blame, but anyway, Finn notes that they should go. As they move, Encrid analyzes Finn, as she's a ranger, so it's imperative that she move quietly, with as little equipment as possible, because they scout ahead of anyone else. He notices her footsteps that barely make any sound, and wonders if he can do the same. Suddenly, a bunch of guards appear in front of them, clearly coming here for them. Finn tries to signal the retreat, but there are guards behind them too, and the commander tells his men to kill them. They all get prepared for battle, and the crossbows fire, with Finn being the only hurt. They all get to taking out as many guards as possible, but Encrid knows that Torres and Finn are not used to fighting against such a large force. They will not be able to fight at their full capacity. Sure enough, Finn is too focused on a target on the ground, and Torres is defending too much, causing both of them to die at once. Encrid understands. This is the wall he must pass, but he will not just give up. He throws a bunch of whistling knives and rushes in with his blade, but under the orders of the commander, he is swiftly pinned down, and even if he tries to dodge, his death is more than assured. After the reset, Encrid thinks on the situation, as a force of that size wouldn't just appear there, they were waiting for them, so they have to keep that in mind. Finn asks why he's not ready, as it's time for the smuggler's hole, but Encrid explains that he doesn't feel good about that place. How about they enter by scaling the walls? Torres tells Finn that Encrid once destroyed an enemy spell just by following his senses, so listening to him won't hurt. Finn understands, but they will need to wait until night, so time will be wasted. Encrid suggests they go for a round, with Finn not knowing that he liked it during the day. Encrid was talking about a regular duel, which Finn is disappointed by, but she doesn't work with swords. Encrid tells her that they should fight without weapons, which she can do. Encrid thinks that the enemy might be knowing of their arrival either way, so they will end up fighting in every situation. It will be good to know how capable the team is, and to get some training in while he's at it. Encrid asks if she wants to attack first, but she beckons him forward, making him charge in with a punch that leaves him open for a kick that he blocks with his other hand. Finn seems to be backing down, but charges in with a kick instead. Encrid knows this is dangerous, so he thinks that he will use the same tactic as the ferry commander and charge her because of his superior size. But as soon as he pins her to the ground, she catches his hand and puts him in a leg lock. Torres sees that she clearly won and stops the match, with Encrid thinking that even if small Finn is packed with muscles, there's a reason why she prefers barehanded combat after all. All in all, she's the perfect training partner, so he asks if she wants to go another round. Finn says nothing but makes a face, making Encrid repeat that he meant to spar, but Torres just asks them to stop doing this in front of him and everyone else. As the day sets, Finn notes that they will soon go, but wonders if Encrid will go out like that. He asks if there's something wrong with his attire, so she explains that he's got too many weapons. He's going to pass out from exhaustion before he climbs the wall. Torres asks how he's doing, and Finn just looks at him and says that he's fine, or whatever. He goes to cry in a corner because of his hurt feelings, and Encrid tells her that he can probably climb the walls fine with this much gear. Finn likes how innocent his thinking is. They aren't just climbing the walls, but those mountains too. Encrid knows that climbing will be a challenge, but none of his walls have been easy to climb after all. When he returned from the magician's tunnel, he picked up some small trophies to buy a new sword, since his old one broke. Krace was shocked when he saw the magic tools he brought. Just one of these would get him enough krona to buy him a full set of equipment. Encrid told him to get him the best sword for that amount, making Krace wonder if he thinks about anything else besides his sword. Encrid is doing this because to a person that lives by the sword, their blade is the only lifeline they have. Heading out without a sword is not an option. Finn thinks that he really should have left that longsword behind, even if we're to put away all the other weapons. Only carrying that thing will drain him. Encrid agrees, as it's pretty damn heavy however. His muscles, which have been pushed to their limits to become stronger, will not allow him to react to something like this when he has passed harder challenges. This much is nothing. He finally makes it up, with Finn noting that he's just making things difficult for no reason. But Torres wonders if he just brought it to get some training in. Suddenly, a pack of lycanthropes rushes below them, with Torres saying that it's rare to see them move in such big packs. Finn tells them that they have to be on guard from now on, as the wall is right in front of them. Even if they want to climb it, they can't take any cover, because there's still light out. Finn tells them not to worry too much. It's actually so bright when the two moons are up like this, that the guards do not pay much attention. So at her signal, they charge in silently. But Encrid is the only one who notices the guard that was presumably ignoring them stare right down their souls. They do make it to the wall, and Finn notes that it's like she told them, pretty easy. Encrid is sure that the guard saw them, but maybe his visions are playing tricks on him. They get ready to climb, while Finn explains that past this wall is the slums. If they hide there, there is no way those bastards can find them. She also suggests that Encrid ditch his sword, as this climb will be much harder, but he says that this will not be a real workout without some weights. Finn thinks that he really is insane, and as they climb, Encrid understands why this would be the safest route. If they do get past the walls, infiltrating Crossguard will be easy, but only if this wasn't a wall. Just like how there were guards ambushing them in the tunnels, there's a pretty good chance that they will be waiting here too. He wonders, how do they plan to stop them now? As soon as they step on the wall, a woman tells them that they worked hard to get here, but now they can rest. She throws a bunch of vines at them, and Finn tells them to duck, as this is a magician. She begins throwing her knives while telling the other two to run to the base of the wall, but the mage simply destroys anything that comes next to her. Encrid certainly did not expect such an impressive trap, but he charges in nonetheless, as he has dealt with a magician before. Using his sixth sense, he can close the distance. As he does that, he remembers what Jackson told him, to trust his senses, but not swear by them. A strong opponent will fool any sense, especially magicians. Sure enough, he is pushed away by the vines, and Finn screams at him for being an idiot, causing both her and Taurus to be impaled. No matter how much he tries, Encrid cannot take the vines away from himself. The mage applauds his courage. So before anything, she reveals that she is Retcha of the Rose Vines. With a clenching of her fist, she explodes Encrid. He was a fool, just like how not every foot soldier is equal. He shouldn't have expected the same thing to apply to magicians. He was cocky. He got drunk on the fact that he got stronger and charged in without any type of analysis. The ferryman wonders if he knows his place now. He finds it odd, using the power of today to get stronger instead of suffering for his consequences. But against such an overwhelming wall, he is nothing but an ant. Encrid thanks him. He reignited that fire within him. This is exactly what this wall needed. The ferryman smiles, as he wonders if he will say that after meeting the third wall. Encrid tells Finn that he wants to enter as a disguised merchant this time, as he has a bad feeling about the other ways. Finn agrees, but they will have to enter along with the merchants who go in regularly, and that would be tomorrow morning. This is a problem, as Encrid cannot make a day go by without surpassing the wall. How will this manifest now? Torres says that there's nothing they can do, and since they have time to spare, Finn knows what they have to do. She tells one of her men to bring out everything, and they pull out an assortment of drinks and meats. But Encrid wonders if they will really do this in front of the damn enemy. He asks if being so relaxed isn't dangerous, but Finn says that it's inefficient to stay stressed when there's nothing to do. One tends to lose their foresight when they are so stressed. He should also drink and relax, as his shoulders look quite tense. Encrid has always done his best, and thought that was for the best. But perhaps Finn is right. He tunnel-visioned, and began to think the only way to surpass these walls is to face them head-on. He should think calmly about it. Struggling head-on is not the only way. Today, even this moment, will eventually become a part of him. Finn told him to rest, but she does not get what he's doing at all. Torres guesses that this is resting for him, but even if she doesn't get it, Finn notes that he's a delight for her eyes, much to Torres's dismay. Night arrives, and Encrid had a revelation today. That alone made it productive. They should have arrived at the walls at about this time. The first time it was the guards, the second time it was a magician atop a wall. Now what will stand in their way? Suddenly they all hear the blood-curdling howl of a lycanthrope, and Encrid immediately realizes that they are the same ones that they saw in the second today. Finn tells everyone to run, but they are cornered by the beasts, unable to move. Torres notes that they need 10 men for a single lycanthrope, and there are like 20 of them. They are as sure as dead at this point. Finn doesn't understand. When did these guys arrive when there were no monsters nearby? Encrid thinks her senses were fooled, meaning that this might be the work of Recha. He did say that he would not throw himself into his problems, but he will not be taken down easily. He tries to use his senses to dodge, but the lycanthrope attacks are irregular and come from all over, proving their will nature. He is forced to block the next attack with his blade and tries to zoom out his focus, only to hear everyone else being butchered by the beasts with no sign of remorse. He knows that none of this matters once this day repeats, but seeing all those deaths, it is still too painful. He begins to take down the beasts one after another, but one much larger than the others crashes his fist in his chest. This is likely the leader of the pack. He throws Encrid into the air, leaving him defenseless against the maws of the other lycanthropes. The ferryman tells him that no matter what he picks, the walls are all hopelessly tall, and as long as today exists, he will be forced to repeat the situation over and over. Does he still find it fun now? Encrid says that this is certainly not an ideal situation, making the others confused, but he mustn't give up on the situation, as he will find a way, even if all three paths are blocked. They go through the tunnel once again, as Encrid thought what could be done if they get surrounded, and there is nothing to do. He will not be fighting one-on-one like Torres and Finn might like, and even if he gets surrounded like this, he cannot do much. The best move is to avoid getting surrounded in the first place, so he uses his instincts to find where the ambushers are. Unfortunately for him, his senses fail him, and they get killed once again. He guesses that there is magic here too, so he climbs the wall once again and asks Recha if the magic planted in the crawl hole was her doing. She cannot believe that the others got caught properly. Captain Roger was not doing his job, it seems. With that, she kills him, and he continues his training with the hidden blade. Although it's not working well, he knows that once a mage is involved, one cannot use their senses anymore. Even that simple trap becomes dangerous, and since their enemies are all obsessive lovers, they cannot shake them off easily. The same goes for the lycanthrope. He has to fight many all at once. Can he even make up that difference? As he charges in though, he thinks that this is no good, as he's just lashing out once again. He doesn't have to rush his thoughts, as this is a rare chance to fight in real combat, as much as he wants to, and no matter how much he dies, the knowledge he gathers will always stay with him. The ferryman wonders how long he's going to keep playing around. If he doesn't want to be stuck here forever, he should pick a wall and just crash into it. Encrid explains that the more he repeated it, the more he felt it. All three paths are solid walls, so it's a shame he just has to choose one. Then the next day, Torres sees Encrid training with the hidden blade, which he is now able to expertly take out. He wasn't able to do that yesterday, so how did he do it now? Encrid notes that it took 30 days to achieve this, and ignores Torres when he asks what he means, as he built up enough skill. This is his 70th ninth today. Now he will cross the wall and move to tomorrow. He knows that there's still some time until they go through the hole, and asks one of Finn's men to make him a small pouch that he can strap on his wrist. The soldier agrees, and Encrid moves on to Finn. As those boots, there is something different on the inside, right? Finn confirms as such. They got extra cloth to muffle footfalls, as there are a lot of sensitive beasts around these parts. Encrid notes that they should all wear them, even Torres. As they walk through the hole, Finn wonders if he worked as a ranger before, as even without the boots, it's hard to walk so quietly. Encrid kept practicing repeatedly. To survive this stage, he had to find the ambushers first and create an opening, but finding something in this darkness is not easy. However, they have an expert in that field right here. He asks what will happen if enemies are waiting in the crawl hole, which Finn finds the chances to be slim, but they will just retreat. Encrid asks what they will do if their routes are blocked. How high or wide is this tunnel anyway? Are there perhaps any other side paths? Torres asks if he's scared or something, as that's a lot of questions for him. Encrid just says that if armed guards were waiting ahead, they would all be dead, right? Finn tells him to sit it out if he's scared. Better than him saying all that ominous stuff. Encrid just wants them to be a little careful. He has to make his teammates move how he wants, and given their status, he cannot just brute force it like in the past. He must use persuasion. He has to be like Krang back in that old infirmary, a forceful will that conveys his words exactly. Finn admits that she has been too relaxed, and by raising her senses, she is able to discern that the footprints they see were deliberately erased. With that feeling, she tells everyone that they have to turn back now, but the crossbowmen are already searching for them, ready to strike at any moment. Without warning, Encrid rushes forward and says that he's a messenger from Captain Roger, surprising the two, but the crossbowmen don't know anything about a messenger. They still let him approach foolishly, allowing Encrid to start his true climb. Roger is the name of the commander he learned from Recha, and since these guys cannot make out his face or uniform in the dark, they naturally believe him when he says that a monster attacked the city. This one mistake allows him to close the gap between them, and once they figure out who he is, it's already too late. He slices one open before grabbing another and using it as a shield, not allowing the others to shoot their crossbows. Encrid entices them. Are they even trained? Can they not handle 1-foot soldier? The other two wonder what the hell he's doing as he keeps yelling and yelling incessantly, angering Finn, because she cannot hear anything else. But that's when she gets it. The darkness combined with the chaos of the situation and his nonsense creates a perfect opportunity for her to strike unnoticed. She did not expect him to be so smart. The soldiers eventually notice that someone is behind them, but they cannot do anything as Torres joins in, allowing them an easy slaughter because of the darkness. The crossbowmen refuse to die like this, so they shoot Encrid's hostage and prepare to shoot him down as well. Encrid thinks that the stalling lasted longer than expected. He's happy with the results. He throws 2 knives at the ones in the front and rushes to the others, where Finn commands them towards the exit. Suddenly though, the main force of the Grey Dogs, led by Roger, appear. who look determined to cut them down. To confuse them, Encrid screams at Roger to relay Raisha's message, stunning everyone and allowing them a few more seconds to run. Roger becomes furious and tells his soldiers to get them, and they all eventually get out of the tunnel. But Finn wonders how long they are going to keep chasing and thinks of where they can try to shake them off. Encrid tells her to head for the campsite, and she asks why, but he says they don't have time and to hurry up already. With that, she guides them towards the camp, Encrid noticing that the sun is about to set, meaning that he can call up those guys soon. He remembers stories about the vipers underneath some clay-like stones, so he throws one stone at a soldier, who blocks it, but does not expect the absolute army of vipers that are attacking them now. Finn wonders why they're making so much noise. It is not wise here. That's what Encrid was aiming for, with those big ears of theirs. They cannot miss something like this. The moon is rising, and the monsters that herald its arrival appear. These beasts care not for allegiances or status. They just want flesh and blood. Encrid tells the two to get to the side, but they both do not want to abandon him, as he is a precious comrade. He tells them to go already, as he has a plan, which they will only get in the way of. As the soldiers circle in, Roger sends some men after the two who are running, and the rest are pointing their spears at Encrid. Now that the gray dogs and werewolves are in one place, he can make them fight each other. This is his turning points, so that they cannot chase after Finn and Torres. He has to make them focus here, and the only way he knows how is through sheer killing intent. Both the soldiers and the wolves are struck by it, and both groups charge in at once, creating utter chaos. The werewolves begin to attack anything in their sight, most of them not even caring for Encrid anymore. As they run, Torres notes that Encrid always has a plan, but should they go back, considering the situation? Before Finn can answer, they can both see the absolute chaos that is ensuing with Encrid right in the middle, making Torres scared for his life. But he soon realizes that his concerns were wasted on him. Encrid continues to dodge attacks even if the enemies are fighting each other. There are still some who are coming for him from all directions. Using his senses though, he can easily detect any attack. Split-second decisions are critical here. Even the smallest mistake will ensure death. But naturally, he will not let that happen now. Roger screams at his men to form ranks, which Encrid does not like. The gray dogs are still elite soldiers. If they form up like this, the wolves won't put up much of a fight, so he has to make the chaos continue. There was something he accidentally discovered in a loop when he was fighting Roger. One of the men proudly boasted about him, as he never takes off his helmet. He was naturally curious and tipped it over, only to reveal the shocking truth. Roger was extremely bald and was also very insecure about it. Now, he instigates him by urging him to take off his helmet. He who sent his hair up to the heavens before he rose, reveals that barren wasteland he calls a scalp. Roger is naturally angered, but keeps it together, as he will not let himself be used by some low-grade soldier. Suddenly, Encrid flexes his full head of hair, making Finn think that he finally lost it. But this managed to make Roger go over the edge, so he dashes towards him in anger. Exactly what Encrid wanted. They begin exchanging blow after blow, but Encrid is getting closer and closer, as he wants to reunite with his hair. Before he can deal the final blow, the pack leader takes Roger's head clean off, shocking the men. The pack leader growls at Encrid, but suddenly rushes past him and begins hiding in the chaos. Encrid knows that it is planning a surprise attack. This bastard forced him to loop back several times, but he knows of its games. He blocks the strike coming from behind and then slashes its hand before it strikes, allowing him another slash at its chest. The beast tries to use the other hand, but Encrid pierces its chest, ending the fight. The other two are pretty amazed by this. Truly, this guy is way too overwhelming. Finn believes they should regroup and calls Encrid over to get out of here. The soldiers would follow him, but the beasts are too much for them, so they are fated to die here. Finn asks how the hell did he know that the werewolves would show up here, but he only counts it as luck. Torres is curious about how strong he is. How did he even know the enemy commander's name was Roger? Encrid believes they are right to be suspicious, but they cannot understand even if he explained. He tells them that their mission is not yet over. They have to go over the wall. He has a score to settle after all. As they climb the wall, Finn asks if Encrid was a ranger to climb this well, but Torres can't tell her, because he really doesn't know what this guy is. Encrid's sixth senses are not on fuller alert because of this mage, but he knows where she's going to be, as she has not moved from here in all his loops. He tells the others that there's an enemy, and that he will move first, before suddenly charging Raisha, who grabs his arm and pushes him away. Encrid frees himself from her veins, and she asks how he is here, as her children should have rid of him. Encrid notes that her dear children are busy with the greyhounds now. She must not have trained them much. She uses her magic to attack him, but he parries the tendrils and moves in to cut her whips, which are her main source of damage. Finn is surprised by how well he's dealing with a mage, and Torres wonders if they should help, but they would only get in the way. Fortunately for them, they can have some fun too, as a bunch of guards are rushing in to help Raisha, but suddenly get intercepted by the two. She has had enough of their games and sends angry tendrils towards Encrid, who has already figured out how to beat her. She is still a human, and will still die if stabbed, but how does one create the gap to achieve that? He has just the thing for that task. He moves in with his blade, rushes in with his blade, forcing her to block, but he can get past that and set up his trump card, prepared with the help of the hidden knife. He knew that these magic devices would be useful. He got an offer to sell them beforehand, but he was sure they would have some use. He throws one of them directly in her face, creating a beaming light that covers the entire area. Raisha is naturally blinded, allowing him to cut her down. Once he learned to relax his shoulders, he realized there's no need to pick just one direction. All of the three walls were excellent in their own ways, and so, he created this today, by beating all of them. Finn and Torres finish the last soldier, with Torres knowing that more enemies are about to appear soon, and Finn agrees, so they should run while they can. The guards search for them, but they successfully infiltrated amongst the beggars. Now they only need to rescue the kitten and escape. Finn brings them to their last place of contact with Kitten, where it's clear that an ambush took place, meaning that something happened with Kitten. Finn thinks that they are dead. This entire plan of theirs was just a trap of their own being. Encrid believes now that the letter they got from Kitten was written by Aspens to lure them here and kill them. The guards are still adamant on their search, screaming and shouting about searching everywhere, but even if Finn suggests that they escape now, it will be a huge gamble, considering the amount of guards present. Encrid has a method for them to get out, and they soon start a fire to attract as much attention as possible. Now that he has done this a fair amount of times, he has learned some techniques, to the point that he's a full-blown arsonist. He really needs to train more with the blade to make up for it. With their escape, it's time to return to Border Guard. In the castle, someone of higher prestige gets informed that the intruders escaped, which surprises him as they set up tons of traps. He did not expect for Raisha to die easily. This plan was perfect, a perfect opportunity to kill some rangers and spies, dealing a heavy blow to the enemy. It's fine though, they still have tons to do, so they should go and prepare for what comes next. This is Aspen's genius strategist, Abner. On the boat back home, Finn and Torres are beat, but Encrid asks for one more sparring match once they get off the ship. This prompts Torres to scream at him. They've already sparred 10 times while getting here. After they arrive, Torres believes they should just rest, but he forgot that this is his idea of rest. Encrid invites Finn over, but she knows he only wants to fight, so she refuses. Before getting into the encampment, they see a bald guy begging, which Encrid knows, so they can go on ahead now. Gilpin is extremely glad to see him and rushes to his side, explaining that Crace is in danger because that frog appeared. Encrid remembers he spoke about it every spring. That frog comes to inspect the guild. 3 days ago, Crace thought he got a lot of prep before deployment, but it's been a week since he returned to the barracks. But the higher-ups benefit from the supplies he shares, so it's fine. Gilpin came to him and reported that an innkeeper saw someone suspicious, most likely an Aspen spy. Crace told him to check him out and eliminate him. The current Gilpin guild is called the Night Watch. They maintain order in the alleyways, where the border guards can't reach. Thanks to that, public perception improved, allowing easier collection of tribute, and now that the residents are reporting everything, the intel flow is great too. If they kept up like this, and their influence remained, they could take full control of the backstreet. Suddenly, someone strange appeared in front of the main room, whom the guard tried to stop, but he was no match. Crace knew what this was. This was the frog he mentioned before. Since he did not kill the guard, there's still room for negotiation, so Crace invited him inside. The frog liked this reaction. Does he even know who he is? Crace noted that it was not important, and asked if he ate, making the frog call him funny. Suddenly, the frog charged in and punched Crace before grabbing him, as humans always listen better with a beating. Crace said that this was not necessary, and asked what he wanted to know. The frog was surprised he was still smiling after being hit, and wondered what happened with the last guildmaster. Crace explained that he was killed by one of the border guard regulars, but the frog demanded a name. Crace knew he couldn't reveal Encrid, so he told him it was a soldier named Ragna. With that, the frog demanded that Gilpin bring that guy. Crace told him to do so, bring the real guildmaster here. With that, he went to bring Ragna, but every independent squad member was already advancing in their deployment. Encrid knows Crace used his head. Of all of them, Ragna is the hardest to get to work, so the order was to basically bring any squad member capable of killing a frog. He did not expect the others to be away, but still, this is good. Encrid asks if Crace is still alive, which he is, but Encrid also wonders if he was not brutally tortured or something. Gilpin confirms as such. Encrid cut down a commander, a wolfpack leader, and 2 mages. He is far stronger than in the past. But what about a frog? He got defeated by one easily before, but now he can do it. And honestly, he really wants to test his strength and fight him. He tells Gilpin to go back and tell the frog that Ragna will come tomorrow. Crace is not going to die if just 1 day passes. He can tell from the frog's behavior. They all seem like idiots, but just like people vary, frogs do too. This one took Crace hostage on purpose. It's not something a brute will do. He reports back to the commander, who heard that his squad had already gone in advance. So will he be joining them? Encrid notes that he will join them in 2 days, as fatigue has built up. Just in case he dies while fighting that frog, he will make sure his body is in peak condition. After enough rest and training, he gets prepared, but only has 2 whistle daggers left. He wasn't able to recover the others, so he will have to get more. Esther meows at him, and Encrid finds it strange that she's showing affection. Was she lonely while he was gone? She can come too, but only to watch, as he's really looking forward to the moment he can fight a frog again. The frog hopes that he will meet Ragna today. He has waited long enough. Crace vows on his very soul that he will appear and offers him much fresher worms. The frog likes how he knows his stuff. It seems that he's too useful to kill, for now. Crace is flattered, but inside he wants to die, or rather, he will die, if someone from the squad doesn't show up already. Crace patiently waits for rescue, but wonders why they are so late. Maybe he should just try and run away himself. Unfortunately for him, the frog is keeping an eye on him constantly. He's barely even sleeping too. He's sure that if he holds out a little longer though, those guys will come and easily beat this frog. At least one of them should come. Suddenly, Encrid prepares his knives and bursts through the door, more surprising Crace, who is disappointed that he came, because he's the weakest of them all. Encrid throws the whistling knives, but the frog raises himself in one arm to dodge before landing down, allowing Encrid another chance at a blow with his blade. But the agility of the frog is something else, and he goes behind Encrid, attempting a strike. After they both miss, they give each other a deadly look and rush in at the same time, their blades clashing with sparks. Krace is surprised. Is that really the Encrid he knows? How is he even surviving against that beast? Encrid continues to block his attacks, recognizing that a novice would be only doing this, but the frog has a stupid amount of strength, and bones will break if he continues. Instead of outright blocking, he uses the flowing sword technique to parry, letting the swords pass around him. He knows that he must aim for the frog's only weakness, his heart. He has to stab it thoroughly for him to stop regenerating. Unfortunately, his blade does not reach in time, and he gets kicked into the table, breaking it in the process. Krace recognizes that this was a heavy blow. If he passed out just like before, they are screwed. The frog is naturally angry, or dare to go after a frog's heart like that. He knows that frogs like him are called skill readers, for being able to recognize talent so rapidly, but this specimen, he does not get in the slightest. This human child has reached his limit long ago, but how is he still getting up despite that? Encrid is not too worried. Even a frog's kick is bearable now. The frog promises to kill him right here, and they both charge in at once. Encrid clearly going for the heart again, but as the frog swings, he changes the blade's trajectory and cuts one of his arms off. With this clear advantage, he aims for the heart once again, but fury overtakes the frog, and notes that he could kill him with no arms if he wanted to. He slams his other arm into his, making Encrid drop his blade and leaving him to die. He knows it's over, but he will challenge him again today and beat him. The blade reaches his forehead, but suddenly stops as the frog begins breathing heavy and cold. Encrid doesn't get it, but the frog feels an immensely strong spell behind him. It's clearly from that beast. It's warning him that his life will be in real danger if he kills this human. His senses are fighting his thoughts. He wants to kill. A human who has surpassed his limits like this is an unpredictable human, the type that they need to cull now. However, it's not as important as living another day. He tells Encrid his name, Merlune. He vows to take his life the next time they meet. With that, he leaves, Krace hoping and praying that it's over. He really thought that he was going to die, but when did he become so strong to make a frog retreat though? Encrid says he hasn't. The frog's last attack hit his right wrist, making him lose his blade. However, deep in his heart, he knows that it would have only taken 3 days to beat. Krace was surprised when nobody showed up, but he didn't know that all of them would willingly go on a mission. Encrid was surprised too, but Krace is only glad that the frog just left. They sure got lucky. Encrid doesn't get why that guy could have killed both of them, so why did he leave? He asks Esther if it was her, but Krace tells him to stop speaking to animals. Suddenly, the first company commander approaches, running, asking where he has been. He notices the wound on his arm, which is not good, but they do not need him to fight now. He has to come with them. His own company commander asked for it personally. She watches his group battle, and now understands why people consider them lunatics. Rem is taking out people like no tomorrow, but he gets bored midway and stops. Ragna comes back after days of being lost with a head in his hand, asking why they switched camps when he slept, which they didn't. He gives them the head, and asks not to be disturbed, and they recognize this as the head of the enemy commander. Even his own allies are afraid of Auden, who snaps arms like twigs, leaving both the enemy and his allies pretty spooked. Jackson easily dodges any strike that comes his way, not damaging the enemy directly, just leaving them with psychological damage. The fair commander has watched them all this time. Marcus is surprised she managed to control those animalistic bastards, but she found that bringing them in was easy. She approached their barracks, expressing that she wanted them to fill in the shoes of their missing leader. Andrew immediately accepted, but Rem asked, she took away their leader, and now wants them to fill in his place? The ferry commander told him that the blame of the individual falls on the leader. So does he want Encrid to pay for insubordination? Rem was clearly mad at her and told her that he would only kill 3 per day. No more than that. She's pretty thankful they are doing at least this much, but those above them are still pressing her about it. Marcus notes that their forces are the top of the spear in this war. Their wins and losses will decide the course of this war. Are the Aspens still trying to provoke them into a 1 versus 1? They lost against them in a proper fight, so now they are trying some cheap tricks, right? The ferry commander finds their methods questionable, but they have only sent out skilled soldiers, making them not win a single battle. With these repeated losses, the soldiers are worried that if they keep losing like this, soon the war will be lost all the same. Marcus knows that their morale is going to plummet if this continues. They only need to send those who are strong on their side. Honestly, getting those lunatics to do it would be perfect. The ferry commander tells him that just getting them to show up is already difficult. If they ask more, they must refuse to fight at all. Marcus is annoyed that they are so disobedient, but it's hard to get rid of them, given their skills. Is there no way to effectively control them? The ferry commander knows of only one way to bring their leader back. After she leaves, Marcus damns these Aspen bastards, as they have never been this cunning. But recently, there have been reports of a young genius tactician in the Aspens. Surely, this is his doing. As Andrew walks through the camp, he thinks that he's the only man who can rebuild his house. Currently, he's the squad leader of a bunch of lunatics, and he's trying to keep them in line while Encrid is away. The others wonder if his eye is okay. Maybe he should stop dueling Rem so much. Andrew knows that he must take care of that murderous instinct of his, lest he actually attacks someone. Every time he fights him, the closer he brings him to death, but he also feels himself getting stronger too, like he's getting more powerful. His guard agrees. It is frustrating, but it does help. Thankfully, the other squad members kept to themselves and are not starting fights. The problem is that the other soldiers are frustrated by the fact that they are not doing their jobs properly on the battlefield. Do they think this is some kind of joke? Andrew recognizes this man as the newly appointed platoon commander. He knows that if he leaves things like this, he will die. So he intervenes and explains that only their commander is allowed to give them orders. As the man screams in anger, Rem wonders what he looks like with his guts out, making Andrew push him and demand a fight. They will listen to whoever wins. With that, they leave. But Rem finds this boring. The fighting is boring. He was going to have some fun destroying this bastard, but he's gone. There is nothing fun to do here. Maybe it's about time he quits being a soldier. Ragna hasn't heard anything about him, making him wonder if he's dead or just super late. Auden prays and wonders if he has returned to the earth. If that is so, there's no more reason for him to be here. Jackson finds this time inefficient. He has already accomplished what he wanted in this army. With this, they all come to the same conclusion. If Encrid doesn't return today, they are leaving. As approaches the camp, the ferry commander welcomes her fiancé in, and he enters the barracks, noting that he's back. Before the others can even react, Andrew cries his eyes out and jumps on him, as he has been waiting for him all this time, shifting through the crap they have put him through daily. Rem smiles, wondering who allowed him to get to Encrid first. Still, he is very late, which Encrid fully agrees with. As night falls, Encrid realizes that they just wanted him here to control these lunatics, but he can only give them suggestions. It's not like they listen to him much. Rem half-heartedly agrees to listen more, but that's not what's important. The question is, did he get any better? Ragna also wants to duel, but before Christ can tell them that Encrid's hurt, they begin bickering about who will fight him first. Auden intervenes, and wishes them not to fight anymore, since it's been a while. He should warm up his muscles with a few training sessions. Rem knows he just wants to get ahead, but Encrid tells them that they shouldn't fight. He will take them all in time. Crace screams at him that he can't because of his arm, but Encrid thinks it's not broken. He can still move it. Jackson notes that he cannot ignore injuries, no matter how small, so he should give it here, so he can apply some cream. Encrid can't put strength into it, but he can probably still hold a sword. After fighting a frog in crossguard, he has gotten even stronger once again. Naturally, he is still far from being a knight. The heights he must reach are still very much away, but he has already gotten far from where he started. He really wants to show them how strong he has gotten thus far. Jackson notes that it will turn bad if he goes overboard, but dealing with the side effects is his burden to bear after all. With that, they go outside, Rem being his first opponent. He likes how confident he seems, so he charges in, excited to see how much he has improved. Encrid rushes in head first and deflects from below, Rem immediately noticing something different about him. He moves without hesitation. This is confidence that only comes from someone who has gotten stronger. He is ecstatic to be shown more, and charges in again, with Jackson noting that they've only been apart for a week, but he's already this different in skill. Auden's patience is running thin, and Ragna wants a piece too. Rem feels their stares from behind, but there is no way he could wait so patiently either. After they get done fighting, Jackson wants to know what happened to him, but Encrid says it's not important. He just fought some frog before coming here. Andrew thinks that this is something, and a huge one at that. Rem asks if he really saw a frog in crossguard, but Crace clarifies that the frog was at the guild. He only got hurt after returning from the border guard. Auden wants to know how the mission was, so Encrid explains that it was basically a trap. They fought greyhounds, lycanthropes, and a man too. Andrew feels a little ashamed here. He fought these bastards day in and day out, but he still cannot get closer to him. They are surprised he survived, but he still has much to learn. As they go to sleep, Encrid thinks that there was much to learn from today's duels, but he could feel them holding back because of his injury. He wants to recover and fight them at full strength. He has to, for their sake. Rem suddenly speaks, noting that he doesn't want them to lose to a frog anymore, with Ragna agreeing that they have much to learn. Auden notes the training is the way, and Jackson notes that he still has some openings. Encrid notes that he will win if they fight again, and silence falls. Suddenly though, Rem says that they will fight once fully healed, and the others join in too, vowing to help him with the training and such. Esther covers her ears, and Encrid dismisses them by saying that they will do all that once he recovers. A short moment of silence left. Rem damns the frog. He could have blocked his attacks and then caved his head. After his wrist is healed, he will make him a frog hunter. Ragna notes that he must learn more of the sword too, and Auden does not want to let his muscles falter. Jackson tells him to not be overconfident, but Encrid finally shuts them up by asking if they're not going to sleep. So they all do so. Encrid wakes up much later. He sleeps in, probably because he was tired from all that fighting. He goes outside, asking if the men are at the front, as those who can fight all go to the front, and only those standing guard in the logistics platoon are in the base. He tests his wrists, and it feels worse than yesterday. Maybe he shouldn't have fought, but they all seemed eager to, and he could not let them down. Thinking about it makes him want to swing a blade again, so he picks one up with his right hand. He's supposed to be wielding this with two hands, but he has wielded a blade with just his left before. If he trains enough, he's sure that he can master it. After a swing, he feels how awkward it is, a pathetic strike, like when he first started. However, there is no better time to review what he learned throughout his journey. Starting to learn the blade from scratch is not an easy thing, but thanks to the isolation technique, he does not lack strength. Suddenly, Vengeance appears, whom Encrid thought was in the front, but his squad is actually in charge of the defense. Encrid's sword strap becomes loose, and Vengeance can't believe how tardy he and his blades are, but he offers to help since he's injured. Encrid is surprised. He was always quick to fight him, but now he's being nice. He wonders why he hated him in the first place, and decides to ask him directly. Vengeance looks at him, and then says it's because of Jenny, but Encrid knows no Jenny. Vengeance screams at him that it was the herb merchant, but Encrid is still confused. With his blade strapped back, he hands it over to him and walks away while huffing and puffing. Encrid actually remembers her, but that affection was one-sided. Jenny was a girl who ran a herb shop at the border guard. He always dropped by because she had good products. She grew feelings for him for some reason, but Vengeance also happened to like her. He can tell him now, he was only interested in the product, not the seller. Vengeance knows. He only looks at blades, not women. Still, he's a bit mad because Jenny never once looked at him, but fell for his face. Because of this, he goes back to work angrily, making Encrid wonder if he's bipolar or something. After training a bit and going inside the tent, Esther seems more tired than usual, making Encrid wonder if she's sick. This is actually because of him. Because he keeps getting injured, she has to overdo it and reduce his fatigue, which will not allow her to use magic for a while. Encrid pets her again, and notes that they are in the rear, so she should focus on getting some rest. The day seems peaceful. The guards are patrolling the waters with no real disturbance, but it only takes one ripple to make everything turn. Without warning, a guard is shot in the head and the bell is rung, with everyone jumping out of their tents to fight. Encrid does too, but Christ refuses to let him, as he's still a cripple. Unfortunately, this is not one Encrid can just sit out, as the legions of soldiers come out of the water, led by Mitch Hurrier. It seems that God has heard his prayers, as he has longed to meet him again. Encrid is glad he remembered his name, but it's only natural. Mitch realized how prideful he was thanks to their fight, and this has caused him to reach new heights, so he wants to see him end by his own hands. Encrid jumps forward to protect the others, his blade striking Mitch's, but his hand slips. He notices that he's injured, but does not relent in spite of this, as he deserves to die. Before he can strike though, Vengeance rushes in and tries to fight for Encrid, who tells him to turn back, but it's too late, as his head is chopped clean off. Esther jumps in too, rushing to resolve this without more deaths, but she's struck down all the same. Crace, who went for her, is out in the open, and Encrid can only reach as he's killed too. Mitch finds this all disappointing. He would have shown him how much stronger he is, if only his wrist wasn't injured. With that, Encrid dies too, seeing the aftermath of his foolishness one final time. Encrid wakes up on the same day, petting Esther all the same, but his thoughts linger. He could not even hold a candle to Mitch because of his injury, and he has no one he can talk with to learn something. The Greyhounds will attack before the afternoon, so he must train, no matter how much it will tire him. Even while doing this, his thoughts go to a dark place, where he's blamed for the passing of his comrades, something he does not want to experience again. Vengeance comes around, and asks if he's training with his left now that his right is injured, but he should take a break. As does anything come out of this? Encrid will make absolutely sure he will get something out of this, as he has vowed to save everyone. He also apologizes about Jenny, which Vengeance appreciates. But then Encrid notes that there are women in this world who do not care for looks, so he should cheer up. This makes Vengeance shout and scream, but Encrid just smiles. The time of attack comes, and he is faced once again with Mitch Hurrier. He was always over the level of even a special rank, and now, he's more focused than ever. Even if he has trained, Mitch's sophisticated sword techniques are too much combined with his injured hand, so he gets a deadly cut. He notices once again that his hand is hurt, and finds it a real shame that he has to end him like this. No matter how strong he may be, Encrid knows there's one thing he can do: train his left side, how to grip the blade, how to swing it, his stance with it, everything he has lost, to the things he learned as a child, all the way to what Ragna taught him. He will not waste his time figuring it all out once again. He has already walked the same path with his right side, so even if he dies countless times it doesn't matter, as he's a quick learner. It's already been 40 today's thought, and his blade trajectory still shakes. Perhaps he's just not used to it. On this today, Vengeance comes with the proposition of a duel, which makes Encrid curious as to why he's doing it, but since he's being serious, he has no reason to refuse. They get set up, and Vengeance is the first to strike, successfully pushing Encrid back. After all, he's still a platoon leader. However, Encrid makes it up in experience. He lets his blade Goldie and trips him, winning the fight. Encrid notes that he has trained quite a lot with his left too, but wonders why he wanted to duel. Vengeance doesn't really know. Just watching him made his blood boil for some reason. Encrid says he's only been doing basic exercises, but that's exactly why Vengeance is like this. Looking at him reminded him of how he first picked up a sword and began training. That desire to become stronger, to become one with the sword. But his blade is weird. He doesn't know how to put it, but it seems like the sword of the dead. It's really difficult to explain, but what he wants to say is something else. This makes Encrid think, does this mean he's not powerful enough, or something else? Vengeance was just getting to that, but Encrid seems to have figured it out. He tried to follow the trajectory he learned with his right up until now, but his left side is fundamentally different. He needs to look for a trajectory that works with his left, and from his first strike, he has found it. He thanks Vengeance, as finally, he sees a way forward. He must awaken his senses in his left hand, which is the key to properly using it. To do this, he needs to start changing small habits, like eating with his left hand. He explains it's to make his right recover faster when someone asks why he's doing it, although he still needs practice. Things like getting dressed, even training, he will only use his left hand. And to awaken these senses to their limits, he will also use the hidden blade, as the method taught by Torres is effective here. With this, 52 days have passed, but when he starts with Vengeance again, he says the same thing, that his sword is still dead. He must improve, so he trains again and again. 60 days pass, then 70 and 8. Each time he improves on what he learned previously, and eventually, Vengeance says nothing of his sword now, only that he needs to train harder to match him next time. Encrid tells him to keep at it. Maybe then Jenny will finally see him. He likes how easily he gets annoyed, but he should make sure that he gets to confess at least. As he goes to the gates, he wonders what talent is. Clearly not something one can define in a word. It's the skill of utilizing one's own body, but even the ability to lose oneself in focus, that's a talent too. And right now, since the start of his grueling training journey, he gets a taste of what real talent is. By training with his left hand day in day out, he has piled up enough skill that in just 100 days, he has caught up to 30 years with his right. This is the 112th today, and he will surpass this wall. Everyone rushes in, and Christ grabs Esther like usual, but Encrid stays in the front. Mitch thanks the gods that he's here, as he wanted to see him again, and Encrid reciprocates that feeling to him. Mitch vows to use his full might against him and climb even higher. This makes Encrid feel a little guilty, because he has already seen him fight with this might dozens of times, and realized something crucial. There is no way he can beat him in a pure sword fight. He rushes in, pushing Mitch back with his strike, before grabbing one of his fingers and snapping. This makes Mitch drop the blade, but he kicks Encrid away as a result. Mitch is naturally angry, but after repeating today so many times, Encrid realized that no matter how hard he may train, he cannot get past him with just swordsmanship. It's fun to try, but he needs to get past today. Mitch guesses this is his way of struggling to the bitter end, but it will not work, as he's ambidextrous. Encrid confirms that he's the same, and thinks that to beat this guy and see tomorrow, he has to use something else. A technique so desperate it is used as a last resort, the secret move of the Valen style. He suddenly throws his blade at Mitch, forcing him to deflect, and allowing Encrid to rush in with his fists, fighting like a dog backed into a corner. He swings at Mitch, who moves out of the way and tries to strike, but Encrid tackles him to the ground and blocks his blade by holding his hand in place. This allows him to strike Mitch's face again and again, like a true dog. Before he can strike again, Mitch kicks him away and rushes in while telling him to grab his sword and take this as a real fight. Just as he's about to strike him, Encrid surprises him by blocking with his shoulder pad, and reveals he's dead serious. He uses the hidden blade to cut one of Mitch's eyes, causing him to push further into his shoulder and back away. Encrid knows that if this continues he will lose, but Mitch's depth perception is no longer, so he can end this. He throws his hidden knife at Mitch, who naturally blocks it, but he fails to fully see it, and it seeps into his hand. The shock allows Encrid to rush in and tackle Mitch once again, causing him to lose his blade. He then prepares to dislocate his leg, but Mitch summons all his might to strike, only for Encrid to dodge and finish the job on his leg, causing Mitch to scream. He is the genius who did not try, a man who, despite his talent, was consumed by apathy. Mitch Hurrier changed after returning from the last battle. He never left the training grounds and kept on honing his already sharp blade. With effort added to that talent, his sword finally began to shine, but all of that was for naught. He wonders why this is happening to him, and calls out for Encrid, who thought of him as a hopelessly large wall, a rival who gave him true insight. Mitch never wanted this. What he wanted was a true duel with him. Even if he can reciprocate, Encrid tells him to remember that this is a battlefield after all. With his blade, he strikes Mitch down, and his men try to intervene, but Vengeance and his squad immediately support Encrid by shooting the men down. With this, today comes to an end. Encrid admits that Mitch was fun, but he is just another stepping stone on his eternal climb towards greatness. After the fighting is over, as Krace is bandaging up Encrid, he notes that it would have been bad if this place fell. The main unit knew it was dangerous, and sent the archers, giving them enough time to win. Vengeance comes around and says that they survived thanks to him saving time, but it seems he left his sword there. Honestly, he was surprised to find it there. He should take better care of it. Krace notes that he already picked up his sword, so Encrid explains that this one belongs to Mitch Hurrier. It is the sword of the enemy he fought. Vengeance wonders if it's a good blade, and Krace takes a look, and seeing the blue gleam that appears when light hits, he guesses it was forged with iron from Demp. That place is a famous iron mine from Aspen. It's probably a whole lot more expensive than the Valerie or Noir steel the captain uses, so if he's thinking of selling it, he knows who to come to. Encrid ignores him and asks Vengeance if he's heading to the front soon, making him ask if he's going too, which Encrid confirms, as he cannot leave his squad members alone for long. Krace asks if he's going to switch blades, which Vengeance notes is not a great idea, but Encrid will not stick to just one and wield both. As Rem walks, he thinks that their captain is about ready to move to the next stage. He never thought he would be drawn to a continental fellow in his life, but someone like him, he might be worthy enough to know the secret art born from the beast's heart. Auden thinks that with the muscle remodeling a success, now it's time for the joints. Once the posture is adjusted, the body shape will undergo a change too. That is how they build a body that will not collapse, and doing it all at once would break one's body, so he will do it one by one with the squad leader. Since he stopped, Rem walks into him, causing him to have a bruise on his head, and an angry demeanor, as he tells Auden to move it. He notes that he lacks the growth to talk like that, but before they can bash each other, Ragna nonchalantly walks between them, causing the situation to be somewhat diffused. Ragna thinks that training to make the sword a part of the body is hard, not just for free-flowing swordplay, but one has to move the tip as if it's a part of the body. Before he can teach that thought, he needs some sleep. Jackson feels it would be nice if Encrid fixed his footwork. He's not asking for silent assassin movement, but if he can move efficiently, it will most definitely help. Does he really need to offer that kind of advice first thought? Ragna seems to be walking in the wrong direction, and Rem grabs him, as he knows that this lunatic is trying to go to the enemy lines once again. Ragna notes that at least he's more normal than him, causing them to scream at each other again. Jackson thinks that he will not have the squad leader turn into one of those dumbasses. He will correct him himself before that happens. As the group keeps walking, the ferry commander tells them to halt, as the enemy has shown up, and Lowell of Aspen principally challenges one of them to a fair duel. The ferry commander can't believe they are doing this again. This is a dirty tactic to lower morale with 1 versus 1s. It may be lame, but due to their losses being so constant, the mood has shifted. If they just ignore it, they will just say they ran away like rats, so fighting is the better option. They also believe a commander like her will not step in, as that will be really shameful. This puts the ferry commander in a precarious situation. but if they can win, the mood will definitely shift. Kreis advised her to use one of the madmen from their group, as they will behave since the squad leader is here. She asks Rem if he can handle this, who looks at the weaklings in front of him and pushes Ragna away, as this will suffice as entertainment. He approaches as the Aspen soldiers belittle him, calling him a barbarian and such, before he takes the head off one of them clean off, and charges into the others. The morale seems to be improving, with the ferry commander thinking she did well, but that does not come to pass, as the Aspen soldiers begin crying and begging for surrender. But Rem does not yield. Even as the Aspen soldiers plead and plead, Rem simply cannot hear them. This tanks the soldiers' morale once again, but now the ferry commander knows for certain the only one who can handle these guys is Encrid. Late at night, the group members tell Encrid to stop fighting when he's injured, as it will take too long for him to recover. The ferry commander overhears this as she comes in, noting that her fiancé is overworking himself, so she hands him fairy medicine, something that he couldn't buy even with a fortune. Jackson notes that's better than his ointment, and Rem is surprised she cares so much about him. Encrid is grateful, but why give him something like this? She realized that even if they exchanged vows already, they never exchanged some kind of token. It's a small engagement gift. Encrid just plainly looks at her, and she leaves, with Kreis noting that they really should open that salon he was talking about. Rem notes that this ability of his is more enchanting than his swordplay, and Ragna agrees. Encrid doesn't understand why she keeps calling him her fiancé, but at this point, he will never understand her. Thank you for watching. See you next time. A few days after reaching the front line, the Aspens continued to repeat the same little skirmishes, but in general, avoided a proper fight. Thanks to that, Encrid's wounds got a good chance to recover, and that's why he can train better. Auden is glad to see him so early. It seems his body is doing much better. Encrid credits his healing to the fairy cream, and Auden invites him to a little spar if he's so active. Encrid can't back down from a fight, but Auden easily puts him to the ground as all over his body there are contusions. It is not the time for him to abuse his body, yet if there was a fight, he would probably still join. Encrid confirms as such, as long as he can move, he's fine. Seeing that nobody is around, Auden charges up his divinity, and Encrid knows what it is, coming through him and healing his entire body. He tries to say something, but Auden won't hear it, and he also makes Encrid vow, on the name of their lord, to never speak of this to anyone. Encrid promises not to, and Auden walks away, leaving Encrid to think about what just happened. Divinity is the main power of clerics, who serve God. Divinity can perform miracles that heal injuries, and Auden, who prays daily, has never once used divinity, as nobody knew for certain if he was a cleric or not. Encrid wonders if there's a rule against using divinity. It feels like he broke a rule or something, so he thanks Auden, as he knows he sacrificed something. Auden thinks that if someone finds out about his divinity, the Inquisitors will come. As he left the church with many restrictions on himself, they bound his entire body so he could not use his powers. Despite this stabbing pain in his heart, he could not let Encrid be. He speaks directly to the Lord, knowing that he never responds to them, even if he presides above them all. After meeting Encrid, though, he began to believe that his word lives within, so he will act in the way he thinks is right. After eating, Kreis sees Encrid taking his bandages off and asks if he needs help, but he's very fine now. It's not entirely healed, but it's there. He cannot show this to the others if he wishes it to be a secret, so he will just spread some ointment now to look like he's still injured. He is also curious about when they are going to fight, but Kreis explains that both sides are just testing the waters now. Their troops, led by Commander Marcus, are the vanguard, preventing them from flanking, and their main force is waiting at Green Pearl. They broke the unwritten rules of warfare last time by bringing spell slingers and sorcerers, so both main forces are probably prepared for all-out war, with entire night orders at the ready. Rem thinks they should be there, as they keep trying for a 1 versus 1. It's not fun sitting around. Kreis thinks that this won't continue for long. Soon enough something will give, and the fighting will start. They go to the front line where the Aspen troops approach them, but Encrid's squad is ready. The commander notices 3 Aspen soldiers approach and starts talking crap about them. Rem is just slightly annoyed that they are not fighting, but Kreis knows this is a battle of words. Without a larger force, like a knight, the Aspens and their soldiers are evenly matched, so they are attempting to get a psychological attack through before the fight. They would all easily die from an arrow, but their morale is already tanked. If they strike first, a loss is basically guaranteed. The commander is not doing anything because he knows this too. He has something prepped, but can't use it here, as using the lunatics to win the duel will only backfire. He and Kreis both are waiting for something to happen, something that can shift their morale entirely. The Aspens get to calling them virgins, but Encrid tells Andrew to relax. He will get his chance to let his rage loose soon enough. It's fine, really. It's okay to be a virgin, but he should use that rage in battle. Andrew tries to say something, but everyone begins laughing at him, with Auden asking why he doesn't walk the Senility path. Ragna hopes he will get his chance, and Rem continues to laugh. This gets the attention of the soldiers, who also get the chance to poke fun at him. But Jackson knows what Encrid did, although it was quite mean. Encrid doesn't understand. Andrew is a young man. He might have taken it personally, so they should keep him in line. While Rem is dying of laughter, Kreis wonders why he did something like this. But whatever the case, he's an odd man. He tells Encrid to respond to them, but he doesn't know with what, so Kreis tells him exactly what to say. He knows their boss has a silver tongue. This will create a wave, which will clear their path toward victory. Kreis simply told him to show how brave he is, and provoke them while in range of their archers. Vengeance asks what he's doing, with Encrid finding him quite unlucky to be in the vanguard position as soon as he came back. Vengeance tells him to shut it, and warns him that those bastards will shoot if they get close. So what the hell are they doing? Encrid refuses to listen and walks up to the Aspen soldiers and remembers what Christ told him, to basically make something up when he gets there, as he's talented at pissing people off. Encrid does just that, asking the front Aspen soldier why he has a ghoul head. It gets to him immediately, with Vengeance knowing that he's doing it on purpose because he's handsome. Encrid apologizes to the soldier. He shouldn't judge so easily. It's probably just genes from his ghoul mother. This makes the soldier even more enraged, and the others all have their own way of reacting to this, with Andrew specifically laughing it off quite loudly, with his guard guessing that he really was insecure about what Encrid said. The soldier whips out his blade, with Encrid believing that now it's time to dispose of him, but he's stopped by his squad, as his wound is not healed properly just yet. Encrid remembers that he has to hide what Auden did to him, and Rem suggests that Andrew go and take care of him. For Andrew, who dedicated his entire life to his house, nothing mattered. Thus, he had no shame. But being humiliated like this, being called a virgin, it was all thanks to the enemy in front of him. The soldier refuses to fight a little punk like him. He wants the bastard who dared to call his mother a ghoul. Andrew tells him to shut up, as he will tear open that ugly mug of his. The commander knows that the Aspens who initiated this fight are experienced soldiers, capable of destroying their men and not easy foes. This is proven when Andrew's attack is deflected, leaving him open. But the others know that he won't back down. He pushes even harder, as no matter the hardship or the difficulties, he always stood back up to fulfill his dream. So compared to what he went through, this is nothing. His guard always knew he was talented. He was just hidden because those around him are monsters. Everyone cheers for him, and he finally gets a proper greeting into Encrid's squad of lunatics. He exclaims victory in front of the Aspen, noting that his are all ripe now, causing a bunch of reactions, with even Encrid laughing. Krace expected this to happen. Things worked perfectly in their favor, it seems like. The commander takes this opportunity to summon the border guards from behind, who completely take the Aspen force by surprise. And while they are doing that, the commander orders the archers to fire. The tides are turning. Try as they might, the ones who win in the end are those who fight better. On the Aspen side, the Greyhound Company leader confirms that preparations are complete, so they can move now. The Aspen soldiers retreat, with Krace specifically wondering why they are running, and the commander is confused too. He tells everyone to hold, as clearly, these bastards are planning something. Back at their camp, the Greyhound Company commander joins their meeting after giving a group the word. He confirms as such to his commander, but they cannot be seen just yet, so they are standing by far away. The commander notes that these Norelia bastards are always the same, striking with the border guards and breaking through with heavy infantry. That's their entire strategy, but Abner's plans are different. He said that Knights proved well enough that a small elite force controls the entire battlefield, but that small elite force does not have to be Knights. It will be them who will win this battle, and this war. 2 days pass, and Krace is confused. They've been on standby ever since. They thought that there would be another battle soon, but this feels too calm. There are 2 things Aspen can do now: fall back, or bring in an asymmetric force. The commander himself said that he was prepared for another spellslinger, and they did not find anything, despite doubling the scouting party. What are those bastards thinking? As he thinks, the ferry commander comes around and asks Encrid if he's okay right now. He wonders why she's here, but she feels obliged to inspect her own troops. Although no other company commander does that, Encrid feels like he can act like he's healed now, so he should be good enough for a duel. Ragna asks if he's ready, and Encrid tells him not to go easy on him because of his injury. There is no need for that from now on. Ragna wasn't going to do that anyway, and charges in, clashing blades with Encrid. He is amazed by Ragna's swordmanship. It's beautiful compared to his unkempt style. However, that is what he has been building up until now, the techniques he has absorbed. He dashes with his blade in the ground and smashes the dirt into Ragna, who recognizes this as Valentine's sword. But Encrid's not done. He uses Ragna's heavy sword style, before unleashing his other blade, almost taking Ragna's head off. He is impressed, and Encrid reveals that this is the path he has chosen. Ragna understands, but even so, he has to push further, as this battle is not done just yet. As they continue to battle, Rem can't believe what he's losing out on, just because he lost a damn bet. Jackson thinks that he doesn't like heading out to fight, but against Encrid, perhaps it's different. He stops this way of thinking, and Auden is impressed too. Perhaps next time, he will break a few of his joints, although last time, he almost sent him to the Lord. Krace can't believe that these lunatics are still so out of their minds. The ferry commander sees them as kids waiting to play. That lazy soldier also shows motivation only in front of Encrid. Why? He has a weird ability to attract people, which includes her. She joins in, but Rem can't take the waiting anymore, so he screams at the ferry commander to scram, as he won't hold back if she skips the line. She wonders if this is mutiny, and Encrid thinks that they are all strong. They are not using their full strength now, but he can see it now, their unbridled hunger for victory. The day he returned from the recon mission in the tall grass, these faces were what he swore to get out of them. He calls them all forward, as he won't get tired before he fights all of them. Night falls, and Encrid is dead tired, not even washing up. Christ calls them all brutes for fighting so many times. He barely got better, and they bashed him again and again. As they argue, Encrid falls fast asleep, ending up in a dream, which confuses him at first, but then he sees something in front, him, as a mercenary, when they fought the Harpies. But besides them, he also spots the bastard that let them out to die. Encrid experiences the fate of his comrades all over again. They were foul-mannered, but full of heart. This mercenary band took him in when he was just a weakling. They were kind, and accepted him without prejudice, except one bastard, the one that attacked at the same time as the Harpies. With the distraction of their boss's death, one gets grabbed and another tried to run, but the traitor took care of him. He was the strongest in this mercenary band, and used his strength to wipe out his friends. He advised Encrid not to try and run away, as he has to die here too. Encrid asked why, so the traitor explained that he got a better offer than sticking with some pathetic country bumpkins like them, and it's cleaner to wipe them out, no loose ends and all. Besides, they pissed him off quite a bit with their comradeship plays. Upon spitting on one of their heads, Encrid charged in, but the traitor easily put him to the ground and began choking him. He wanted to let him go. After all, leaving someone like him alive would not change a single thing. Encrid began to hate his weakness. Watching his comrades die helplessly was enough to bear, but what tormented him was the fact that he lived thanks to the charity of maniacs. He knew that wasting his life for revenge would be playing into that bastard's plan. He buried the grief of losing his comrades deep in his heart and moved forward toward his dream. Even so, if he only had the strength he has now, in this nightmare, the traitor turns around and goes for his very soul. But something makes this entire scene disappear into serenity, and that something is Esther. He is a man who needs a lot of looking after. At the rear base, she used all her strength to drain his fatigue, but he was too exhausted, and she couldn't do much. She will not make that mistake again. In the morning, the battle horn sounds, with Rem noting that the Aspen bastards are finally crawling under their rocks. It's time to take some heads. Before Encrid leaves, he looks at Esther, as that voice that ended his dream reminded him of her, so he pets her gently, telling her to guard the camp. Rem hopes they brought something interesting, and Encrid agrees, as he's eager to see what kind of wall he will face next. Unfortunately, the frontline soldiers are not as eager when they see what they are up against, a mighty giant. The archers immediately fire, but the arrows break on the beast's skin, with even Encrid surprised to see a giant here. With one fell swoop of his mace, he takes out 20 men, with the others left alive freezing up in fear. The giant smiles, making Encrid think of the non-human races living on this continent. Frogs are simple, driven by dreams and desires, and so are the elves, who only care for nature. Dwarves obsess over metal, and beastkin prioritize reproducing above everything. Dragonkin are the strangest, forever walking the earth alone, and giants are intoxicated with the act of killing. They love the violence carried out through their bodies. That is why they carry the moniker, Beasts of Red Blood. Jackson points out that they are attacking from the other side too. A bunch of assassins have begun talking their men down, and it's not much better on the other side. Krace is in full panic mode. If they don't stop them, they will be surrounded and killed. Encrid notes that they just have to stop them, making Krace wonder how he's so calm, but the ferry commander thinks so too. It seems someone from their side is already on the left, so she'll be heading there. She asks Encrid for a blessing kiss for luck, but he refuses, making her call him cold. With the left taken, it only leaves the giants in the front and on the right side. Rem is up next, going in front and telling Encrid to watch carefully, as he might learn something. Encrid is curious about what he's planning to do, especially in a situation like this. Rem keeps moving forward, and a feeling awakens inside of him, just like when he first stood on the battlefield. Even without the heart of the beast, he never even reacted to axes coming for his head. The reason he decided to train the heart of the beast is that it does have its uses. With its activation, blood begins rushing through him, sending him into a frenzy. The other soldiers begin screaming and shouting the retreat, just as the giant is about to take them all out. But Rem charges in just in time, blocking the giant's blow relatively easily, considering the size difference. His blood vessels are expanding, and his muscles become even more pumped, increasing their density. This technique, which begins from the heart, boosts the entire body, allowing him the strength of a superhuman and the courage of a fool. One of his axes breaks as he pushes the giant back, who immediately tries to attack him again, but the soldiers are shocked to see that Rem is still charging in with the same smile on his face. The giant becomes angered, allowing Rem to climb on top of him and give a deadly blow to the side of his head. The giant flails his club around, making Rem go down. What's worse is that his other axe broke too, but suddenly, a spear flies his way, which he catches. The soldier who did this has only one request for him, to win against this thing. Rem is pleased, as this type of courage is not bad at all. The soldiers charge in too, throwing their spears at the giant to keep Rem supplied. Encrid is pleasantly surprised. This bastard is fighting the giant on a strength advantage. To have the strength unreachable by normal humans, perhaps that is what he will be going to attain next. Ragna has honestly seen enough of this, as it seems like Rem is just toying with the giant now. Krace appears too, and explains that the company's commanding officer has left, and Rem is dealing with the middle giant. If they take care of the right flank, they can take the win from the Aspens. Encrid agrees, but it seems like the other squads are off doing their own thing. So he asks Ragna what he will do. Ragna wants to go with him, as watching has gotten pretty boring. Encrid curbs his excitement, as first, he has to win this battle. On the right, Vengeance is actively losing a duel, with one of his men advising him to stop, but he refuses. The man who challenged him finds it amusing that he refuses to die, but how long is he going to last anyway? Before he can strike Vengeance, Encrid charges in and deflects the attack, noting how horrible he looks. Vengeance tells him to shut it. These are but flesh wounds. As he hears Encrid's name, the man lets down his cloak and reveals himself, shocking Encrid. This is the man who almost took his life, who took his squad out, Ensi. Ragna asks if he knows this creep, but Encrid could not forget him if he tried. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to deny that they were comrades because he was weak, but that's not the case anymore. Rather than this bastard, who kills his own comrades, he's going to call those who risked their lives to protect him his true friends. Encrid does remember his name. Was it something along the lines of Little Shit? Oh wait, that was his nickname. His actual name was Dumbass, wasn't it? Ensi charges in angrily, calling Encrid a weak piece of trash, Encrid just nonchalantly blocks his blade and notes that he was not able to do this when they parted ways. But now, he is the weak one, and he will avenge his friends. NC understands. Revenge, huh? He was wondering how such a weakling survived, but that hatred must have pushed him. Christ can't believe that he got into a fight almost instantly, and Ragna just silently watches. NC's squad thinks that he's going to die. All of them working together weren't able to even graze NC. A mere soldier could not hope to do it either. Judging by their stances, Ragna surmises that they have all learned the murderous blades. It's a skill built through real experience, and they seem to have learned it solely for the thrill of the kill it gives. NC notes that he continued to live his life, while he only harbored thoughts of revenge. It just so happens that a lordship in Aspen has been promised to him once they are victorious here, so he's going to climb so high that even if he survives this, he won't be able to touch him anymore. Encrid doesn't seem to care, prompting NC to charge in angrily, but Encrid just dodges. He knows what this blade is, a flexible sword, sharp as a needle. This is the Eastern Chi blade. Encrid readies his weapon, remembering what this bastard said and what he did. NC continues charging in, his blade flailing around, making Krace scared, as he cannot anticipate that sword path at all. Encrid is not too worried though, as Ragna already taught him how to fight this style. He charges in despite the incoming blade, going low enough to dodge it. This leaves NC completely open, and Ragna notes that no matter how strong those who train in the murderous blade are, if they do not think on their actions, they will always be vulnerable. Encrid has just abused that, and hit NC directly in the back. He wants to correct what he said, as he is nowhere near important enough to make killing him his life goal. He's just a stepping stone. Encrid completely slashes him, thinking that the Encrid who watched his comrades die has disappeared, and with this, he should no longer haunt his dreams. He cannot hear the dead, but he hopes his true friends enjoyed this spectacle. Ragna moves in, as he wants to stretch his legs out a bit. One of NC's men comes forward, noting that he will not be enough to face all of them, but in response, Ragna just decapitates him with ease, and wonders if he said something. The others charge in, but Ragna dodges the first guy before decapitating him, and then killing the other with his rebound motion. The last one that charged in can only watch as Ragna takes his life. Encrid is awestruck. He found an advantageous position in only 3 steps and ended them all with clean movements. Extremely impressive. When they put their minds to it, his squad really is the strongest. The rest charge in, adamant on taking his life, but Ragna ignores them and tells Encrid to pay attention, as this is what he will have to learn in the future. Ragna bends down, letting his sword fall on his body as he takes in a deep breath. At a pinpoint moment, he dashes at an incredible speed, taking out the men who charge in with a single strike. At this moment, Encrid saw a new wall flash before his eyes, a dominating yet minimal swordplay. Ragna thought about what to name this technique for a long time and came down to one name: Scission. Encrid wants to be impressed, but that is kind of weak for such a technique. The Aspen men continue their charge in other places, as they are confident because of the giants joining them. But as they do so, Auden rushes in, taking their weapons away instantly. This makes them wonder when Nerelia got a giant of their own, as this is clearly no human. Auden asks what they are talking about. He's just an ordinary human, just like everyone else. The others don't believe him, but he moves on, noting that he will give them the time to leave this place. He starts counting down from 5, slowly walking forwards. But the Aspen soldiers refuse to give up. Even if big, he is only one man, and cannot survive the tip of a spear. Auden fulfills his promise and finishes his countdown before planting his feet deep into the ground and charging in, leaving nothing but dead men behind. On this day, he will send them all to the Lord. The Aspen soldiers' morale is completely gone, and they can only scream as Auden continues his assault, although he seems to be enjoying it a little bit too much, judging by his expression. The fairies are a traditional sort, and traditionally they live together in clans inside their closed forests. They, however, have changed with the times, and some fairies traded their years for Krona by either becoming mercenaries or enlisting in an army. The Aspen fairy tells the fairy commander that he won't hunt her down if she runs now, but she feels like she should be the one saying that. The Aspen fairy recognizes her blade, Nydir, a leaf blade, but he wonders if it's stronger than his needle blade. Within a fraction of a second, they clash blades, moving at a speed many other races could not achieve. Unfortunately for the Aspen fairy, the fairy commander is faster than he, and much more skilled in terms of combat. She attempts to strike from behind, barely giving him time to deflect her attack, but when he does, he grabs her neck and tells everyone else to jump in. Unfortunately, all of his men are either dead or still dying, as Jackson has taken care of them all with relative ease. Even if they are fairies, they cannot overcome pure skill. The fairy commander understands. The plan was to distract her with someone of her own race, and then have her circled. But alas, the plan did not work. She kills the Ossipin fairy, and asks Jackson if he's fine with leaving his leader behind. But he notes that if he were the type to die in such a place, he would have done so a long time ago. She notes that he really trusts Encrid, but he just ignores that comment and notes that the tide is turning. She agrees, unlike the old battalion commander, who was like a sprouting vegetable. Marcus is a commander who knows his way around a fight. He will definitely not miss this chance. He forwards the turtle infantry, and seeing the heavily armored soldiers, the Aspen soldiers sign the retreat, but Andrew and his crew charge in, with the Aspen soldiers recognizing him as one of the madmen. Andrew's bodyguard is shocked to see him act just like Rem. It seems that he rubbed on him quite heavily. They say that the spring wind carries magic with it, and right now, it's blowing through this battlefield too. This feels like a spring wind that leads the way for new beginnings. Marcus tells everyone that the enemy commander is routing, and they will send the border guard to finish them off for good. They broke through the dagger the enemy hid, and completely turned the battle on them. That crazy squad did it all on their own. Krace knows that if this were the old squad, they wouldn't have charged in like this, but Encrid has influenced everyone and dominated the battlefield. The ferry commander is glad that everyone is drunk on the spring winds, and Marcus tells everyone to raise their voices for the heroes of this battlefield, the madmen. As they cheer, Krace notes that this nickname is kind of weird, but as long as the captain is happy, then he's fine with it. As the Aspen commander runs away, he thinks that Abner's plan was not at fault. They just did not expect there to be someone strong enough to defeat a giant. The Greyhound's commander thinks it was all Encrid's fault, as he was the one who kept getting in their way since the last battle, and even took down Mitch. Suddenly his horse is hit and he falls on the ground, but still tells the commander to keep going, as this is his only chance to escape the border guards. Sure enough, they charge in feverishly, with the commander of the border guard putting the Greyhound commander down. In a normal battle, they are equals, but they must be tired from all that fighting, right? The rest of the Aspen men are taken, with the Greyhound commander knowing they don't have the men to fight these bastards. Even the commander is not safe, as he is taken out while distracted. Seeing this, the Greyhound commander makes an opening for himself and retreats with his remaining men. The border guard wonders if they should give chase, but they decide against it, as those guys are nothing but a bunch of stray dogs now. This battle was a massive victory over the Aspens, but in the grand scheme of things, it was only a tiny piece of this gigantic puzzle. The proper all-out fight still awaited them in the tall grass fields. Krace tells Encrid that they will move their base tomorrow, as they are going to wait near the crossguard and pressure the Aspens further. Encrid thinks that there is no booze or party to celebrate their victory, but there are rewards for those who contributed. Rem is just glad that they don't have to help with moving as a bonus. It's all thanks to him defeating that giant. The others begin bragging too, about how many people they defeated, making him scream at them to not butt in. Jackson calls them a bunch of fools, prompting Encrid to step in. If they want to fight, they can duel him. Andrew is just glad to have experienced this, as the thrill he felt as the lunatics spread out on the battlefield was amazing. Rem tells him that he's still a virgin though, prompting them to begin fighting again, but Encrid ignores them this time, and stares at Henry, who seems deep in thought. He approaches and asks what he's thinking about, marrying that widower florist. From what he heard in the grass field, Henry's dream is to marry that widowed florist, but he will not be able to achieve that while still in the army. He asks if he wishes to return, and Henry admits it. How could he just return though, when everyone else is fighting? Encrid recognizes that they've avoided death multiple times thanks to his experience as a hunter. They only escaped because of him in the grass fields, and also knew of those snakes because of him. With this in mind, he gets up and thinks that he dreams of his blade. He is happy here, but he will not let this man waste his dreams away. The first thing the next morning, the ferry commander grants Henry a special discharge, and he will get on the wagon with the injured. He's confused, but the ferry commander just notes that he should thank his platoon commander. Rem wonders where he's going as he packs up, and Auden prays for his safe travels, while Ragna is jealous of him discharging, as he will probably be able to sleep a lot more. Christ just notes that he did really well among these lunatics, and Andrew wishes him a safe journey. Encrid awaits him outside and thinks that, unlike Andrew and Mac, who integrated well, Henry never did fit in. He bet he felt like an outcast too, since he is not suited for battle. He taps Henry on the shoulder and hopes that he will win her over. Henry bows down one final time and thanks him for everything. As he leaves, the ferry commander approaches Encrid and asks if he saw Henry off. Encrid confirms as such and thanks her for accepting his request. The ferry commander says it's a small thing to do for her fiancé, but when should they have their betrothal? Encrid notes that it will be in about 10 years, which she can wait, but she's not into older men. Encrid decides to clap back, noting that if they are talking about preferences, he's not into fairies either. This makes her visibly distraught, as he wonders if he doesn't know that words hurt people. Encrid knows that she's not hurt, and she lets it go for now, because someone wants to meet him. More specifically, Marcus is looking for him. As they walk, Encrid remembers what Krace told him, that due to his countless achievements, like that infiltration mission and even this battlefield, the battalion commander might try to scout him soon. Marcus asks if he likes tea, and if he would like a cup, but Encrid gently refuses. Marcus notes that he must have been busy with the camp relocation, so he hopes he didn't call him for nothing. Encrid explains that he was free, since he has no luggage to pack, making Marcus laugh, as he did not know he was capable of flattery. He achieved something of remarkable merit on the battlefield yesterday. Encrid is surprised he even called his direct superior here for a scouting offer. That's a declaration to let him transfer completely without any noise, but that won't change his answer. Marcus sees how calm he is, and guesses he already knows why he is here. So what is his answer? Encrid refuses, which Marcus expected, since he heard him refusing a lot of commanders in the past, but he should know that his offer is much more potent than the other. Encrid explains that he has a dream, and that dream is to become a legendary knight. Marcus is taken aback, as this is a person with a dream that shines brightly. He too was like this in the past, in the days when he wanted to become a sword for the royal family. As time passed though, he gradually compromised with reality, and now, his life is dull, as he has settled into the present. A stagnant heart like his forgets its dream, and becomes a shackle for those moving forward, so he does not have the right to command this young man. With this in mind, he sets Encrid off, and asks the ferry commander what she thinks about his dream. She can't say, as his future is his to decide. Marcus never liked the excessive honesty fairies had, but he respects Encrid for his dream, as he too will move towards something new. Norelia is a centralized state, but power was usurped by the nobles, and they gained dominance. He too belongs to a noble faction, but perhaps it's time for him to reawaken that dream that he had forgotten. The relocation that began at dawn only ended around sunset, as everyone set up camp and reorganized the base again. Rem is glad he has no chores, but this is getting pretty boring. Auden notes that this is the perfect time for training. Muscles only grow when one keeps putting them under strain after all. Ragna perks up too, noting that Encrid has to train swordmanship too, especially since he's using 2 swords now. Jackson notes that senses are important too, but Encrid wonders if talking from that far away counts as training too. Rem tells them to get lost, as Encrid remembers the brute force he showed. Before he can finish, the ferry commander arrives and tells them that they are standing in the way of their barracks. So would they be so kind as to get the hell out? After getting kicked out, Rem blames it on Auden because he's too easy to notice. Andrew doesn't know why they got dragged into this when they did nothing, but Encrid is the only one who can deal with them, and probably the least lunatic. Kreis tells him that he's just as crazy, making Andrew wonder if this doesn't count as insubordination. Kreis looks around and sees some structures, noting that perhaps this was an enemy camp. He looks around, as during war, soldiers usually hide valuables around, and whoever finds it keeps it. Encrid asks how he knows where they hid it, but Kreis is just using his head. If he were a soldier, where would he hide treasure? It has to be recognizable, as even if the camp is destroyed, he could still retrieve it. Encrid gets it. This means that it will be easy to spot at a glance. Kreis finds these tree roots unique. From the traces of the barracks, it seems like a convenient spot to camp, meaning it's a good hiding place. Encrid thinks that Kreis's brain works really well, even on the battlefield. He assesses the situation immediately and predicts what happens. He says that he learned it out of sheer instinct, but he's better than most strategists out there. Still, his dream is just to open a noblewoman's tea shop, and he's quite obsessed with gold too. Kreis finds a map and thinks that it's something precious, but Rem notes that he's the only one who's excited. He really is a dumbass sometimes. Encrid looks at the sky and thinks that there's still some time before night falls, and they will need to kill time until the barracks are built. Encrid asks what he was talking about earlier, and Rem continues, as he was talking about the heart of brute strength. Just as the name suggests, it grants strength beyond human limits. It's a secret art he developed himself. This is a technique that puts the heart into overload, and if done wrong, it can kill the user. Encrid doesn't mind, as death never stopped him. Rem thinks that this guy is like a beast constantly hunting, making him wonder what he will become in the future. He grabs his hand and accepts his bravery. He will make sure his heart will blow away, and that's exactly what Encrid wants. Rem imparts wisdom to Encrid, explaining that while humans can naturally draw upon superhuman strength in a pinch, a heart of the superhuman allows them to consciously control and access that power. He emphasizes that concentration and senses are the key to unlocking this ability. He looks down on his protege with a fierce pride, a complex mix of sternness and confidence. He trusts his abilities, forged through training under the others. With a calm and steady gaze, Rem offers Encrid an unsettling piece of advice. The key to harnessing the heart of the superhuman is to have faith, and to metaphorically blow up one's heart without letting it burst. Rem is holding Encrid's arm, his heart visibly pounding with incredible force. Encrid's focused gaze falls upon their entwined hands, keenly feeling his master's accelerated heartbeat with his fingertips, as if absorbing the very power he is meant to emulate. An ominous stillness descends as Rem cautions Encrid to proceed cautiously, explaining that he is only demonstrating a fraction of his power. A sharp look at Rem's face reveals his solemn expression, as he delivers a dire warning. Failure to proceed slowly will cause Encrid's heart to burst, resulting in his immediate death. In an exhilarating moment of understanding, Encrid's eyes widen as he finally grasps the immense challenge before him. With newfound determination, he resolves to blow up his own heart, just as his master has, while the others silently observe from a distance, their faces a mixture of expectation and concern. With a wry grin that quickly shifts to a look of mild disappointment, Rem mutters that his worries were indeed useless. His expression hardens as he observes Encrid, realizing with a sigh that his protege is currently making no progress in replicating the difficult technique. In this critical moment, Rem's frustration mounts as he realizes Encrid is repeating a past pattern, advancing with incredible speed, only to hit a sudden wall. He confronts Encrid, believing that he is holding back deliberately. While a baffled Encrid looks on, the others share a knowing glance, silently concurring with Rem's frustration. They acknowledge Encrid's peculiar habit of sudden and inexplicable stagnation, as it has happened many times before. Encrid's face displays a portrait of intense bewilderment as he questions the fundamental nature of the task. This moment of profound doubt instantly triggers an explosive reaction from Rem, whose entire face contorts into a furious, frustrated mask. Night falls, and they continue to attempt to do the technique until the sun rises. With the wide sunlit expanse of the training ground behind them, a furious Rem grabs Encrid by the collar, his rage finally boiling over. He harshly berates his protege, demanding to know what he is doing and questioning if he is even making a genuine effort to succeed. As night falls over the camp, Rem's profound frustration finally reaches its breaking point. In a final, exasperated act, he raises his hands in front of Encrid, who is already on his knees, roaring a command for him to do it now, before giving up on the training for the evening and going to sleep. Within the subdued glow of the lamplit tent, a frustrated and exhausted Rem sits alone on his bed, his thoughts consumed by the day's training. Suddenly, Kreis inquires about the boss's whereabouts, only to be told that the leader is apparently preparing to swing his sword, like he always does. Jackson sits comfortably on a bed, idly toying with a wicked-looking dagger, as he dismissively offers his own perspective on the situation. He bluntly suggests that Encrid's lack of progress is due to the uselessness of Rem's specific skill, and casually proposes that it would be more effective if he were to assume responsibility for his training. With a look of utter contempt and simmering fury, Rem looks down on his fellow mentor, his face a hard mask of simmering rage. He delivers a brutal, terse warning, demanding that they wait for their turn to speak, and not to interfere with his methods, more bluntly, to shut the hell up. Lying nonchalantly on a bed in their shared tent, Ragna delivers a cutting insult to the defeated and weary Rem, who sits with his back to the viewer. He plainly states that if motivation isn't the issue, then the problem must be the teacher, while an enraged Rem shoots back with an angry and personal retort, calling him a bum. Rem's mind wanders, consumed by his own lingering frustrations, as he recalls the origins of his signature technique. He reflects on how he created the heart of the Superman by meticulously modifying the skills of his tribe, intending for a person to first get a feel for the power with a special spell, before eventually learning to control it entirely on their own. Lying on his bed, Rem's mind continues to race with mounting frustration, as he desperately thinks that no matter what he tries, Encrid just won't grasp the concept. He finds himself reflecting on a grim past, recalling that even the most formidable spellcasters from his own village could not master the skill on their first attempt, without nearly dying in the process. Reclining on his bed, Rem's mind races with a grim reflection on how the Heart of the Beast user took an agonizingly long time to master their skill. He thinks it's time to give up entirely if there is no hope left to continue. He shifts in his bed at the thought, but outside, as he's swinging his blade, Encrid looks more determined than ever. The next day, Rem resumes his difficult teaching of Encrid, as the other mentors gather around, silently observing the renewed attempt. The training focuses on his bandaged arm, its surface throbbing with a powerful rhythmic beat. With a weary sigh of exasperation, Rem decides to end the frustrating training for the day, telling Encrid that it is simply not going to happen yet. Suddenly, though, Encrid grabs his hand, which clenches into a resolute fist as he powerfully demands more, his face radiating unshakable determination as he commands Rem to keep going. A defeated Rem can only stare back, acknowledging his protégé's efforts while thinking there is no point in continuing. With a furious expression and a ferocious grin, Encrid demands that Rem intensify the training to stimulate his heart even more powerfully. Rem is left utterly astonished and speechless by his protégé's unbelievable command. With a newfound authority, Rem confronts Encrid, delivering a grave warning that his heart could burst if he isn't more gentle. He is left astonished by the sudden audacity, questioning whether he's being asked to kill him. Encrid's face fills with a fierce and desperate resolve as he commands Rem to proceed with the training without hesitation. Rem's expression is one of utter astonishment, as if he cannot comprehend the immense resolve of the man in front of him. Rem's mind races with conflict as he questions why he is even going along with the extreme training, believing that continuing will not make Encrid learn the skill, and will likely only lead to his demise. Even if he doesn't die, he will become a cripple, but still he does not want to deny his request for some reason. Rem's mind finally shifts, convincing himself that Encrid knows the skill will work out fine, and that the protégé is not acting stupidly. With this grim resolve, he takes decisive and violent action, finally striking Encrid with his hand on his chest. As he does that, Encrid's heart suddenly begins pumping violently, as he notes that this was the right choice. With a thundering sound from within, his heart explodes, and Rem realizes what he just did. The others jump in to save Encrid, but it's too late, as his heart beats for one final time. From a dark and empty place, the ferryman observes the exhausted Encrid and expresses his confusion, stating that he does not understand the events he is witnessing. He notes that the day's arduous training was not a wall. With a look of fierce defiance, Encrid declares that he chooses his own limitations and his own obstacles. The ferryman, left utterly bewildered by Encrid's bold statement, can only stare in disbelief and question what he's possibly thinking. Encrid, with a grim and knowing smile, reveals the final secret of his training. He confesses that he has been learning the heart of the superhuman by using the method he knows best, rather than the one he was taught. After coming back, Encrid admits to himself that while he can feel the effects of the strenuous training, he simply cannot do it on his own. With a resigned look, he remembers what Rem told him, that he needs to acknowledge his limits, and that it's okay to give up sometimes. Kneeling on the ground in solemn defeat, Encrid's thoughts reveal his unshakable resolve. He believes that to give up is to be satisfied with his current state, and to him, that might as well mean his death. With his sword glowing in the darkness, Encrid thinks about how he finds a perfect method for himself. Just like before, he focuses on a single point, a skill that previously allowed him to fight against a stronger enemy without fear. With his sword in hand, his thoughts return to the core of his training as he questions what he needs to learn the heart of the superhuman, and where he should even begin to master the powerful skill. He tries once again with Rem, but the same thing happens, and he dies once again. The mysterious ferryman, holding a glowing lantern, appears before Encrid and issues a direct and powerful challenge. He questions whether this is all Encrid can do, or if he will continue to fail with a heart that explodes. Kneeling in solemn understanding, Encrid explains the true nature of the heart of the superhuman, revealing that it allows a person to use the superhuman strength they only get in life or death situations at will. With his eyes glowing with determination, Encrid reaches a chilling conclusion. He believes that the skill should be easier to activate in an actual life or death situation, which he can summon at will, basically. The ferryman looks down at Encrid with a saddened expression, declaring that the boy has completely lost his mind. He questions whether Encrid has considered the immense pain he will suffer from his actions. With an unbreakable will and a glowing aura, Encrid declares that he is willing to endure any amount of pain if it allows him to continue walking his chosen path. This is his final, resolute answer. After regressing, Rem informs Encrid that the training will not happen today. With a resigned expression, he tells his protégé to stop his solitary efforts and get some rest. The tension from the previous scenes has completely vanished. Encrid, with an unwavering will, tells Rem that the training will work if he just presses his heart harder. Rem, with a look of utter horror, questions whether Encrid is asking him to end his life. With a chilling finality, Encrid calmly confirms that he is in fact asking Rem to kill him. Rem, in a fit of rage and utter disgust, tells Encrid not to drag him into his insanity. Encrid, with a cold and calculated accusation, calls Rem an aristicide, knowing the term is a personal provocation. Rem is incensed by the cruel jab and threatens Encrid, telling him to stop bringing it up lest he gets a hit to the head. Encrid questions why Rem is reacting so differently today, coming to a chilling realization that even if the wall is of his own making, if he does not surpass it, the day will simply reset. With a somber look, Encrid thinks to himself that it is fine because he can continue training, but he is left to ponder why Rem would not listen to his simple yet deadly request. He continues to reset today, gets to 30 times, but Rem is still reluctant. Same thing with 50 times. Rem seems to be doing whatever he wants. At 60 today, Encrid has had enough and orders Rem to do it, and he immediately does so. Now he understands. This guy only listens to him when he gives him a command. He thinks to himself that Rem and the others ended up in this place because they are all rebellious and do not listen to orders. He didn't even bother with ordering them around because he did not think they would listen. But at one point, these bastards actually started listening to his commands. He would like to know why, but first he has to focus on learning the heart of the superhuman. He continues letting Rem kill him, again and again, without stopping, his heart fading out every single time. But at one point, he finally understands, and his heart is complete. Rem is amazed. He learned to control his heart in a single day. With his repetitions, Encrid has finally learned how to control his own heart. A few hundred days have passed, giving him this power. Encrid rushes in with his sheathed blade, his heart boosting his power so much that he makes an entire hill fall. The others are impressed, especially Ragna, who calls him strong. Rem wants to know two things, whether he is from the West, and if he is actually a hidden genius. Encrid responds with honesty, he is neither. With new power surging, Encrid is overwhelmed by agonizing side effects. He lies in his tent, his mind racing as he confronts the heavy, unexpected price of his latest acquisition. Powerless to move, the protagonist lies on a bed as Rem observes. He gravely explains that the protagonist's body cannot yet handle the immense new power it has acquired. Standing over the bed, the muscular Auden explains the nature of Encrid's agony. This pain is not a curse or weakness, but a sign that he pushes his body past all limits for the very first time. Despite the debilitating pain, Encrid accepts the trial. The heart of the superhuman is a colossal skill, allowing him to smash boulders and transcend all human limits, but it completely exhausts the body. Now he understands. Knights are an anomaly. They possess the skin of a human but the immense power of a giant, combined with the athleticism of a frog and the dexterity of a fairy. Even without using his newfound skill, their superhuman abilities take a heavy toll. With the protagonist groaning in pain, Auden kneels beside him. He calmly urges Encrid to rest, promising to help ease his agony. He calls this technique the blood, sweat, and tears. As Auden is performing this technique, Encrid realizes this is his biggest wall yet. Kneeling beside the bed, Auden uses a focus skill to loosen Encrid's muscle knots, explaining the Balak-style massage technique. He demonstrates the powerful art, showing Encrid the precise points where he needs to press to relieve the pain. Despite the unbearable agony, Encrid forces himself to endure it, recognizing that this new technique will prove useful. He accepts the pain, determined to learn and master the skill, no matter the cost. Rem, however, believes that Encrid will really die if this insanity keeps happening. As a bright sun shines overhead, Encrid reflects on his ordeal. His legs are still visibly bruised, a testament to the pain, but the muscle knots are gone, and he feels much better, proving Auden's technique really does work. Encrid, despite being advised to recover, struggles with the enforced rest, feeling his time is wasted. He resolves to at least maintain his weapons, reflecting a warrior's inherent need for readiness. Auden confronts Encrid, holding his sword. The protagonist offers a flimsy excuse about cleaning his weapon, but Auden's intense glare expresses his obvious displeasure. Krace offers to take Encrid's weapon to clean it for him. The injured protagonist looks up in surprise at the unusual offer, as he rarely does anything for free, if at all. Krace is quick to reveal this to be a mere transaction. He charges Encrid for the service, prompting a back-and-forth bartering session between the two. With Encrid confused as to why he's asking for so much, Krace notes that the sword is of high quality, so naturally, he will have to put much more effort into it. He also demands Encrid's other sword, knowing he dual wields. Encrid thinks that he said something about dual wielding, but they are all taking it nonchalantly. He thought they would try to stop him at first. Even highly skilled warriors prefer to hold a single blade, as most consider the difficulty and risk dual wielding carries to not be worth. It is hard to hold a sword up without proper training, and one cannot put enough weight into a swing as with one sword, making one's strikes naturally weaker. Encrid gazes forward with a vexed expression, questioning why someone isn't stopping his dual wielding. Auden holds a devious smile. He asks Encrid why he thinks he doesn't stop him. Jackson carves stones with a diligent expression and tells Encrid that he is stubborn. Auden smiles and agrees, making Encrid question if he truly is. Auden then states that Encrid is stubborn and doesn't accept what they just tell him. Encrid leans over. He tells Auden that he is not being stubborn on purpose. Ragna then asks if there is a particular reason for the dual wielding. Encrid replies that it is simply because he wants to. Encrid looks ahead, stating that using two swords at once felt natural to him. It's the same reason as to why he wishes to become a knight. He heard of a song, of Sir Peacemaker, and it lit something in him. The others put him down, believing that he would amount to nothing, because he was always a weakling. Even though many told him it would not happen, he decided to live for what he wants and what he likes. So he will not give up on becoming a knight, or on using two swords, no matter what anyone else may think about him. Rem thinks that this man is different. Compared to himself, who had everything but threw them away, the man started with a single sword, yet continues to push forward. Rem states that he likes Encrid for this reason. Ragna looks on, stating that he has a strange taste. Rem then tells Ragna not to worry because he hates the rest of them. Ragna then replies that he also dislikes the rest of them. Jackson feels inclined to agree, and even if he is a man of God, Auden feels the same. They start bickering amongst each other for this reason, but seeing how bored he is, Axon invites Encrid to train, stating that they can train if he's bored with wasting time. Encrid responds saying that Auden told him to stay still. Jackson then agrees, telling him that he just has to use his eyeballs. He will be learning dodging sense next, which should be useful to him. Christ polishes Encrid's blade, thinking that it looks as good as new. He overhears some men's conversation as he concludes that the main battle is taking longer than expected. One man states that neither side appears to be backing down. He then continues that Marcus is doing something, and that their battalion cut off their retreat. Another man then states that there is a new unit within the enemy camps. The men then conclude that it appears to be the ones who ran away after fighting them. Christ thinks this is not good. He needs more information, as clearly the Aspens are trying something new. Somewhere else, Jackson explains that evasion means seeing with your eyes, and dodging. He says training the sense of evasion is about pushing your reaction speed to the extreme. But first, one needs dynamic vision. He plans to throw stones with letters on them, and have Encrid read and answer. Jackson briskly throws a small stone. Encrid's eyes widen slightly in surprise, and he wears a confused expression, clearly not understanding the current situation. Jackson then calmly states that he will throw another. Jackson continues to throw the stones, Encrid failing to see what they say each time. But the training stops at night, when Auden gives Encrid his massage. Suddenly though, a stone flies past Encrid's face, and Jackson demands the letter that was written on it. Encrid wonders if he waited until he was off guard, but Jackson tells him that on the battlefield, there is no mercy. The next day, as they train, something peeps out of the bushes near their camp. A dark figure, ready to strike. Just as Encrid is about to see one of the letters, the guards ring the bells as a surprise attack has hit them. Jackson asks Encrid about the letter. Encrid replies, questioning if he is still asking about that now. He then tells Jackson that the letter carved on the stone was me. Jackson then congratulates Encrid, stating that he finally succeeded after making 40 me stones. Rem looks happy, shouting about an ambush and enemy troops. He asks where they are while looking around frantically. Encrid asks what is wrong with Rem, wondering if he has completely gone mad. Jackson replies that it is frustration since the captain was bedridden. He explains that Rem has not been able to duel with the mighty heart technique, and even after bullying the never-tried squad leader, it still was not enough for him. Men are shouting and asking why the enemy troops are not fighting, and why they are just gathering. Rem is also wondering where the enemy troops are, and where the giant and his toy are. One man notes that it appears the enemy only fired arrows and then ran. Another man replies that the border guards will catch the archer, so they have nothing to do. Rem then states that the border guard will not be able to catch him alone. Rem tells the other man to take a good look at the arrow. He explains that the shaft is longer, and the feathers extend farther back than the others. He adds that it comes from a special bow that shoots at an extreme range. Rem then states that he has seen that person before. He's called Hawk's Claw. Encrid asks Rem when hawks have claws. Rem asks if it's Hawk's Fang, and he says he cannot recall, but he does not think that it is that either. Rem then says that Encrid's memory is terrible. Encrid thinks that it was months ago, but for him, who has to repeat it, it was years ago. Rem then asks Encrid to remember when the captain got beaten by Frog and ended up in the infirmary. Rem explains that at that time on the battlefield, the person shooting these arrows was rampaging around. Encrid stares ahead as he says he recalls now. He then mentions that a soldier named Bell nearly died from him, but Encrid rescued him. Ragna stares forward, stating that he thinks there was a raid. Encrid then wonders what he was doing during the day that he didn't notice. He quickly takes it back, stating that he already knows what Ragna was doing. He then looks at his and says that he slept so much that his face is greasy. Ragna, sitting on a bed, thinks that more importantly, he has been thinking about Encrid's dual swords. He says Encrid needs to get his body more used to the two swords. Encrid asks if he has a method, and Ragna replies that he will explain it in a way that is easy to understand. Ragna looks at Encrid and says that from now on, he has two lovers. Rem is scared, telling Encrid if his fiancée hears that, he is dead. Encrid then replies that she is not his fiancée. That night, Encrid goes to sleep with his blades by his side, confusing Esther, as now she has no place to sleep. She finds Encrid's attitude rather uncomfortable, but resigns with just sitting on his chest. The moment she does that though, another ambush happens, waking Encrid up, but not Rem, as he knows they won't catch him. Esther, mad that he did this, begins attacking Encrid, but Krace seems the only one concerned about the raids. As Encrid's training continued, waves of arrows kept hitting the camp, again and again, without them able to find the perpetrator, no matter how hard they looked. Encrid finally manages to read all the thrown letters, making up the sentence, "Crazy barbarian." Rem immediately wants to fight Jackson, but Encrid tells him that he's the one who always picks a fight, and just shrugs. Krace overhears another set of border guards, who say that the attacker slipped by again, leaving no trace behind. The damage is small now, but if it keeps going, the bodies will pile up, so why is Command not doing anything? He didn't want to step up and get in trouble, but now he has no choice. He goes up to Encrid, and notes that he has an idea, to suggest a plan to High Command. An agitated commander declared the Aspen enemy forces were nothing but a tease, and suggested they should simply charge right at them. Another commander immediately questioned the suggestion, asking how they could be sure it was not a trap. A third person then asked whether they should just continue to take the constant attacks, while Marcus sat silently observing the bickering commanders. Marcus thought there were no useful opinions to be heard from the bickering, sighing that there wasn't much more he could do there. He reflected that while fighting in battle was his strong suit, he was not good at dealing with this kind of situation. A shifting sound accompanied the entrance of the ferry commander, who apologized for being late, prompting Marcus to ask what had taken her so long sternly. The ferry commander revealed that Encrid, the leader of the Lunatics platoon, had asked for temporary operations control, while also proposing new tactics. Marcus asked whether Encrid was the type of person who would come up with anything decent, to which the ferry commander replied that the specifics of the plan actually came from one of Encrid's men, Crace. A commander asked what Encrid's plan was, to which the ferry commander took a moment before beginning her explanation, revealing that the proposal involved. After hearing the plan, Marcus paused in consideration before deciding it was not bad. He then roared a command that they would go with the plan, and ordered all men to prepare to march. Marcus continued, declaring that the Lunatics platoon would now go hawk hunting. As the platoon moved across the rocky terrain, a member of the Lunatics platoon remarked that he thought the mission sounded fun. A shifting sound was then heard as Rem, looking highly agitated, asked why they were not in pursuit, and were instead traveling inside enemy lines. Christ replied that they were not following the Hawk's Claw, but were instead making him come after them. Encrid explained that the Lunatics platoon would temporarily act as guerrilla forces. If they kept striking the enemy's rear echelon troops, the enemy would similarly send forces to get them. Rem questioned if that meant the Hawk would be there, to which Crace replied that he would, if everything worked out. Crace added that even if they did not manage to lure the Hawk, they would still inflict damage upon the enemy. Rem exclaimed that the plan was seriously convoluted, but Crace cut him off, stating that he knew Rem was simply stupid. But this complicated maneuver was for the best. Rem's eyes immediately widened, demanding to know what Crace had just said. As an incensed Rem glared, Encrid stepped in. Rem, his face still conveying fury, ordered Crace to consider himself lucky and to watch his mouth. Encrid asked how far away they were from their destination. A moment later, Pin happily exclaimed that she thought she could see it. Encrid reflected that the key to the plan was high mobility, allowing them to strike and retreat quickly. For that to work, an experienced ranger who could find safe paths was a must. Encrid continued thinking that he had asked command for reinforcements, and as a result, Pin had joined their platoon as a new squad leader. Encrid asked Pin why she had to fully join their platoon, questioning if a temporary assignment would not have been enough, to which Pin simply replied that she had her own reasons. Encrid looked up with confusion, prompting Pin to explain that she was now in an awkward spot because she had joined his squad, adding a sarcastic, "Thanks for that." Pin then stated that Encrid could repay her in the future, instructing him to make the repayment good. Encrid asked if Pin was still talking about the repayment, as Rem intervened, warning Encrid to watch himself because he had a fiancée. Encrid quickly denied the claim, stating that the woman was not his fiancée. A low sound of movement accompanied their arrival at the enemy camp, which was comprised of numerous tents and wooden structures spread across the open ground, and the platoon began the task of observing and stalking the area. Pin ordered the group to lower themselves, stating that she could see the enemy's base. Crace then added that they needed to escape if things went wrong, explaining that since he could not fight, they should leave him behind so a few others could go, and, before Crace could finish his thought, Rem jumped in with a battle cry, screaming as he charged down the hill, threatening to kill anyone who got in his way. As Ragnar prepared to swing a weapon, he declared he would see how stable Encrid's form was. Encrid stared back, realizing the action was meant as a test. While they descended rapidly down the rocky terrain, a loud swish of air and debris followed their movement, and Encrid thought to himself that even there, his training was continuing. The guards at the enemy camp looked on in confusion as Rem happily shouted, as he approached and greeted them. One guard questioned who Rem was and asked his comrade if he knew the man. The second guard replied that he did not, then asked his comrade if he didn't know him either, beginning to question who Rem was. Rem immediately attacked, launching a projectile that struck the guard directly in the head with a sickening impact, causing blood to splatter everywhere and the guard to fall back. The remaining guards screamed as Encrid and Ragnar landed and continued their swift movement down the hill. Powerful sound of movement followed Rem's kick, which had generated a cloud of debris that blinded the guard. Rem used this distraction, charging at swift speeds to put himself directly in front of the enemy guard. Encrid watched the action, wondering what he was seeing, before realizing it was the quickest charge he had ever witnessed. He smiled, concluding that Rem still had skills he had not yet shown his protege. He really wants to learn this one. Other guards noticed the commotion and shouted in alarm, realizing the attackers were the Norelia enemy. They then raised the command to go and get the intruders. Encrid shouted the command to fall back, declaring they were leaving before the enemy could regroup. As he retreated, Ragnar expressed his disappointment, noting that he had not even pulled his sword out. As they fled the camp, Ragnar rebuked Rem to read the room, stating that the opening attack was not his turn. Rem fired back, asking if Ragnar wanted him to split his windpipe. Encrid then firmly put an end to the squabble, reminding both men that they were still in combat, and there will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. As a pink-orange hue settled over the sky, the group attacked a second time, as they raced down a steep rocky incline towards the enemy position. One of the enemy guards, having anticipated the attack, quickly threw a knife, shouting in recognition that it was the same intruders again. Encrid recalled the training he received, thinking to himself that he needed to use his dodging sense, look with his eyes, and then dodge. Encrid swiftly avoided the thrown knife. Jackson commented that it had taken Encrid 0.4 seconds to see and avoid the attack. Jackson continued his attack with a sharp motion, declaring that Encrid needed to lower his reaction speed to at least 0.1 seconds to be able to say that he had fully grasped the dodging sense. After the guard took a blow to the neck that caused him to grunt in pain, Encrid questioned Jackson in astonishment, asking if he was counting the time. A powerful booming sound erupted as Auden appeared, warning the men that training was good, but they needed to focus on the mission at hand. Auden then added, with a quick sound of urgency, that the enemy forces were coming. Encrid immediately agreed and declared they were leaving. Later that night, the guards began a chase, as the enemy pursued Encrid and his allies through the forest. As Auden carried him, Crace reflected that he had initially wondered if these lunatics could carry out the mission, but now he realized there was no reason to worry about them at all. Encrid declared they were heading further into the forest there. Rem followed, enthusiastically asking if they could just kill all the enemies. Encrid simply replied no, and urged Rem to come along. Encrid ordered Ragna to stay in formation, while Ragna, attempting to divert from the path, suggested the other way looked like a shortcut. Encrid abruptly cut him off. Crace thought to himself that he didn't think Encrid would be able to lead the men this well, wondering if this was really the lunatics platoon that he knew. After a while of running, Jackson stated that the enemy had stopped chasing, and suggested they set up camp right there. Encrid sat down, thinking that after realizing his platoon members followed his orders well from the today when he learned the heart of the superhuman, it had gotten a lot easier to control them. Encrid continued reflecting that Rem's charge that morning was something else, noting that Rem had been listening to him well these days. Encrid then wondered if Rem would teach him the skill if he simply ordered him to. Encrid called out to Rem, who was lying down, and started to ask about the charge he had made earlier. Rem immediately sat up with a fierce expression, cutting Encrid off by warning him to think again if he was really going to ask about that. Encrid wondered why Rem was suddenly refusing, noting that he had never refused to teach him before. As Rem lay resting, he thought that while it was good for Encrid to want to learn, the younger man had forgotten something. Encrid realized what Rem meant, thinking that he had not even thought about the skill himself. Encrid continued his internal monologue, realizing he had gotten too used to giving out commands, and that growth brought about by others was superficial. He concluded that he needed to go back to his roots. Rem mentally responded that Encrid needed to think about the skill himself first, believing that learning would be more worthwhile if he did. As they began their run the next day, a sound of heavy breathing was heard, and a character identified as Andrew complained that they had been jogging non-stop since they started. He groaned that they were moving at such a high speed through the mountains that he felt he could collapse at any moment. Andrew continued thinking to himself that he knew the lunatics would be just fine, but he was surprised to realize that even Crace and the boss were holding up this well. Andrew gasped with exertion, thinking that Encrid definitely wasn't this strong when he first met him, and wondered just how he had improved so much, thinking to himself that he, too, wanted to achieve more, clenching his fist in renewed determination with a sharp sound of resolve. Andrew's guard, Mac, thought of Andrew, recalling that ever since he was dedicated to Andrew as a friend of the young man's father, he always stayed by Andrew's side in place of his friend, who had passed away with the fall of House Gardner. Mac continued his internal monologue, reflecting that Andrew had always seemed like a child, but not anymore. Mac concluded his thoughts, stating that just by looking at Andrew from behind, he could already feel what was about to come, the rebuilding of House Gardner. Encrid confronted Rem, stating that he had figured out how Rem performed his charge. Encrid continued that it was the heart of the superhuman, explaining that Rem strengthened his leg muscles to move forward explosively. Rem responded to Encrid's realization with a pleased smile, confirming that Encrid was correct, and had truly figured it out. He affirmed that the move was indeed his heart of the superhuman skill. He urged Encrid to try now that he had figured it out. Encrid replied that he would try the move by himself. Pin commanded everyone to stop and look, pointing out the enemy base was located between two cliff faces, a position where their escape route could be easily cut off. Encrid immediately noted that the visible base was a trap, explaining that such an obvious setup meant the enemy was hoping they would avoid it entirely. Crace confirmed this, stating the enemy's goal was to bait them into a different path, and then corner and kill them. Crace then warned that the Claw of the Hawk would be there soon. Encrid asked the group whether they should play the enemy's game. Ragna suggested it was too bothersome, and that they should just destroy all the enemies instead. Encrid smiled, stating he was leaning towards that idea as well. Encrid stated that if the obvious trap didn't work, the Hawk would be there even sooner. Since the base had a lot of armed personnel, Encrid declared that everyone should go in together. When Crace asked in surprise if he had to go in as well, Encrid quickly told Crace to stay behind. Encrid then commanded Pin, Andrew, and Mac to guard Crace. With a sharp booming sound and a shout of "Let's go!" Encrid and the others immediately jumped into the canyon, descending swiftly toward the enemy base below. The Greyhound's commander walked through his camp, thinking that this was the last opportunity given to his unit. He realized their mission was to help the Claw of the Hawk hunt down the Norelia guerrillas that were destroying their rear ranks. The Greyhound's commander thought it was humiliating that they, the famed elite troops of Aspen, had been forced to back up because of a single, albeit talented soldier. He gritted his teeth, deciding that despite the humiliation, they must clear the task to rise back up. One of the guards shouted in alarm that the attackers were here, identifying them as the Norelia guerrilla forces. The Greyhound's commander thought that the approaching enemies had walked into such an obvious trap, leading him to exclaim that they were idiots. The Greyhound's commander shouted in realization, recognizing Encrid, and declaring that he was part of the guerrilla forces. Encrid wondered in confusion if he knew the enemy commander. Rem questioned why Encrid was asking him, but then added that he didn't think he'd ever seen the commander's face before. Rem quickly changed his mind, stating that Encrid's memory really was terrible. The Greyhound's commander gritted his teeth, calling Encrid an insolent bastard. He then declared that it did not matter if Encrid didn't remember him, because he and his companions would all die there regardless. The Greyhound's commander charged toward Encrid, declaring that Encrid would be a stepping stone for the rise of the Greyhounds. Encrid blocked the commander's sword strike with his own blade in a flash of sparks and a sharp sound, holding the line despite the intense force of the attack. The Greyhound's commander shouted in surprise about the sword Encrid was holding. Encrid then spoke, identifying the commander as the one who guarded the flag during the Fog of Annihilation. Recognizing him as a Greyhound who knew Mitch, Encrid concluded that the commander must be him. The Greyhound's commander shouted that the recognition no longer mattered, and commanded Encrid to die. The commander launched a fierce attack, but Encrid parried the strike with a sound of sharp metallic force. Encrid thought about the commander, remembering him as a strong opponent whom he could only run from previously. He questioned his own capability now, concluding that the commander should be a good opponent to test exactly how much he had grown. One of the guards, armed with a spiked mace, spoke with a low, threatening sound, noting that it seemed Encrid and the commander had some bad blood between them, but affirmed that the guards were still going to destroy all of them. The guards were completely ignored by Encrid's group, which caused one of the infuriated guards to scream about how they were ignoring them, before charging toward them with a booming sound of movement. Rem intercepted the charging guard's attack, bringing the enemy to a violent stop. Rem then calmly told the guard to be quiet, explaining that the group was watching something. As the Greyhound's commander charged in, Encrid sidestepped the attack and countered, slashing the commander with his sword with a sharp, forceful sound. Jackson thought to himself that Encrid had dodged in 0.1 seconds after seeing the commander ready himself, but Jackson concluded the reaction time was only barely passable. Infuriated, the Greyhound's commander shouted a curse as he charged toward Encrid with a powerful motion, but Encrid quickly intercepted the attack, blocking the commander's sword strike with his other sword. Ragna observed the fight, thinking that Encrid had unsheathed his second sword, and blocked simultaneously. Ragna concluded that Encrid was slowly learning how to use both swords at once. The Greyhound's commander shouted in exertion as he powerfully slammed his sword down, intending to break Encrid's block. Auden smiled, thinking that Encrid did not have enough strength to parry the attack with just one hand. Auden then resolved to add another stone to Encrid's training regimen. Encrid swiftly backed away as the Greyhound's commander shouted in fury at his opponent for using two blades, like a pretentious bastard. Rem looked on with an intense grin, shouting, "That's it!" as he recognized the activation of Encrid's heart of the superhuman skill. Encrid's heart began beating soundly with a sharp, resonant sound as he fully activated the heart of the superhuman, enabling him to charge toward the commander at explosive speed. The Greyhound's commander shouted in shock as Encrid's explosive strike connected, the force of the blow pushing the commander back with a massive booming impact. Encrid's attack did not stop with the push. He immediately followed through, using his second sword to pierce the Greyhound's commander in the neck, causing blood to spray as the man fell back. As Encrid stood over the defeated Greyhound's commander, who was gushing blood, a guard reacted with disbelief, shouting that there was no way their commander could have lost. Rem laughed loudly, declaring that was it, and that he knew the heart of the superhuman would suit Encrid perfectly. Ragna added that the performance was not bad, while Auden smiled, expressing confidence that God was surely smiling down on their brother's progress. Rem yelled down at the enemy troops, shouting at them to get out there in front of him. Rem grinned fiercely, declaring that his axe wanted to celebrate by tasting some blood. The remaining guards charged forward with a sharp sound of determination, shouting for their comrades to show the pride of the Grey Dog and to fight to the last man. Auden intercepted the charging guard's attack, bringing the enemy to a violent stop. Auden then shouted that he would answer the enemy's courage by sending him to the Lord's side. After Auden struck the enemy guard, causing him to grunt in pain and be knocked back with a jarring sound, Andrew watched and questioned in astonishment how Auden had blocked the attack barehanded without even getting a scratch, wondering what kind of muscles Auden had. Pin smiled playfully and asked with a curious sound whether Auden actually looked kind of useful too. Rem charged forward with a fierce expression, bringing his axe down onto an enemy guard's weapon in a sharp, clanging strike. After Rem struck the enemy's weapon, Ragna immediately followed with his own attack, striking the same enemy guard and sending him flying back with a grunt of pain. Rem yelled in disbelief, cursing Ragna as a mad, lazy bastard, and demanded to know if Ragna had been planning to slice him up too. After Rem accused him of attempted friendly fire, a guard shouted a command to die as he drove his sword down at Ragna, who remarked that it was a shame Rem had dodged the strike. Ragna then effortlessly dispatched an incoming enemy guard who charged at him, cleanly cutting the guard down with a swift motion. M cursed Ragna as a cocky bastard, before Rem swiftly and powerfully attacked another guard. Ragna looked down on Rem, and asking if Rem was scared now. Rem shouted at Auden, calling him a lump, and telling him to inform his god that Rem would be sending him a friend. Auden smiled playfully, replying that the Lord says he doesn't need friends like that. Krace then shouted, asking if the two were seriously going to fight right then. The remaining guards seized the opportunity created by the infighting, shouting the command to encircle them, while they were split from within. Amidst the enemy charge, a sharp, swift sound of movement was heard as Jackson appeared, eliminating all the charging guards instantly with a burst of thrown knives, leaving them bleeding and collapsed on the ground. Encrid told Jackson that there was no need to kill them all, noting that most of them were already wrecked anyway. Before Encrid could finish his thought, Jackson saw something coming from the forest and immediately reacted. As an arrow came flying in, Jackson moved swiftly, managing to block the incoming arrow with a sharp, explosive sound of impact. Encrid asked if they were here, and Jackson confirmed that they were, identifying the attacking force as the Hawk's Talon. Rem leaned forward, asking Encrid if he knew the difference between a sniper and a hunter, enthusiastically stating that hunters were way more fun than snipers, especially axe hunting, calling it awesome. Encrid looked on, questioning what Rem was trying to say. Rem stated that if one received a gift, one should give one back. With a swift, powerful motion, Rem then charged into the forest, leaving Pin behind to shout for him to wait. Pin looked on in concern, asking if Rem could act alone like that. Kreis replied that Rem was not someone who would die off somewhere, telling Pin to leave him be. Andrew told Encrid that they should get out of there for now. He explained that the enemy main force might pursue them from over there, and if they stayed put, they would become the Hawk's targets. Encrid agreed with the necessity of leaving, declaring that they would use the best way to blind the enemy and get out. The enemy camp erupted in a massive fire, burning the structure down, as Encrid noted that this destruction seemed to have become a habit. As fire raged in the background, a cloaked figure sighed, noting the smoke. A nearby archer lamented that the enemy had slipped out of sight, then asked the Hawk's Talon what he intended to do next. The hooded Hawk's Talon replied to his subordinate, giving the simple command to pursue the enemy. As the group scaled the sheer rock face with sounds of climbing effort, Encrid thought that Rem acting alone wasn't planned, but acknowledged it was not a bad tactic. Encrid continued to think about the situation, noting that Rem was targeting the Hawk's Talon, who was in turn targeting the rest of them. Encrid realized they could now act as bait to deliberately draw the Hawk's attention. He also thought that since they had chosen rough terrain on purpose, there was only a slim chance the Hawk could see them. Encrid continued to think, noting that since they had picked terrain that was hard to shoot in, the spot was comfortable. He concluded by giving Rem permission to hunt as he liked. While hunting in the forest, Rem looked up and thought that the memory brought back old times. He recalled that back then, he was the exceptional hunter the tribe had held high hopes for. Rem continued to reflect, noting that he couldn't return to that time now that he had left, but he could summon the memories for a moment, specifically from the moment they first met. While in pursuit, one of the Hawk's Talon men noted that the targets escaped well at awkward angles, but stated it was just stalling and that the Talon would not lose his target. Suddenly, the man was decapitated, causing his head to fly off with a stream of blood as the Hawk's Talon remained as still as he was before. Another enemy soldier screamed, "Ambush!" and commanded the remaining men to scatter. The enemy forces dispersed as Rem continued his aggressive charge into the group. Rem continued his chase, cutting one of the scattering enemy soldiers down with a booming, forceful strike, while the dying man cried out in pain. He continues his deadly pursuit, taking out one guard after another, until none are left. The Hawk's Talon ran in panic, thinking about Rem, calling him that barbarian and wondering what was happening. The Talon was astonished that there had been absolutely no sign of the barbarian and wondered when he had suddenly appeared. Rem continued his fierce charge, as the Hawk's Talon gritted his teeth and launched an arrow with a powerful echoing sound, declaring that hunting was always on his side. Rem smashed through the incoming arrow with his axe. He followed through with the strike, slamming the backside of his axe directly into the Hawk's Talon's shoulder. The Hawk's Talon cried out in pain as he was struck, but Rem stood over him, shouting for the Hawk Brat to stop whining and use more strength. Rem declared that this was a rare hunt, and commanded the Talon not to end it so boringly. Rem finished the Hawk's Talon with a swift, powerful strike using the Talon's own arrow, slicing the enemy across the throat. Rem then looked down at the defeated foe, stating that the fight was lame to the end, stating that he had wanted the man to suffer more while they were at it. Rem added that the fight was also an opportunity to brush up on his rusty hunting skills. Rem paused in thought, realizing with a surprised expression that he had just acted exactly like the lieutenant. He concluded that after being around Encrid so long, he must have learned the behavior without even realizing it. Rem continued his thoughts, reflecting that the lieutenant accepts he lacks talent, and thinks about how to move on to the next step. Rem realized that if he also adopted that accepting, reconciled attitude and made it his own, then, Rem concluded his reflection, stating that he didn't know how meaningful this choice would be, and that maybe nothing would change. He decided he should just give it a try, like the lieutenant he had seen. After the lunatic platoon hunted down the claw of the hawk, the tall grass fields stand empty, except for two squires, who look at each other as the wind blows gently. With no warning, they both charge at each other, their clash creating a thud so loud that even Encrid hears it from afar, knowing it's the squires. He would have liked to watch them fight, but he refuses, even when someone asks if he wants to. Achieving victory comes first after all, and according to Kreis's plans, Marcus and his men should arrive at Crossguard soon enough. As they do just that in the middle of the night, the enemy captains are shaken, screaming at each other. They cannot allow these bastards to enter the city, no matter what. They need to send some of the knight's forces back. Abner tells them that since the city has troops stationed already, they should focus on the fight here. The captains turn their attention to him, not wanting to take military advice from a mere peasant. Abner knows that nothing he will say now will be taken seriously, as long as the nobles are in charge. Each knight is a strategic weapon, ready to use, and the balance will shift. Even if a couple of them were to leave, the war would be over. He decides to return to the capital, as there is nothing he can do anymore. As the guards are looking out for the Norelia forces, they see that they have actually retreated, and this is all a part of Marcus's plan. They will pretend to attack, and once the Aspen sends people back, their knights will not hesitate to take advantage of this. With their forces dispersed, they won't be able to stop them no matter what. This plan allowed their forces to earn a gigantic victory. All of this, thanks to those damn lunatics. With this loss, the Aspen forces lost too much to continue the war. They requested an armistice by offering the lands around the tall grass fields as compensation, and Nerelia graciously accepted. Spring had arrived, and with the flowers springing up, the long war against the Aspens was finally over. 10 days pass, and Encrid has returned to the border guard. Most soldiers have lost their discipline, only doing their menial tasks, but he cannot do the same, as he has many fights to think about, and many skills to hone. Suddenly, a soldier comes to him and asks if he could teach him, introducing himself as Paul, a lower-ranked soldier. Encrid had seen him around from time to time. He continued training just like him. He's pretty diligent and seems rather familiar. Encrid asks why him. He never taught anyone, and he can't give any good pointers. Paul didn't care about that. He just wanted him to be his teacher, and the determination on his face said so too. Encrid, seeing his eyes filled with passion, couldn't just ignore him, as he was reminded of himself. He tells him to come, as he will at least fight against him. Ragna, who is basically sleepwalking, hears Encrid fighting and pops out, seeing that he's actually training someone. He should be able to teach decently, considering he had the best teacher in the land. That would be him, but it seems like he forgot some of the basics too, so he should remind him later. Encrid continues to fight against Paul, thinking about something an instructor told him long ago. To improve oneself, they must know where they are. After seeing his platoon, who are all so much better than he is, he's finally facing someone worse than him. And now he can see where he currently stands and what he needs to work on the most. He was too focused on flashy skills for a while now, so he needs to go back to the basics and make sure they are mastered. Ragna sees him using the textbook form that he taught him. It seems that he realized the thing about the basics too. Seeing him, it makes him want to. Before he can finish, Rem interrupts him, and they begin bickering like usual, Ragna not wanting any of it, and telling them to piss off, as he is way too tired to be doing this. Still though, he gets face to face with Rem. Encrid is not at all surprised that they are going at it again, and Jackson notes that they have a lot of eyes on them. Encrid did not even hear him approach, making Jackson wonder if he hadn't been training his senses properly. He sighs and notes that everyone's eyes aren't on those bickering idiots, but on him. Encrid takes a closer look and sees that everyone has stopped to look at his training, some considering Paul to be lucky that he can train with him, and some noting that they should all be leaving him. Later, Marcus thinks of Encrid, from the squad leader of the losers to the platoon leader of the lunatics. His constant path towards improvement has been recognized among soldiers as a prime model to follow. He is a war hero, recognized by all. After climbing on stage, he speaks, noting that the reason why he summoned the nobles and soldiers of the border guards was to recognize the valiant efforts of this war's key contributors. Could they tell him whose contributions were the most impactful in this war? If he has to spell it out for them, then their head isn't even cut out to be a helmet stand. The nobles are shocked by his rather crude language, Marcus knowing they wouldn't understand, but he knows that the soldiers do, as they all smile. He invites Encrid on stage, who thinks that he previously climbed this stage before, when he destroyed the spell. But unlike back then, where the soldiers looked at him with scorn in their eyes, only silence fills the air now. Marcus faces him and says that he thought about it a lot. What would a soldier like him want as a reward for his achievements? Thus, he has prepared this for him, an award that he's certain he wouldn't refuse. He opens an ornate chest in front of him, revealing a royal dagger. The royal family's dagger is a ceremonial blade, bestowed upon those who have done a great service to the family. It not only serves as a proof of honor, but grants its holder the right to be received as a guest by the royal household at any time. Encrid recognizes what this is, a blade with many ornamental engravings, but little value as a weapon, though he hears the crowd cheer for him. This is the true honor, as a knight who goes after strength alone is no better than a mercenary. A true knight must build honor with the foundation of his skill. That is what defines them. This very moment will become a stepping stone for his knighthood. Even his squad cheers for him in their own way, some just smiling, others just sleepy, but all of them are happy. Marcus is glad that this reward suits him, but he shouldn't feel satisfied just yet, as he has prepared another personal gift for him. He should look forward to it in the near future. Encrid can't ask what exactly he means, because suddenly, Marcus announces that they are having a banquet tonight, as he has brought the finest wine, so they should all drink to the very last drop. Encrid notes that he's quite the passionate type, but a banquet, that sounds nice. The festivities are in full swing that night, with everyone having a mug of wine with them. Rem asks Ragna why he's not drinking, and it's because he can't drink something to water down. His palate is refined, so he should drink. Rem throws the drink in his face as a response, making them want to fight again, but the big guy just powers a literal barrel full of wine on them. Encrid looks back at them, and thinks of what Rem said previously, that he would split heads if the wine wasn't good, but now he's having the time of his life. He also isn't seeing Jackson around. He probably went to the city, but he's not really the type to enjoy this kind of thing in the first place. He gets that. He'd rather be training with his sword too, than sitting around at a feast like this. It's getting kinda boring. Suddenly Jenny arrives, wondering if he's thinking about training again. Sometimes one has to listen up, so why don't they drink together? As soon as she sits down, the ferry commander approaches, noting that he didn't expect to see another woman besides him. Her heart is ripping apart at the seams. Such a terrible man he is. Encrid immediately tells her to go to hell, shocking everyone around them. How could he say something so heartless? Can he not see how wounded the ferry commander is right now? They say, as she's completely devoid of emotion. Jenny didn't expect this from him either, but Encrid defends himself, noting that elven eyes always sparkle like that. Esther now understands that while some are doing what they can to help someone turn back into a human, he's flirting around. She headbutts him in the chin, surprising everyone, as it seems that his charms also affected that animal, but one of them has had enough. He pulls out his blade, as he can't stand seeing him with so many women, but in return, Encrid just smiles, as someone wanting to fight him is just what he needed. the man immediately retreats. But now the fighting mood is in the air, and Krace is already taking bets. Someone else arrives. One of the border guard veterans has come to introduce a rookie to Encrid, as he wanted to meet him. As they talk, the recruit stares at the ferry commander, seemingly smitten by her beauty, but she tells them that they came at the wrong time, as Encrid has his eyes on just sparring now. After the fight is done, Encrid thinks that this is nowhere near enough. Once he starts, he just wants more and more fighting. If he's to fight, it would rather be with someone stronger. He stares at everyone, but they are seemingly refusing to duel with him, making him wonder why. So Krace informs him that not everyone is as crazy as he is. Andrew, however, would like to take up that challenge, as this is how he's going to prove himself. Everyone stops whatever they are doing to see Andrew approaching Encrid, as through him, he has learned what it truly means to never give up. He dreamed of reviving his family name as it was his mother's dying wish, but knowing his own shortcomings made him anxious and impatient. For someone like him, the commander who runs straight towards his goal with no rest is both a role model and someone he respects deeply. That is why he, Andrew Gardner, requests a duel with Encrid. He too has trained, so he will not fall behind, and show him that here and now. The wind blows gently, Encrid thinking that the spring breeze carries mana and announces a new beginning. Truly, this is the perfect night to fight. He accepts Andrew's challenge and will face him with everything he has. As they fight, Encrid mentions the day they met, where he said that someone can only take his command if they best him. Andrew asks why he's bringing up his embarrassing phase from the past, and Encrid confirms that it is the past as he swings his blade away. As he's different now, Andrew charges back in with glee, and Rem tells Encrid to go easy on him, as that virgin is still persistent. Encrid has noticed too that his youthful arrogance has gone, and in its place came caution and experience. Truly, just from the way he is fighting, he really is quite different. Their relationship, along with their skills, has changed. He begins pushing Andrew back again and again, until eventually, he manages to push him to the ground. He gives him a helping hand, with Andrew announcing that he's going to leave tomorrow. The time for the House Gardner to rise has come. If he comes to the capital someday, he is invited to stay at his manor, although of course, he would probably want to stay at the palace since he got the royal dagger and all. Encrid ruffles his head and notes that he's looking forward to visiting. Andrew wants to cry, but instead he smiles. It's fine though, because Mac is crying plenty for him already. He wipes his tears and boogers on Rem's hair, and Andrew goes to join them. Encrid hopes the feast will go on all night, so that Andrew and Mac have no regrets when they leave. After sunrise, they immediately boarded a wagon for the capital. They were both a mess, having suffered the entire lunatic platoon all night, but he will be a patriarch noble the next time they meet, so sending him off like this wasn't that bad. Even though they just feasted last night, he will not just skip a morning of training. This is his own promise to himself, and it's only natural in his path to becoming a knight. Marcus arrives expecting him to be here, and Encrid looks at him, but he sees someone behind him, a frog, and what seems to be a knight. Marcus notes that this is the present he prepared for him, and suddenly the knight gets into position. Encrid notices, and the knight teleports right to him, but Encrid manages to block, surprising both the frog and the knight. They are impressed, so they decide to see what he can do. They let out a bunch of feint attacks, but Encrid can feel each and every one of them on his skin. His thighs being stabbed, his arms being dismembered, his head being decapitated. All of these blades that they are throwing out are all telling him the same thing. If he stands back, he will live, but if he keeps pushing forward, he will die. Encrid has seen death many times already, so he chooses that. He will no longer let his dreams be just dreams, even if he has to die 1,000,000 times. If he can just make a single step, then that's fine. If he can't walk, he will crawl, worm his way forward if he has to. The knight is surprised to see this, and as Encrid makes his last step, the frog intervenes, and the knight notes that they have never seen anything like him before. He withstood that, even without being able to manipulate it at all. If he stood there any longer, he would have really died. Encrid asks for their identity, and she identifies herself as Asia, Proto-Knight Asia. Encrid, after hearing this, falls on his back, but Jackson catches him, and Rem is really curious. Does she expect to get away with this just because she's a Proto-Knight? She's confused. Who are these guys? The frog analyzes all of them. The barbarian in the front, the silent one, and the big oaf. They are all incredibly talented, especially the one in the back. From his blonde hair and red eyes, he seems to be from the north, and even if he had just awoken, he is already at his full potential. Marcus tells them to stand down, as it's not what it seems, and Isha guesses this is the lunatic squad. They really are insane. Rem asks what the hell they are doing, but Marcus interrupts him and asks the frog if she thinks Encrid can become a knight. The squad is taken aback by this. What do they mean? The frog thinks that the reason Marcus called them is that frog eyes can determine whether someone is talented or not, and to see if he has what it takes. This is the present that Marcus prepared for Encrid, but unfortunately, she has to break the bad news. It's impossible for Encrid to become a knight. He has pretty obvious limits. It's impressive that he made it here in the first place, although there is still someone she's interested in. She asks Ragna if he wishes to become a knight, and he tells her to piss off. She heard that these lunatics only follow their leader's command, and it seems to be true, for him to refuse an offer from a red cape knight. Asia notes to Marcus that she did him a favor and decides to leave, but the frog would like to stay a while. She speaks with Marcus about her lodgings, and Asia knows it's about that blonde guy. Frogs, they only care about what interests them and nothing else. But still, that guy is pretty good. Encrid withstood her aura and even took a step. She had never seen anyone do that, especially the step. He would be a monster if he realizes this power, but if it was that easy, anyone would become a knight. Encrid's old friends saw all this. He was just keeping guard when he heard a noise and decided to investigate, but he certainly didn't expect something like this. He knows that Encrid dreams of becoming a knight. He has never hidden this, so everyone in their battalion knows about it. That is what troubles him. He stood tall all this time, no matter what other people said, but for someone who reached his dream to consider it impossible for him, even if it's Encrid, that's extremely harsh. He goes to their cabin, and Rem opens up, asking what he wants. Before he can say, he notices the frog is right next to Encrid, who excuses herself, and Rem doesn't really care, as she does not harm. He wonders why they are all acting like this is completely normal. The dream of their leader, who they all follow like dogs, just got shattered. He could be devastated completely. Encrid wakes up, and Rem immediately tells him that they said he has no chance at becoming a knight. He keeps screaming it again and again, and Encrid just says, "Really?" The friend pushes Rem away and tries to tell him that he will be fine. But Encrid doesn't understand the worry. He decides to go train, as he doesn't have time, and he missed his morning routine because he passed out. With Encrid out, Ragna wakes up too and decides to leave, with the frog finding this very fun. The friend wonders why he's acting completely okay, and Rem tells him it's because he's stubborn. Even if a knight said those same words the frog did right in his face, he wouldn't care at all. He's persistent to say the least. Now he understands no defeat means no despair, and no giving up. That is why he will not be talked out of anything. He decides to go and train too, as he will not lose to Encrid. As he does his push-ups, he thinks on the power of a proto-knight, that illusion of blade specifically. It wasn't any regular old murder intent. That was different. The frog detects his curiosity and asks if he would like to know. Encrid wants to know about intimidation. Is that what the skill is called? Ragna approaches with one simple question. What separates knights from them? Those who have surpassed their limits dream of knighthood, but he will never become a knight until he realizes this power. Only 1 in 10,000 can learn it. A mysterious power that doesn't just work. The frog notes that he might give up if he tells him about that, but Encrid wants to know, no matter what. The frog notes that the intimidation that Ija showed is only a part of it, with Ragna continuing. The broad designation of all the powers used by knights to become superhuman, that thing is called will. It is the power of volition. Some might call it just willpower, but this is the greatest feat of humans. To be able to use it, one needs to face their limits and overcome them, and then to truly understand. He stops himself, noting that he will just figure it out, as he can't say yet. The frog explains that will manifests differently, depending on the individual. The method for one to realize their will is unique. Although all this talk is meaningless when he hasn't even broken through his limits, Ragna agrees with her assessment. Encrid understands, but then, what should he do to overcome his limits? The frog once again notes that it's for him to decide. He can't know his limits until he reaches them. Encrid cuts her off, as he understands. He will just keep repeating what he does until he drops dead. The frog smiles, as in her opinion, that will never work. A frog's ability to discern talent is closer to instinct than anything, and that instinct comes from experience. She has experienced countless humans. She is better than any other frog in discerning talent. 2 things are considered in her discerning process. First, whether they truly have talent, and the second is whether they have the will to carry on. Normally, it's not even worth consideration if the first is not met, but in his case, his will is stronger than any others. He has a conviction like none other. He is truly a being of mystery. A frog lives to satisfy their carnal desires. Some frogs dedicate their lives to strength. Some fall in love, but what it desires is to study the unknown. She pulls down her cloak, telling Encrid that he will be in her care from this moment forth. Encrid extends a hand and asks for her name, which is Luagarn. That night, as they dine in the hall, everyone's attention is drawn towards the mysterious frog that is dining with the lunatics. Out of all the people here, the friend notes that she decided to stay here, and the others immediately swarm him with questions, to the point where only that side of the mess hall becomes occupied. Rem notes that they are uncultured, but Jackson doesn't really want to hear that from him. They immediately begin sparring, with Krace noting that they are both uncultured ones. Luagarn has assessed all of their talents, and in truth, they are all insanely talented, having surpassed their limits long ago. If they realized their will, they would have all become knights, but that also requires luck. Jenny asks Encrid if he shouldn't stop them, but he notes that it's fine, making her ask if he's blind. Encrid explains that they are not hiding anything from each other. They seem close enough to the point that they probably won't kill each other, he says as they pull out their blades. Encrid pays them no mind and asks Luagarn where she decided to stay, and she prefers to stay next to him if possible. Suddenly, an axe flies towards her face, and Encrid has to block. It was thrown by Rem, who notes that the place next to Encrid is his. She can't have it. Luagarn notes that they really are all crazy, and Encrid apologizes for him. She's fine though. She's inclined to forgive those who are good-looking. Encrid heard that frogs are sensitive to looks, and Jenny agrees. They are all lookers. Luagarn notes that he gets a pass too. She can forgive a degree of rudeness. So is there anything he wishes to ask? Encrid knows exactly the question he wants to ask. Would she like to have a duel? Luagarn is surprised. He's asking that after training all day. Encrid notes that he will duel and train again right after, with Luagarn noting that he's the most insane person here, and Jenny agrees, confusing Encrid. Luagarn thinks that normally, people would be exhausted after doing what he did all day, which means his mentality is stronger than most, by orders of magnitude at least. How would he be if he realized his will? Encrid notes to Jenny that he's quite practical, but she just thinks that he's delusional. Luagarn isn't one to spend her time on someone she doesn't see potential in, but she will play along for a bit. After she takes her cloak off though, she promises not to go easy on him, but that is exactly what Encrid wanted to hear. In the Principality of Aspen, Abner thinks on their defeat. It's foolish to expect a victory at this point, but with everything he prepared, He never thought they would just lose. The cascade of defeat began with the death of Mitch Hurrier, that bastard. The taunts failed afterwards, and their giant was thus slain. However, at the center of all this events was the soldier named Encrid, the platoon leader of the lunatics. The war is not entirely over yet. Once the armistice runs its course, Aspen will definitely make a move, but if Encrid gets in their way, he can't make any other plans. The Greyhounds already sent an assassin for him once, and at the time, he found it weird that they invested so many resources in one man, but that might be the solution after all. The Swamps of Monterey are the assassin guild owned by the Crown of Aspen, which has never failed a request with their excellent competency. Thus, he requests a job in the name of the Crown of Aspen to eliminate the soldier called Encrid, no matter the costs. That same night, an assassin watches Encrid closely, identifying him as such, but suddenly Jackson appears behind him and asks who he is. A secret admirer of the boss, perhaps? Thank you for watching. See you next time. In the outskirts of the Aspen, at the secret hideout of the Monterey Guild swamps, a man smashes his fist into the table, demanding to know how they have lost contact with one of their assassins again. This is apparently the fifth one. One of the assassins reports that someone keeps taking them out. They sent an intermediate assassin now, but still, he couldn't do a thing. The old man knows that this request was sent by the Aspen Crown. If their guild, which is owned by them, fails this quest, the future of the guild will be unclear to say the least. He knows of only a few people who can take this request now. The best assassins in the guild, the Locks brothers. Regardless, they must complete the mission. As Encrid walks around town, people recognize him and begin handing out gifts, but he initially refuses. The people insist though, one man noting that his son returned alive thanks to him, and so they swarm him with gifts. In this massive crowd though, an assassin draws a needle-like blade, and two others sit nearby, waiting for the perfect moment. That moment soon arrives, and they all throw their blades at Encrid at the same time, but they get deflected by some crossbow bolts, and one of the assassins gets strung up by a noose. Encrid notices the air slightly shifting, but what was it? As Jackson chokes out one of the assassins, another appears, knowing that he's the bastard who keeps getting in their way, so he charges in, but Jackson uses the string to tie him up by the neck as well. The other assassin, who was sitting in the house, knows that this is bad. The brothers didn't stand a chance, and they need to take out the target now. Unfortunately for him, Jackson has noticed his presence already. He breaks his needle knife with a throwing one and strings him up too. Encrid approaches, asking what he is doing all the way over here, and Jackson notes that he just found some drunkards who were about to get run over in the streets, so he moved them to prevent that. Encrid senses alcohol in the air, but would do something nice for some strangers. Jackson asks if that's a problem, and Encrid says it's not and goes on his merry way. Jackson knows that Encrid has to spend this time getting stronger, and he won't let these idiots get in the way, although it seems that they keep getting better and better. That half-fairy and rat that came before them too was quite vicious. Still, who do they think they are? He makes his way to the shadowy part of town and goes directly to the guildmaster of the local assassin guild. He reports all that he has done, and she thanks him for it, but it seems like it's really the Swamps of Monterey. What should they do? Jackson suggests they take them out their way and leaves, leaving the guildmaster kind of sad. Still, she summons her assassins and tells them to send a warning to the Swamp of Monterey, as they have had enough. All assassins who enter this city from this moment forth shall be killed. With no other way to kill Encrid, the Monterey guildmaster goes to Abner with shame, reporting that the task is impossible. He is guarded by those who outclass them in every way, and they are quite skilled within Aspen at least. But those guys, they are the best in the entire continent. Abner understands. He rescinds the request. If Encrid truly is something special, then he will see him again on the battlefield. 3 months have passed since the return of the border guard. The weather is warm, and some soldiers are resting nearby. Encrid, who is still training despite the warm weather. It seems that it wasn't just luck that made him stronger. He wonders how strong he will get if he trains like him, but Rem calls bullcrap. Ragna is sad too. He taught him everything, yet he's still like this? Everyone from the squad seems to be doubting him, even Luagarn. Was she mistaken? It's not that. He's just as untalented as she first thought, and she admits it to his face that he's in a slump. Encrid, however, doesn't see it that way. He's taking huge steps that nobody can truly see, except him. Just as the sun is about to rise, Kreis is under his blanket, trying to read something he apparently can't understand. As he does that, Luagarn pulls his cover, as he is too noisy, but as she berates him, she notices the letter he's reading, and Kreis asks if she can read it. As the sun peeks over the mountain, Encrid immediately gets up and notes that it's time for his morning training. As he does that, everyone watches, with the consensus being that he's not improving at all. Jackson notes that he probably knows he's in a slump too, but why does he not seem bothered at all? Rem is really curious about this. What is he really thinking? After finishing his training, Marcus calls for him, giving him a mercenary request. Encrid reads it, to take out a colony near a frontier town. Marcus explains that things get tough outside the city at this time of year. Monsters and beasts sprout out like crazy in the summer. Once they have enough numbers and a leader rises, that pack of monsters becomes a colony, which threatens nearby towns. A large colony has been seen near a frontier town. He will give him command of the town defenses, so he will have to take care of it. Jenny comes by as he prepares to head out, but she's surprised by how much she carries on him, just like back at Crossguard. Encrid notes that it's good to be prepared, and Luagarn agrees. For such a large colony, preparation is essential. As Kreis looks at the request too, Encrid thinks about the whistle daggers. It would be cool to have more, but there is no way to get them now, as he doesn't have any half-elves to loot. As Kreis reads the paper, he begins to shake, and immediately approaches Encrid, begging to let him come with. as this is the chance of a lifetime. There is a hidden treasure right where the frontier town is. More precisely, the hidden riches of the legendary trader Dolph from 100 years ago. Encrid remembers that map. He picked it up in the last battlefield. Crace explains further that this story is infamous among those who handle money. Dolph's treasures must be in an old dungeon, to the point that the traps don't even work anymore. Jenny can't read it, and Encrid can't either. Is this some kind of ancient script? Luagarn notes that she helped him with that. She's a scholar after all, so deciphering old scripts is easy. Encrid is surprised to see a battle-hungry frog be a scholar, and Jenny agrees. But Luagarn tells them that they shouldn't generalize. Encrid decides to let Chryse come, with the condition that it doesn't take too much time. They will set off tomorrow. Suddenly though, most of them say they are not going, as they are either sleeping in or on some business. Chryse wonders what it is. They were obsessed with him before, but Jenny is curious if they will be okay with only this much manpower. Luagarn decides to go with them, as there is no reason for her to stay here without Encrid, something which Esther doesn't like. Chryse thinks they should be fine like this, and gets to packing, but Encrid looks at his others, his face not betraying any emotion. After they finish preparing, Chryse wonders if the panther is coming with them, and Esther hisses at him, confirming that she is indeed coming. Before leaving, Jackson hands Encrid some whistle daggers, as he has his ways of collecting them. Encrid asks if this is what he was doing yesterday, but Jackson just thinks he will need all the help he can get at this point. Encrid gives them one last look, noting that he knows why they are doing this, but they will see each other when he gets back. It will be more fun then. Rem gets up after he leaves, wondering what he is thinking. Ragna notes that there's no sign of him getting better, but Jackson says that there were periods where he improved a lot. They still believe in him though, wondering how he will surprise them this time. Rem finds him odd and gets up, inviting Ragna to fight with at least half of their lives on the line. The others join him too, hoping that Encrid keeps his word, because they too will prepare themselves. A colony attracts nearby monsters and beasts. Thanks to that, they expected the journey to be difficult, and it is just that, as they are swarmed with beasts at the moment. Chryse notes that there have been 6 groups since they started, and Jenny apologizes. She was sure this was the right way. Encrid says it's fine, and they keep moving. Apparently Jenny knows of a side path where not many monsters pass, but each time they keep meeting beasts. Luagarn finds this odd. Even if there is a colony nearby, this isn't no Devil's Gate either. Encrid knows what that is. The source of the monsters and beasts. A land unreachable by humans, and suspected to be the catalyst for monsters. This just keeps getting weirder, and he has a bad feeling about it. After they arrive at the town, the leader welcomes them, and Encrid says that they are here about the mercenary request. Before Encrid can finish, a man who has seen some fights in his time appears, noting that they will talk with him about that. He shakes hands with Encrid, introducing himself as the leader of the town watch, Deutsch Fullman. If he is frank, they already took care of the colony. The men of the watch are composed of well-trained mercenaries. Monsters and beasts are no match for them, and they have the wall too. A masterpiece created by an engineer from town. A regular beast can get through. There is nothing for him here. They will convey that the request is completed, so he can leave. Encrid refuses. He will decide when they leave, shaking Fullman up a bit. Chryse intervenes, noting that they are tired from the journey, so they should at least get some rest before they return. Fullman relents and tells Hugo to present them their lodgings, which he does with a smile. Luagarn is weirded out though. She just can't stand to look at him with her eyes. His energy, it seems similar to one of them. He seems friendly enough though, so it must be a coincidence. Or probably is. After the team gets set up in a house, Encrid notes that they are rather hostile, and Chryse can see why, as they came here with the full right to command. That man must be feeling like he is losing control of the watch. Encrid knows that's not everything, and Jenny wonders if they really got rid of the colony, but Luagarn thinks otherwise. Based on the number of monsters they encountered on the way here, the colony still exists, and it's going to be hard without their cooperation. Encrid says it doesn't matter. They'll do what they must. Meanwhile, he will train with some rocks he just found, somehow, but the others are going to bed. Luagarn thinks that he's doing the same training again and again because he's not improving, but even so, how could he have that expression? She's reminded of someone else, someone who also liked to train. Her one true love. Back when she had the mental bond that frogs and humans have, that feeling remains unchanged. If only her lover hadn't died to them. She asks Encrid if training is fun, and he agrees with the same face that her lover once did, which seems to stun her for a bit. The leader of the town follows Fullman, noting that they defeated the hordes many times, but there are still too many beasts. They have to accept that request. He refuses, as this is their town. Everyone here came to escape those corrupt nobles. They work day in and day out to build this from nothing. If they allow the city folk to just interfere, they will soon take control of the town. He needn't worry. They can take the beasts on their own. Even now, his trusted men are watching from the walls, especially that Hugo guy. He's trustworthy and good at what he does. That same Hugo asks the watchmen if there are any issues, and they say they are all set, meaning that they needn't act anymore. And tomorrow, they will begin what they had planned. As the sun rises, countless beasts peer from the forest and begin charging into the town. The warning bells are rung, announcing that a pack of gnolls is here, and Luagarn connects the dots. The them she was talking about, what she was feeling from Hugo, was cultists. Hugo smiles, as they will do everything for their god who is stuck in the Devil's Gate. Everything started with no warning. The village was peaceful. Everyone was about their business. And suddenly, the stench of blood spread as the gnolls entered. The village was thrown into immediate chaos. The watch gathered to protect the village, and Encrid rounded up everyone. But Luagarn had to go somewhere, as she promised to kill every cultist bastard who murdered her beloved. She flew out of the house, and the gnolls attacked the group immediately, Encrid giving them orders, with Krace and Esther staying next to him. He ran 3 gnolls in with his blade. They have to carve a way through, as he has fought many monster hordes before, and is trying the same tricks, dodging and cutting them down. His other senses become dull as he focuses solely on the fight, taking out gnoll after gnoll, but the mutated ones are giving him trouble, as they are much larger than normal, and unlike the lichens, these beasts just keep coming. The village was filled with screams and fear, but after a while, there was only the crackling of fire. The village, which was built on hope and survival, was trampled by the monster horde. Encrid still fights, activating all of his techniques to make a dent at least. Esther tries to fight too, but with a horde this large, there is no spell powerful enough that she can make while in this form. Christ gets killed, and seeing this, Esther decides to retreat, as this would be a fruitless death for her. Although she vows to avenge Encrid, Hugo decides to leave amidst the chaos, but suddenly Luagarn smashes through, and Hugo is only defended by a dark shield that surrounds him. Luagarn screams out at him, but he unleashes a dark attack toward her, sealing her fate. Encrid is getting overwhelmed. He's barely holding together. He can barely lift his arms up anymore, but seeing a nearby child, who is holding on his breath to act dead so he can live, he gains a boost of vitality. The gnolls suddenly make way for a bigger gnoll, who wields 2 blades at once. This is the leader of the monsters. Encrid challenges him, and they begin fighting, Encrid managing to smash his sword down, but the gnoll jumps around and slashes from behind, managing to nick Encrid with his blade. He can still fight, but unfortunately, the blade was poisoned. The leader smiles as he sees Encrid fall down. It seems that after a long time, Encrid has reached another wall that he has to conquer. As Encrid lets out a bunch of blood, he thinks that he can't move because of the poison, but he has yet to return to the start of today. It seems the leader of the colony is enjoying watching him suffer, and that's why he hasn't finished him off. He needs to kill that bastard to kill the leader and destroy the colony. Unlike most gnolls and their short legs, he is extremely quick, and even has a poisoned blade. This means that in their battle, he cannot let this bastard hit him even once. As he wonders what he's supposed to do, he dies, and the ferryman wonders what a feeble can go against a legion of monsters. After waking up, Encrid picks up his blade and thinks that Krace probably died while he told him to stay behind, as he couldn't sense him. He sent Pin out past the walls, but she did not return, meaning she was dead. Luagarn is surprised to see him armed this early, and Encrid asks if she knows about cultists, piquing her interest. She explains that they are a bunch of lunatics. Among all the cults that are taking root in the continent, the worst is the Church of the Holy Devil Gate. They believe the Devil's Gate is their holy land, and praise the Demon of Sixes. Before she can ask why he wanted to know, the gnolls attack, and he moves out immediately. Before he can even get out, Luagarn jumps out again, and Encrid does too, fully prepared to protect the villagers this time. As he takes out one of the gnolls, he thinks about the ferryman's question, and he only has one answer: to use everything he has trained in. As everyone moves in to fight, they see Encrid assaulted by a bunch of spears, but using Heart of the Beast, he dodges. He uses the sense of the blade to spot a villager in a dangerous situation, and throws a knife to take the beast out. Another gnoll takes this opportunity to take a swing at Encrid from behind, but he dodges and concentrates on a single point, blocking the next incoming strikes. The gnolls, seeing this human try to fight them, turn away from the defenseless humans and charge him. Encrid kicks down one of the charging ones before killing him, and as he fights, everyone concludes that they can win with someone like him on their side. The Watch charges in too, vowing to protect their town. Encrid pushes even harder, cutting up the gnolls like a blender. He sees the gnoll boss, who points his poisoned blade at him, and with his order given, an entire legion of gnolls comes once again. Encrid can hear the ferryman calling this useless, but this makes him push even harder, as he will not give up no matter what. He charges in, using the heart of Superman to block a harsh strike that pushes him back, but he manages to push through and take down a bunch of gnolls at once. Another charges in, but Encrid swings widely, taking him and more out. He continues charging in, but one of the gnolls manages to hit him with a spear, and everyone starts to lose, one by one. They are all taken out. Encrid is forced to kneel too, knowing that this bastard was waiting for him to get injured. Even with his injury, he charges in, but the boss's blade still grazes him. This bastard seems to really enjoy watching him suffer. As everyone dies around him, as Encrid slowly fades away, his eyes are still filled with a need to fight. The third attempt comes and goes, same with the 20th and the 40th. No matter how well he fights, the leader does not appear before he's critically injured, so he thinks of getting injured earlier. Even with that, the gnoll boss has a speed that rivals a proto-knight. He cannot avoid its blade. Is there no other way? Can he truly not dodge this wall with what he has? He remembers what Jackson said, that his dodging sense is only half done. This is not about watching and dodging, but only one thing, and that is coordination. As the bell rings and he gets out, Encrid realizes that what he has is not enough, so he must try something new. As a gnoll charges in, he dodges, but another takes his place. He remembers Jackson's word to not hesitate, but he does, and dies in the process. The next time he manages to dodge, but another takes him down with a bite. He will have to repeat it until it's ingrained in his body, and so, he begins to understand. Precise judgment, quick movement, the strength needed for all of this, and proper coordination that only occurs when all of these work together. He dodges 2 incoming strikes, but still falls. The 100 try goes, the 101 try too, but he refuses to stop. He keeps going, just a little longer, until he fully realizes his dodging sense. The others watch him in awe, especially Esther, who wonders what he is planning to achieve by taking on so many gnolls. Encrid thinks to use only the minimum amount of movement to not tire early, and predict their attacks to stay one step ahead. He dodges and dodges, until he can't anymore, and he falls again. He, however, wanted this, as his real opponent is the boss. There is a trick he's picked up after dying to the poison all the time. Instead of waiting around to die, he charges in, a much quicker death. He gets up again, looking at Luogarn, who has not changed at all, no matter the day. She chased after the cultists, and never came back. He asks if she knows about the cultists, which she notes are the greatest group of cultists on the continent, committing atrocious acts for their god. They also sacrifice humans for ritual summoning. Encrid heard rumors within the mercenary world about a salamander that spits flames from its body, that it was cultists who summoned it. Luogarn notes it's no rumor. She witnessed a summoning of that thing with her own eyes. Encrid thinks that the monsters attack at daybreak, a horde of gnolls, with countless attack patterns among them. He has kept repeating 170 times, 180, up to 190. He has learned their patterns and continued to repeat and move as his senses ordained. His choices are to dodge, block, or counter, and instinct is what drives him. His stored experiences are what give him that push. As the sun sets, again and again and again, Encrid continues surviving up until the moon actually appears. He smiles, his sweat creating a ripple today. The key to this technique is not just noticing and moving out of the way, but to tune his senses to react automatically. Finally, after 200 days, the dodging sense has become his. He meets the ferryman again, who notes that he must know all too well that bearing it isn't everything. As Encrid wakes up, he smiles, knowing that's the case. That's why he has a plan. He pulls off the sheets from Kreis and tells them to all get up, telling Pin and Esther to move out with him. He also needs Kreis to do something important. Luogarn asks what's happening so early, and he notes there's not much time. The Gnoll Hoarder will be here by sunrise. They must finish preparations before then, and surpass this wall of his. He turns to Luogarna, and notes that he remembered some cultists escaped during a job he took as a merc, and there are people here who look just like them. She asks if he's sure, and Encrid is positive on this. With that, she immediately goes to check on who she suspected from the start. She never came back in the past 2 days, but since he sent her before the Gnolls attack, perhaps things will be different. Not that it matters to him, though. He tells Kreis to bring Fulman by any means necessary, even if he has to take the village chief hostage. As Kreis tries to refuse that order, Encrid ignores him and goes outside with Pin and Esther, as they need to secure the wall. The monster horde that infiltrated the village is strange. As to enter, they must pass through the wall. That wall they were proud of couldn't be breached. But could those gnolls really climb over it with those short legs of theirs? There is only one answer. The gate was already opened, and the reason Pin never returned when he sent her over the wall is that there are enemies there too. The wall guards are all cultists. They look on as he approaches and suddenly announces that from this moment forth, command here is transferred to him. Every single one of the soldiers here will now follow his orders. They immediately deny as they only follow their captain, but Encrid is not playing. If they do not submit, they will die. They immediately point their weapons at him, and Encrid charges in. He knows that not all of the guards are cultists, because the bell still rang when the monsters appeared, like this one in front of him, as he has seen him ring the bell a couple of times. The archers immediately begin raining arrows, even though their comrade is right there. Encrid protects them, and Esther begins attacking the cultists, putting them on the ground. Encrid can see Dawn airy over the wall. The gnolls are officially coming. He asks the old guard if the gate is locked properly, and to check again, even if he is sure. The guard does just that, and finds out that there's a crack in the bar holding the gate closed. Under the threat of dying under the gnoll horde, he valiantly picks up another piece and rushes over to repair the gate, as it must hold. The guard that Pin was holding summons a bunch of dark magic to stop him, and the one Esther was attacking does too. Encrid gives out the order to push them out, and their fate is sealed as soon as they are thrown over to the hungry gnolls. With a few seconds left, the old guard manages to close the gate, and unlike ever before, the gnolls scream out like they are demanding to be let inside. The captain asks what is going on. From behind, Encrid is glad to see that Kreis managed to drag them here. Encrid explains that the gnoll horde is targeting their village. This is an emergency, and as such, he will take full authority. The commander would like to complain, but with the advent of the gnolls, Encrid screams out, noting that this is not important. They will all fire arrows now. The captain damns it all and hopes he'll explain later, giving everyone the order to rain arrows down, even if they block the gate and stop the gnolls from entering, as long as the colony holds in front of it. This cannot be cleared. He asks if there is a side gate, as he wants it open just a little. Seeing the attack on their walls, the old guard asks if he really wants it done now. Encrid gives Esther the order to help them, and she crashes into the gnolls, using her lithe body to create an opening, making the gnolls hesitate. Encrid thinks this should be enough, and they open the gate. A colony lives and dies on its leader, so he will have to break through the gnoll horde and eliminate their leader. With one charged swipe, he takes out a bunch of gnolls, and the captain, seeing the crazed bastard just jump in, gives out the order to support him with arrows. The captain keeps ordering his men to fire and fire, to not stop shooting no matter what, and they do so, but one of the men tells him that there are far too many enemies, and they are running out of arrows. The captain grits his teeth at this realization, but there is nothing they can do at the moment except this. Pin, who's coming down a ladder, tells Kreis that Encrid is outside, while he thinks that they don't have any proper defensive weaponry, and the walls are falling apart too. His eyes begin to shake as he realizes that it's only a matter of time until these bastards get through and cause chaos. He slaps himself out of his fear. He's sure the squad leader has a plan, so he needs to do what he can to help him. He gets the idea of throwing stuff and asks one of the men if they have anything to throw, like rocks. The man explains that there's a quarry behind the town, and so, Kreis pulls everyone to help, even the working men and women. Encrid is doing exactly what he wanted to. draw as much attention as possible, cutting through gnolls after gnoll, and Esther is helping in that too. With this, all the gnolls' attention will be focused on him, and with Esther at his side, he is able to do much more than before. With the help of the others, who have just begun to throw large rocks that scatter across the battlefield, taking some gnolls out before they even realize it, thousands of openings are created right in front of him, which are way too easy to exploit. Seeing a path, he tells Esther to take care of the rest, and charges through, knowing that she has his back. As he passes gnoll after gnoll, Esther continues to fight, making sure that they don't follow him. But eventually though, seeing that the gnolls have turned their attention to her, she climbs up the wall. Seeing her, Chryse wonders where Encrid went, and he seems to be inside a spiky bush on his belly. He is hiding his presence by covering himself in gnoll blood, and also uses the terrain to advance, to minimize injuries and conserve energy. The original intent of this wall was for him to kill the leader while dodging his poisoned blade, all the while being critically injured, but without his dodging sense, that is not possible. However, he does not wish to see all that pain and suffering again, so he will do what he can. He rushes through the spiky bush and prepares a whistle dagger, eventually getting right below the gnoll leader. There is only one reason that he came here, to kill this bastard leader, while he is unwounded. Encrid throws the whistle knife right in front of the leader, distracting him for just a moment, allowing him to charge behind the leader, but he dodges his strike. The gnolls want to intervene and protect their master, but he gives them one stern look, making them realize that this is not their fight. Encrid expected this. While striking, the leader only appeared when he was wounded, as if to flaunt his might by killing him in front of all his subjects. The gnoll leader dodges his next strike too, and the next, until he finds an opening and strikes, but only scratches Encrid's armor. A human who has just sneaked up on him has damaged his reputation, so he has to fix it without the help of the others. The gnoll leader rushes with both of his blades again, but Encrid has learned of this technique long ago, and cuts his hands off right then. As his hands still flail in the air, Encrid rushes in with his blade once again, his strike thundering across the field, as he puts an end to his miserable life. Chryse sees him in the distance, and he is amazed to see what he has accomplished, even if he's so far away. As he splits the leader in two, Encrid thinks that no matter how fast the leader is, or what poison he uses against him, who is fresh and uninjured, he is but a mere gnoll, just like the beasts that he is leading. The other gnolls, seeing this, go crazy and charge at Encrid, demanding blood for their leader's demise, and Pin tells Encrid to run, as those beasts are out of control without someone to lead them, and he will be surrounded. He activates his beast heart, and jumps away from the peak that the leader was on, going right into the middle of the field, where there are still violent gnolls waiting to avenge their master. Fortunately, the guard captain opens the gates and comes out with his men, telling Encrid to get to them as fast as he can. Encrid gets to doing just that. He has achieved his objective, and he is not about to die here. Using his beast heart, Encrid slashes through 4 gnolls at once, and he dashes in to take care of the others. But arrows fly in their heads before he can deal with them, and the guards push in, the captain telling him to go inside now. The gnolls scream and thump at the thought of letting their target get away, but as the others watch from above, Encrid gets past them and dashes through the gate. The captain calls his men of the watch away, telling them to retreat, and as the gnolls charge in, they close the gates as everyone gets inside. The people continue to throw stones, and the gnolls get driven away, seeing that they have no chance to enter. Everyone is quiet as the gnolls run away. There is only silence after this hard-fought victory, and Chryse screams out after seeing the empty plains, noting that they did it. Everyone cheers, and the captain looks at Encrid, who is now slumped on the ground. He thinks that it all happened in but a few moments. He knows their town was almost wiped out, and that he was the one who stopped it. He was sent temporarily, yet he did so much for a town that meant nothing to him. Encrid looks at him and notes that he wanted answers, right? The captain notes that he will call a doctor as he walks away, as they should take care of him first. Only then will they talk. As the sun begins to fall over the mountains, Encrid informs the captain about what happened, about how there were cultists among his men, and how they sabotaged the gate too. Chryse notes it makes sense now. A colony of that size is unnatural at best. Large colonies number a few hundred max, but that one was almost 1,000 strong, and all of the gnolls were armed. It only makes sense that the cultists were involved, as gnolls do not have the capabilities of arming themselves like that. One of the villagers asks what they could have against them, but Chryse tells him not to expect logic from cultists. They only strive to expand the Hell Gates. Maybe they wanted to establish a gnoll kingdom in place of their town. The villager is scared, and the captain notes that they got rid of them, so they should be safe from them now, right? Encrid explains that they can't know that yet. With the death of the gnoll leader, he escaped the repeating day. However, the cultists that Luagarn was chasing are still somewhere out there. The captain asks if there were even more cultists in addition to those at the gates, and now that he thinks about it, the villager hasn't seen that Hugo guy in a while. Encrid thinks he's the one behind all of this, and Pin thinks that if they don't capture him, the town will still be in danger. Encrid is relaxed, as a frog is after him, so they should trust her, and wait. Somewhere in an overgrown field, Hugo unleashes his black magic as she follows, demanding she give up the chase, but Luagarn dodges and grabs his arm. Unfortunately, using his authority, he slips away from her grasp. The authority of the cultists is the reason why these lunatics constantly get new followers, because they can easily achieve powers and change their lives. Hugo slips behind her and dashes away again. Seeing how he has many authorities, this guy has probably been a cultist for a long time. He's used his powers to escape up until now, but no more. She uses her whip to capture him, knowing that he's running out of juice, and goes in for a killing punch. but that's when she's interrupted by the sound of gnolls approaching in the distance. Seeing this opportunity, Hugo uses all his might to push her away and retreats to the gnolls, who are now under his charge, as their eyes glow the same shade of purple as his. That night she returns, and Encrid asks what happened with Hugo. She tells them that she lost him, and Pin asks how. She's a frog, and Krace is repeating the same thing. She tells Encrid that their men are rather insubordinate, but Encrid notes that she's a frog in name only. Now she understands where they got it from. If it weren't for that gnoll pack at the end, she knows she would have gotten him, but he became their leader and escaped. Encrid notes that cultists are a persistent bunch, so he will come back to his town sooner rather than later. Pin asks if they really have to fight more cultists, but Encrid thinks it's not a bad thing. A dispersed colony is dangerous, so they cannot leave them be, and they can take out the cultists along with them. Pin asks how they are going to take out 1,000 gnolls, with the cultist at the helm too. Christ thinks this is better. They cannot know what a beast thinks, but they can anticipate the actions of a human. Encrid says they should get planning. By the time the sun rises, they will have finished their preparations. That night, as a carrier hawk flies away with a message, the villagers are rightfully informed of what is happening, and to put it lightly, their reactions are not mild, as there is just no way they can hold out against such an attack again. The village chief explains that they sent a reinforcement request to Count Bantra, but even at the fastest, that will take 7 days. The captain wonders if they have no choice but to endure, but Krace tells him that it might not take 7 days, not if the plan they prepared works. The captain asks if they really do have a plan, and Encrid notes that this is land all of them built with their own hands. A village like that, he will not let the gnolls trample on it. The next day, the bell rings loudly as his forces wait outside, just as the gnolls begin appearing, this time, carrying ladders. Luagarn is kind of impressed by this, and Encrid notes this Hugo guy has more talent as a teacher than a coolist. Krace tells him this is no time to joke. The moment those reach the wall, it's over for them. Encrid pulls out his blade, and Luagarn enjoys it when the target is clear. It's time to commence the operation. Seeing them outside, Hugo calls them idiots and throws his gnolls at them, and as they charge in violently, Encrid thinks that the premise of the plan is the same. A colony collapses only when its leader is killed. The captain said that even with the cultists dead, if they just recklessly kill the leader first, the gnolls will scatter around the area and continue threatening the village. Christ knew this already. Hunting them down one by one would be too huge a task, and nobody was going to do it. Firstly, they will drastically reduce the number of gnolls. Encrid cuts through a few like Swiss cheese, gnolls falling on the ground one after another, before jumping above one that was holding a ladder and crushing it along with him. Hugo is surprised by his skill, and Luagarn thinks that when she was hunting this bastard yesterday, she heard Encrid went alone and killed the gnoll leader. Honestly, she could not believe it at first. He'd fallen into stagnation not so long ago. There were no signs of growth, but even without all that, she is seeing him today, much stronger than before. With one large swipe of his blades, he eliminates tens of gnolls at once, proving his prowess is enough to change the battlefield. With that level of strength, he is almost at the stage of a junior knight. The people continue to throw arrows and rocks at the gnolls, dampening their advance, and while getting into the fight, Luagarn's heart begins to race. As she takes out one of the ladder gnolls, she thinks that seeing Encrid, the unknown that he is, makes her feel young again. As Encrid continues cutting his way through, Hugo wonders who this madman is, how he is cutting through 100 gnolls by himself. At this rate, he will be pushed back, so he decides to fall back, but that's when he sees something strange. Luagarn is carrying Encrid away, who seems extremely exhausted. This gives Hugo a bright idea. That night, the captain noted that even if everyone manages the gnoll packs with the squad leader at the front, how are they supposed to kill that damn cultist? Hugo will not show himself easily. He is cautious and knows how to use his head. Krace knows that, but guys like that, once they are convinced, are the ones who cannot turn back. Hugo charges in again, knowing that Encrid is strong. As long as he is here, he cannot take the village, but he can only fight like a junior knight for a moment, and this has taken a toll on that weak body of his, so he will wear him down. 1, 2, 3, it's the 4th day, where they attack and withdraw again and again. He must be exhausted from holding back the gnoll packs, as one gnoll overwhelms him, and Luagarn is forced to help him out. It's clear that even if he tries to fight, he's useless on the battlefield. Hugo charges behind him, as he knows that a guy who cannot use his strength is an easy target. With the power of his authority, he will finish this. He summons his might, preparing a dark and ominous blast. But that's when Encrid turns around and cuts his hand clear off, taking him by complete surprise. Encrid notes that acting really is hard. He is not built for it. Krace says that first, they showed overwhelming force and instilled the idea that the gnolls alone cannot stop Encrid, then deliberately showed their belly, their weak side. A cautious guy like that, to be sure of victory, will use the gnoll packs to wear down Encrid, and thanks to that, most of the gnolls are dealt with. Finally, the moment the cultist showed himself, he fell into their trap. Hug calls him a vermin. How dare he trick him? Encrid notes that the one fooled is at fault, so should he be more ashamed of himself? The guards immediately aim at Hugo, at the behest of their commander, and Luagarn notes that he shouldn't even try to escape. Hugo damns it all. As these lunatics are far more powerful than he anticipated, he was completely off guard. Well, this is it. His reason to create a new holy land. He points at them with his remaining hand and notes that this is not over. He will sacrifice his life to fulfill his purpose for the Devil's Gate. As he says this, a dark aura permeates around him, and Luagarn tells Encrid to be careful, as what he is seeing now is a summon. Hugo calls out the beast behind him, the dog of Huoran, telling him to rip them apart. The beast immediately lunges at them, its eyes and maw glowing as it goes for Luagarn, who dodges and whips its head off, but it seemingly regenerates without issue. Now she understands that it's visible, yet she has a body that is not really physical. This cultist has just summoned an evil spirit. Her whip begins to glow a humming blue as she explains that physical strikes don't do anything against evil spirits. As Encrid wonders if that whip is a magic tool, the beast charges in once again, just as Luagarn says that she has chased cultists for a really long time, so she's prepared for situations like this. She catches the beast's arm in her whip and rips it off, but this time, due to the magic residue, it does not regenerate. Hugo doesn't really care about the dog of Huaran, as it's only meant to be a distraction. The real threat lies within his next summon. He uses that same dark energy on his arm, which begins to grow as the dark mana shapes it. This summon strikes and disappears, and always splits the heart open. The arm of the warrior, a towering amalgamation created only from his arm. However, this summon has taken a toll on him, as he coughs up blood, his body not being able to handle two summons at the same time. Even so, this was clearly what he should have done. As the arm lunges toward Encrid, who is unbeknownst to it, he only notices just after the blade begins falling on him, and Luagarn tells him to dodge. Hugo thinks that it's far too late. He smiles, as the spirit will pass through all things to hit its target. As long as he takes out this bastard, it's his win. Seeing as he cannot hope to dodge, Encrid lunges forward with his blade, preparing to clash it against the summon, but Esther doesn't seem at all scared, and sure enough, his blade glows the same humming blue as Luagarn's whip, as it slashes the summon apart. The two are left completely stunned, and Encrid is just as surprised to see his weapon glowing. Esther thinks that he always does stupid stuff, so she thought he would be in danger while fighting that cultist. For this reason, she took the liberty of imbuing some mana on his blade, as a gift. Hugo is really mad now, and demands to know what that sword is, and Encrid sighs with a dramatic pause, noting that he doesn't know either. Hugo can't believe how stupid he is, but that's when his heart aches, forcing him to his knees. He clutches his chest tightly, thinking that the effect of destroying the spell is taking a heavy toll on his heart. After all, it seems that it was his heart that was split open. He falls to the ground, and the hound disappears too, Luagarn noting as such. Encrid is just glad that they no longer need to fight, as the cultist seems to have stopped breathing. As the last remnants of breath leave Hugo's body, his control over the gnolls falls too, and they decide to book it out of there. But the captain of the watch screams out for his men, telling them that they must end it here. They all get out, as they must take the gnolls out, so that they never threaten them again. As his men do that, the captain goes to Encrid, and bows his head slightly, thanking him for protecting this town, and if he could, for forgiving his rudeness when they first met. Encrid tells him that he carried out the request as it was written, and he did the same thing. There is no need for thanks. He turns to Luagarn, noting that they should help with the gnolls too. As the captain watches him go, the village head comes outside too, noting that they really survived. The captain thinks that he shouldn't be here, but the village head thinks it's fine. The gnolls are no longer a threat. He looks back at the wall, noting that it took quite a beating. The captain smiles, noting that this wall was just a first rendition. They must build a proper wall to grow as a proper city. As the others finish off the fight, the village head suggests that since they're going to build a new wall, how about they should give it a name? The captain likes that name. He can't think of any better one. He is also sure that the townsfolk will agree that the wall shall be named after the hero who protected this town. It will be called Encrid's Wall. The warriors cheer as he finishes off the last gnoll and raises his blade, signaling that this is truly over. That night, naturally, a celebration is in order. People clash their drinks against each other, and everyone is partaking, mostly the villagers and watch members. Pin finds it funny. They apparently were throwing this feast for the heroes that saved their town, but they are enjoying the feast just as much. Encrid says that a wave of them came to say hello, and that's enough for him. Krace asks what this mountain of food on the table is for, and Encrid explains that each person who came brought something, saying that theirs was the best. Apparently this apple drink is very good. They only have 2 bottles. Curious, Krace takes a sip, and his eyes immediately light up with an opportunity to make money. If they sell this to the border guard, they will make a fortune. As he pours some wine into Esther's mouth, he notes that he is thankful for what they did, but he is afraid they are making the town run out of provisions. Luagarn notes that he shouldn't care. They are doing this to thank him, so he should at least enjoy it a little bit. As they chat, the village head notes that he's decided he will be marrying off his daughter to Encrid, and his grandpa agrees that he will make a fine son-in-law. The mother of said daughter screams at both of them, as their daughter is just 5. Another child notes that he trains under the hero, with a watchguard telling him to relax a little. The captain notes that training under Encrid does sound good, and Krace goes to the master brewer, wanting to chat up a little business idea he cooked up. As he hears the laughter and voices of the people who were once under the threat of death, Encrid smiles, noting that this is nice. For the past 4 days, he's felt what it's like to face the cultist while putting up an act. He's broken past his previous limit, and he has also realized that his powers are still not absolute, not without his will. He's used the heart of the Superman to make up for it, but that's not enough. Luagarn asks if he's curious about how one awakens their will, but Encrid thought she said he would find out when the time comes. Luagarn did, however. She doesn't think he is that far off from it. Proto-Knights are capable of using will in just 1 or 2 movements at most. Encrid understands, something like intimidation, as used by Ija, or using will on one's legs to dash forwards. They all seemed like specific uses of will to him. Luagarn explains that Proto-Knights are those who can selectively use will on occasion. Knights are able to use it however they please, which gives them their amazing powers. Some manage to awaken their will, but aren't able to become full knights. Rather, most never achieve this state. Does he still think he can become a knight? Encrid says nothing for a little while, and notes that since he knows himself, it has been his only dream, so no matter what, he will become a knight. Luagarn thinks that it seems he's just speaking casually, but she can sense the passion within him, which captivates the people around him. She explains that once they leave this town, she will be going her own way, as there is a covenant that frogs have to fulfill above their desires, so she cannot stay for too long. Encrid understands. This is goodbye then, and honestly, she did stay longer than expected. Luagarn tells him that he needn't be so polite with her anymore, as she doesn't like being treated that way by someone she likes. If he does achieve his dream of becoming a knight, she will fall for him. To a frog, the mental love that forms is mutually exclusive of reproduction. It means to convey a deep fondness. It does not matter if the target of their love has another partner of their own. Rather, they make themselves known and excuse their relationship. It is rare and rather special for a human to be loved by a frog, but Encrid doesn't even flinch, telling her to go ahead. Luagarn wonders if he even realized what she just said, but even so, she's beginning to grow fond of that denseness too. The next day, the men of Viscount Ventra arrive near the village. This was the one that messaged them about the large colony of gnolls attacking them, but now that they are looking at it, this doesn't seem to be the case, as they are just making holes. The captain wonders if they weren't being attacked, and one of his men notes that it seems like they are using monster carcasses to farm. The village head goes to them, recognizing them as Viscount Ventra's men, and apologizes, as they have come for nothing. They have already taken care of the colony. The captain asks how they managed, and the village head explains that it was a colony of previously unseen scale, brought in by a cultist. They thought they would surely die, but a hero took down 500 gnolls just on his own, killed the cultist, and saved that town. The soldier asks if this is why they are singing Encrid all day. Is he a free knight of legends? Or perhaps a mercenary king? The village head denies both claims, stating that he is just a platoon leader of the border guard. The captain lets out a deep sigh and notes that he wishes to meet with this platoon commander. The village head explains that he already left. He said taking care of the colony was his mission. So with that done, he left. With that, the captain reels his men in and leave. But one of them wonders if what that villager said is true. To take 500 gnolls down is certainly a feat. The captain believes it was an exaggeration. The townsfolk are the only ones who can prove his deeds, but people's memories are not that great, and unreliable when in a state of panic. They can't tell for sure, since they've already buried the bodies, but he's sure they are just making a fuss over 50 gnolls, at most. He is sure that he did save the town from ruin, but he also seems to be a bastard who is desperately trying to inflate his reputation. If they come across him, they will need to teach him some manners. As they walk, Krace holds out the map, noting that finally, it's time to be paid for their efforts. Pin really wonders what this treasure is, since they took such a detour. Encrid asks Luagarn if she will be leaving, making Krace's ears perk up, as he doesn't have to share the treasure with her anymore. Unfortunately, that dream is shattered, as she states that since she helped translate that map, she would like to see it dug up too. As he sulks, Pin asks what's wrong with him, and Luagarn notes that he previously said the treasure is a day's worth of walking from the town, right? Even if the traps are old and non-functioning, it would be troublesome if they are still working. Krace tells her that this is the problem with newbie treasure hunters like them. Encrid notes that he's just as new as them, but he notes that they should just trust and follow him, as he will show them some proper treasure hunting techniques. As they walk, Krace explains that 100 years since Dolph's treasure dungeon was created, the reassured hunters have all thought this since then. They want the treasure to be easy, and they want to be rich without trying at all. Encrid notes that it's a little materialistic, but Krace ignores him. He pushes a rock, as there's something under it according to the map, and sure enough, a hidden staircase is revealed. As he looks at the map to see what he needs to do next, Pin asks why he is not going through the entrance instead. Krace explains that this is a technique developed by the thinking treasure hunter, which allows one to go directly into the treasure room, past the entrance. It's called backdooring, a poor choice of name, honestly. He begins digging up, claiming that it's super efficient, allowing the complete bypass of traps. Encrid tells him that this is just a cheap trick, but Krace notes that it makes it faster, which it really doesn't. Pin also believes that they are just making this more difficult than it has to be as Encrid takes charge of digging with Esther, but he notes that cheap tricks work sometimes. As the sun sets, Luagarn notes that it would be better to stay the night underground, but eventually they make a hole through the tunnel, allowing Krace to see bits and pieces of treasure. Pin tells him to let her check it out first, since she is the ranger. Pin slowly descends with a rope tied to herself, and begins walking toward the treasure room, seemingly finding no traps. She tells them they can come inside, and they rush in, Krace asking for traps, but there don't seem to be any. Rangers are able to identify most traps. They need to be enchanted for her not to see them. Luagarn thinks that would be excessive even for one ancient rich man, and Krace gets to picking the lock. As he does, Encrid notes that he already has a ton of money. He's saving up like a penny-pinching miser. Krace tells him he doesn't know what he's talking about. He needs even more. His salon won't just be the best in the capital. It will have multiple branches across the entire continent. Encrid asks if he really is that desperate, and Krace confirms as such. Salons are the best place to earn krona, and kronas are the best thing to save one's life. Since from before, Esther has felt something strange about this place. She's sensing a faint smell that is coming from that chest. It is enchanted, so she growls at Krace, but this only causes him to actually pry the chest open fully, activating the spell. A bubble forms around the chest, trapping everyone inside, and Esther tries her best to get out of there, but she is caught too, and thrown backward, Encrid catching her as she falls. He notes that Pin said there weren't any traps, but she notes that this is magic. How is she supposed to detect that stuff? Luagarn notes that this is problematic. They are completely trapped. Esther thinks she messed up, The trap was too old, so the smell was very faint. Meanwhile, Encrid asks if she's alright. She goes to the end of the trap and thinks that it's not one that difficult to break, but to gather enough strength to disable it, she needs 2 days. Krace also finds that the chest contains no gold. It's completely and utterly empty. Pin sees that it's not exactly empty, as there is a note inside. She picks it up and begins to read it. Only those who find the treasure can leave, and to those who got here through backpaving, too bad, as this is the only trap in this dungeon. Pin notes that his little trick was for nothing, and Krace becomes increasingly annoyed, as this chest is empty. What treasure are they supposed to find here? Encrid points to the sword, noting that there is a treasure. The edge was lost to time, but the steel is good. That right there is a good sword. Krace goes to it, and notes that it seems to be a piece of junk, but whatever. Since it's the only thing here, might as well. As soon as he grips it though, he is transported somewhere else, and as he looks around, a figure pops up, aiming to take his life. Krace screams and falls back on the chest, closing it again. Pin asks what's wrong, and Krace acts all weird, asking where that lunatic with the sword went. Pin wonders if he's gone crazy from the lack of gold, and grabs that sword too, claiming that this is all he did. Unfortunately, the same thing happens to her, and seeing them so scared, Luagarn decides to try too. She goes to the sword and grips it, but as she tries to pull it out, her hand slips. Encrid thinks that frog skin is slippery, that's why their loop weapons have finger holes. However, this sword doesn't even have a pommel, making it impossible for her to grab, but if she constantly tries, she can see what they are talking about. This seems to be a demon sword with an evil spirit inside of it. Based on Dolph's note, they must defeat the spirit and retrieve the blade to disable the trap. Krace asks if they can't just pull it out without defeating the spirit, but Luagarn notes that the spirit will split his head open before that happens. Encrid approaches the blade and thinks about the evil spirit. One cannot defeat spirits physically, they can only do so with divinity or spells. He grabs the blade too, ending up in the same place as the others. He thinks that in the fight with the cultist, the strange light from his sword that helped him banish the summon was magic, but the sword was normal. He checked it. He cannot trust this unreliable power, so he should think of a different way to actually defeat it. The evil spirit descends his blade down on Encrid, so he pulls out his sword immediately and blocks it. He is confused though, as this shouldn't be working. Is this really a spirit? The spirit deflects Encrid's blade, and he skids a bit on the ground, thinking that this is an evil spirit that he can hit, but this thing is different from a normal evil spirit. If he can subdue it, before he can finish that train of thought, the spirit charges in again, and he tries to use the heart of the superhuman, but it doesn't seem to be working. The spirit lunges his blade at Encrid, but he deflects it, causing an opening, and charges in with his thunderous blade. However, the spirit uses his momentum to go under his strike, predicting his movements, and allowing him to go behind, where he can cut off Encrid's head with ease. With that, he is taken out of the spirit's realm. Krace is wondering if he is alright, and Pin sees that he is sweating profusely. Encrid puts a hand on his neck. It hurts from the beheading. He definitely died to that spirit just now, but why didn't he return to today? He asks how much time passed, and Krace thinks it was about 5 seconds maybe. Encrid thinks that he fought for over 20 seconds there, so the flow of time is different too. One is in a completely different space when they hold the sword. He explains that he just died in front of the spirit, scaring Krace and Pin, who wonder if he is the spirit now, but Encrid just kind of stares at them. Luagarn approaches and notes that he seems fine, which probably means that what happens there does not affect his body. Did he see anything weird? Encrid explains that he crossed swords with the spirit, but it seemed to read all his movements. It was a skilled user of the righteous sword. At least it uses swordplay. Then it can only be one thing. This isn't any ordinary demon sword. This sword was a tutor in the past. A genius mage used a spell to lock a person into a sword as a spirit to train the future generations. However, the mage didn't understand humans, and the person now locked in the sword had his mind and soul split, only capable of thinking about passing on his skills. It is basically a lesson that never ends, no matter how many times the holder of this sword dies. Only when one fully learns what the two tutors have to teach, and surpasses the tutors themselves, will they be free. Basically, the treasure that Dolph spoke of is a sword technique. Luagarn tells him to give this one up. A human mind cannot handle the pain of repeated death. He will become an unredeemable lunatic. Encrid is a bit hurt at those words, considering he's been doing that for a while now. Krace thinks that it's all his fault, and he sinks to his knees, and Pin wonders if this barrier will weaken in time. Luagarn notes that she would have done it if the sword had a proper grip, and Krace tries to take responsibility, but Encrid just shuts them all up by going back to the sword, and noting that he will just do it. Before he can grab the sword, Luagarn stops him. She knows he has determination, but does he think this is a joke? She does not wish to lose her future lover so easily. Encrid just looks at her, and notes that he can do it. Seeing this, Luagarn lets go, and Encrid arrives back in the spirit's realm, who immediately attacks him, but he dodges the strike. He admits he has rather spirited greeting. Okay? Did he wait for him too? Encrid unsheathes his sword and thinks that his skills and sixth sense concentrated on a single point won't work anymore. He can only count on his sword skill here. He clashes the blade with the spirit and begins pushing him back. Even if he dies, he wakes up in the real world, and he doesn't waste any time by returning to today. This is a lesson that he can attempt again and again. The spirit lunges forward, cutting his ear, but Encrid just smiles, as this is extremely efficient. There is nothing easier for him than dying repeatedly. This tutor is the best possible gift he could ever receive. The others watch as he attempts to subdue the spirit, Luagarn calling him a fool. Even clerics who serve the god of patience and suffering fail 9 times out of 10. Pin wonders if they really have to do this to escape the trap. Maybe he'll take it all on himself to spare their minds. Suddenly, Encrid lets go, and thinks, the sword play that took his arm at that end was amazing. The tutor moved like this. No, it wasn't that. It was this. Well, he's just going to see it again. He thinks he's getting the hang of it after all. This puts everyone's minds at ease. Christ thinking that they aren't called the lunatics for nothing, and Pin noting that he didn't even think one could get any crazier. But alas, he likes to subvert expectations. Even so, Luagarn doesn't understand. Does it not hurt? She can't even imagine how many times he'd have to die to beat this. Encrid says that it's not real death, and does pain really matter? She is impressed. It really doesn't seem to be bothering him. Rather, it almost seems like he is enjoying himself. He explains that no matter how much it hurts, he will learn what he can. That's what slow learners must do after all. Luagarn sighs, as he is a complete and utter lunatic, but she will help him. What he wants is footwork. What he just tried to do requires his right foot to be more forward. Encrid notes that she is good at teaching, and she explains that studying the sword is part of her duties as a scholar, and passing on this knowledge is also her burden. Teaching is actually a specialty of hers. She can't teach him anything new because of her covenant, but she can always help him bolster what he already knows. Meaning if he is going to keep trying, even if she stops him, then she will help him overcome the tutor. The others decide to rest as he continues training, and Esther sees that she has been gathering mana much quicker than possible. She should be able to disable the trap with this. She could, however. Encrid seems to be rather happy in this place. Would she be getting in his way if she broke the trap now, or not? She doesn't know what she should do, so she just sits down, deciding to watch for now. Luagarn notices that he largely uses the heavy sword taught by that blonde guy, but the 5 sword styles, all of which Encrid knows, originate from a single style, so it's better to learn all of them. Luagarn confirms as such. It's important to put his weight behind his actions with the heavy sword, but with the righteous sword, he needs to be good at reading the opponent, figuring out what they are attempting, and trapping them in their own movements. The key to the righteous sword prediction is that he will predict and respond. He needs to be experienced enough to read his opponent. If he can perfectly replicate the movements of the tutor, then he can overcome him. Encrid grabs the blade again, and the tutor immediately rushes in, but he parries this strike only for the tutor to prepare an upward diagonal slash. If he creates distance here, he will have him trapped. Instead, he digs his shoulder in and blocks. However, the tutor has been waiting for this, as he redirects his previous slash upwards, and then crashes it down on Encrid, killing him. Luagarn thinks that was a good attempt, but he was being too defensive with a block there. Encrid tries again. This time, he charges in, closing in on him, which was good, but instead of blocking his sword, he will just go for the ankles. Seeing this, the tutor jumps, and Encrid thinks that he is off balance now. He should have the upper hand. However, the tutor uses all of his body weight to crash back into the ground and strike him at the head. He explains everything to Luagarn and grabs the sword again. The tutor is quick to adapt to changes. It's a perfect righteous sword. This time he comes from behind, and Encrid dodges, pinning himself against a wall. This is an excellent example that shows everything right in front of him, and he also has an excellent teacher who explains everything that happened. This is incredibly fun. How could learning ever be so effortless again? It was a good idea to listen to Christ and come for the treasure. Noon falls over the golden trees above, and the others just kind of watch with bored expressions as Encrid continues the same cycle, going to the tutor, and then coming back to Luagarn. He's been going at it for an entire day. Does he not sleep? Christ thinks that he really is extremely insane, and Pin guesses that he loses all interest when there is no treasure involved. Christ wonders what he's supposed to do with something he can't sell. He doesn't get why he's so obsessed with becoming stronger. Pin does actually. Those who can go forward will not be bound by limits set by others. She realizes now, while watching him, that Luagarn thinks so too. He has a strong will that doesn't falter, no matter how painful. He has died at least 100 times while fighting the tutor. But is that why he's improved so much? All of the movements he's seen while fighting the tutor, he has been able to perfectly replicate them in time. She determined Encrid's limits with her own eyes. This speed at which he is learning isn't possible for him. So what is going on? Why is he evolving so much? Encrid thinks that when he used the dodging sense against the gnolls, he had to figure out what he couldn't understand by learning through death. Once his body got used to the skill, he began to understand, and that allowed him to utilize the skill even better. Gifted people who can quickly and easily learn skills. He is now beginning to show talent just like them. Luagarn is honest. His fortitude surpasses that of humans. It's honestly pretty frightening. Christ thinks that an evil spirit possessed him, and Pin supposes they will visit a temple when they return. Luagarn, though, notes that this is enough training. Now he will go and beat that tutor. He grabs the sword again, but this time the tutor doesn't move. He wonders why it's standing there. He should attack like he always does, right? Suddenly, though, the tutor speaks. Noting that he has never seen anything like him, Encrid is surprised he can talk, and the tutor confirms as such. Of course, he was a human before he became a tutor. He acknowledges his passion to become stronger, and that passion has reawakened his consciousness. Suddenly, though, Encrid just charges in, forcing the tutor to block his strike. He has had enough of talking. He just wants to fight more. Encrid thinks that he's gotten to know the tutor's ways after fighting him hundreds of times. He sees that he is going for a stab in the chest, but at that angle, he is going for his head, right? Sure enough, he does. Encrid simply deflects his blade and notes that he knows all his tricks. Now he will be playing by his rules. As he charges in, the tutor says that he is impressive, and smashes the hilt of his sword into Encrid's blade, forcing Encrid to swing it back. His sword has become much more elaborate since they began. The way he reads the fight, and the way he handles the sword like this, they cannot get much better. Encrid unleashes a wide slash, making the tutor crouch down and note that he still has a lot of gaps. Encrid was expecting him to do this. Those gaps, those things he considers weaknesses, are his trap. He sidesteps the tutor's strike and unleashes one of his own, actually managing to damage the tutor. This causes him to stumble back, and before he can get up, Encrid smashes his blade into the ground with his foot and holds the sword at his head. He has served him well. With that, he smashes his blade into the tutor's opening, taking him out, ending the fight, and overcoming him completely. Encrid wonders how much stronger he is now. Well, to know for certain, he will need to return soon and fight all of them just like they've done before. Before he can leave though, the tutor comes out of the armor and thanks him. Before he lost his mind, after becoming the tutor, it was his dream to piece together the lost sword technique of his family. He studied until he died. Encrid asks how long this will take, as he is taking too long, and turns around, making the tutor note that it will take around a minute. Encrid tells him to keep it short, so the tutor sighs and sits down. He recovered his mind during the fight against him, and he completed the sword technique. His long-awaited dream has come true, and that sword technique has been transferred to him in its entirety. It is the end. It was pretty scary seeing him come back again and again, smiling like that, so he hopes he never has to see him again, at least for like 2 lifetimes. Encrid is a bit annoyed, as he was the one killing him all this time, and with this, the barrier begins to dissipate. Luagarn asks if he's done it, and Encrid confirms as such. The human in this tutor is gone. This is now just a regular sword. Kreis is glad that they can live, and Pin notes that it's the middle of the night, so why don't they just camp here? As they continue talking, Esther looks at Encrid. How did he do it? As they all sleep, Esther approaches Encrid and licks him on the face, sending him into her realm. He recognizes this flower bed. It is pretty familiar. Esther approaches him, noting that he purified the tutor through brute force, without any spells to help him. No magician could achieve something like that. Encrid looks at her, and asks if that really is that big of a deal. Esther is a bit annoyed. He doesn't even understand what he has done. She was able to preserve her powers thanks to him. With that, Encrid wakes up with Esther right over him, a silent understanding passing between them as dawn arrives. Encrid gets up and begins walking away, Christ asking where he is going. Naturally, he is going to do his morning training, making the others just kind of stare at him, as he's the same as ever. After a bit, they get going, and Encrid tells Christ to stop moping about and get moving too. Christ, however, calls him heartless. He got his swordsmanship, but his dream of striking it rich has suddenly been crushed. Encrid wonders when that box got smashed up like that, Christ noting it's from the shock of the magic trap breaking. However, upon closer inspection, he sees something glistening. He breaks off the chest entirely, and, below it, finds a pile of ancient gold coins. He takes most of them, guessing that Dolph really wasn't a terrible person after all. He shared it with the others too. Luagarn, thinking that she doesn't need any money, and before Christ can tell her to give it here, Encrid tells her to take it, as it's only right to divide the loot fairly. Christ notes that he says that, but he also took an extra item. Since it's the tutor, it would fetch a high price if he sold it. He's not going to sell it though, is he? Encrid confirms as such, but Christ wonders why he won't sell it. Because he's a lunatic obsessed with swords, and Christ is a lunatic obsessed with money. The sword he was using got damaged while fighting the Null Horde too, so this looks pretty usable if he polishes it up. After coming to a crossroads, Luagarn notes that she'll be taking her leave now, and they all waver away. But before she fully leaves, she stomps her foot on the ground, catching Encrid's attention. She asks if his goal is to become a knight. Does it really have to be for this country? With that, she leaves, and Encrid goes back to his own group. But this has given him food for thought. When he first harbored the dream as a child, he didn't understand the concept of a country. Growing up, he realized that a knight bound to a country by an oath of loyalty is very different from what he dreamed of. Is there perhaps another path? Back at the camp, naturally, Ragna and Rem are having a fight, but it doesn't stop just there, as Ragna trains with Auden too, and Jackson with Rem as well. They are fighting from dawn until dusk. The others think that they are total monsters. They are too scared to even go into the training grounds at this point. Thus they lose their spirit. What's the point of even trying? They won't stand a chance against guys like that. Paul, however, thinks that they have no determination. This was such an incredible fight. He can find even more things to learn from it. Paul had just started to find training fun, and was reborn as a highly motivated soldier. Suddenly though, Auden grabs Rem by his foot and throws him into the tree next to the one Paul was using as cover, making him lose his motivation real quick. At the same time, the company commander goes to Marcus with a suggestion to build a training ground exclusively for the lunatics. He has heard the rumors going around the unit. They say the soldiers are losing their motivation after watching those guys spar. Separating them entirely is a viable option, so they will proceed with it. By the way, the rumors also said that she's been joining in on the fights. Is that true? Sure enough, the company commander has been fighting with them too. Confusing Rem. Aren't company commanders supposed to be busy? Is it really okay for her to be here playing with them? The company commander explained that, based on what she's seen thus far, if her fiancé has been quiet for a while, he'll always show her something surprising afterwards. And just being on the receiving end isn't the duty of a lover after all. It's about time he returned, and Rem simply can't wait. If he comes back with nothing to show for it, he will beat him half to death. That night, Encrid returns, and he immediately reports to Marcus, explaining that they've all come back, and that Luagarn has returned to her post. Marcus confirms as such. He received advance notice that the request was completed safely. However, he has received conflicting reports. The pioneer village claims they are heroes who defeated a cultist and slaughtered 1,000 gnolls, and the other is from the commander of Viscount Ventra's forces. He told him to warn him not to make exaggerated claims of merit over a mere 50 gnolls. So which one is the truth? He wants to hear it from his mouth. Encrid stays silent for a bit, and tells him to believe whatever he wants to believe. What power do the words of a mere platoon commander hold after all? If it's someone of the battalion commander's level, he probably already knows the answer, right? Marcus smiles and explains that as of this moment, the independent platoon has been promoted to a company, so he will continue to fulfill his duty as company commander. Encrid is a bit confused though, as his company doesn't have 10 members. This doesn't seem to make any sense. Marcus explains that he is the one in charge of this city, so it makes perfect sense. He wants him to love this city just as he does. Eventually he goes back to the others, and Kreis asks if he heard they said a training ground has been built exclusively for their platoon. Encrid notes that they're a company now, and Rem asks how the mission was. Heard he was flying around out there. As Kreis wonders what he means by company, the others swarm him with a bunch of questions, which makes Encrid smile. Rem asks what's so funny, but he says nothing. He thinks that even if he returned to his hometown, where he was born, he wouldn't be able to feel this way. He looks at all of them and wonders if they should spar. Kreis notes that they haven't even unpacked yet, but Ragna agrees, and Auden notes that he must be confident. Rem, however, says that this is exactly what he wanted to hear. He wants to see just how fun he has become. Naturally, Encrid and Rem are the first to fight, as at some point Rem became the standard for his strength. Is he weaker than Rem? Are they equal? Or is he stronger? Where does he stand now? The others watch as the fight begins. Encrid begins with a wide slash, which Rem simply blocks. However, he seems to be pushing pretty hard. It seems he's coming strong from the start, huh? Encrid knows that if he doesn't take him seriously, he will be getting pushed back. Rem appreciates this confidence, so he wants to see what he's got. He throws away Encrid's blade and strikes with an overhead, which Encrid deflects. They begin unleashing a flurry of blows at each other, the steel creating a show of sparks, before Encrid raises his sword up and crashes it into Rem, who catches it with his axes and lets it fall right beside him. Auden sees that this is some excellent physical strength, even if it's thanks to using the barbarian's technique. His stamina to support it has vastly improved. Jackson also sees coordination. He definitely hadn't mastered his dodging sense before, so when did he get to be so proficient at it? Ragna also sees that he is using the righteous sword technique, and he didn't just learn it half-baked either. He is blending it with the heavy sword technique, using the swordplay in a natural sequence. Encrid raises his blade up and crashes it hard into Rem, causing him to stumble backward. His rhythm isn't breaking. Before, he gave him enough amusement to just play around with him, but now he is surging with excitement and bloodlust. It's to the point where he has to risk half of his life. They continue clashing, but Rem is a little scared now. If he can't stop himself, this won't end in just a spar, but he wants more, and Encrid does too. They begin cutting each other again and again until they can both risk their lives. However, Encrid seems to overheat, and he cannot hope to dodge or block the incoming strike. Rem is confused. He thought it could go harder than this. He can't pull his axe back now, before the attack can do anything. Ragna smashes through the axe, making it splinter all around, and the others pull him back, barely saving Encrid. Jackson asks if he's trying to kill him as soon as he sees him, and Rem is annoyed. Why the hell? Are they stepping in? He would have certainly stopped cleanly by now. Auden also kind of understands why he couldn't stop himself, and Ragna is surprised too. He had begun growing steadily, but before they knew it, he had caught right up to them. Far too much. Why doesn't he just rest? Encrid thinks that it's too early for him to collapse like this. So who is next? All three of them say they are at once, and Encrid just tells them to decide, as it doesn't have all night. Rem, however, is confused. When did he get this far? On the day he first met him, he couldn't even imagine something like this. On that day, he was picking fights with people. He was already a prominent member of the reject squad, and he was doing this out of sheer boredom, not out of some sort of sadism. However, Encrid came to stop him, making Rem ask who he was. Every bastard who came as their squad leader up until then was a complete, half-witted idiot. One of them was an old guy who demanded respect, but Ragna just smashed him with the hilt of his sword, and he quit instantly. Another who seemed very adamant to charge in got killed instantly in his first fight. The last one before Encrid was really confident in his fighting skills up until Auden broke him completely, which caused them to be all extremely bored. Rem wondered, did every single one of those idiots get their brains roasted or something? Who do they think they are, barking orders at them? Kreis told him that they just want to make a name for themselves. They might be rejects, but since they're capable, wouldn't it be an accomplishment if one could manage them? Rem thinks that they are just bastards with wild dreams. He figured the new guy, Encrid, wouldn't be any different. He'd just be another idiot barking orders without knowing his place. At one point though, as Rem was fighting an unwilling opponent, another squad leader came and asked what he was doing. Can he see his squad member is causing trouble? If he is the leader, he should get himself under control. Encrid just stopped swinging his sword for a bit, and told Rem to do as he said before starting to swing again. Naturally, that's when Rem began to get rather amused by him. Naturally, Encrid struggled in his first fights. He was saved by other soldiers most of the time, and they thought he was useless. From what he'd seen, Rem thought Encrid was just wasting his time on something hopeless, as after all, he was extremely talentless. At one point, after finishing training, he came around and asked why he was pushing himself so hard. What if he died doing that? Encrid guessed that's the end of it though, but Rem was confused. If that was the end of it, there's even less reason to do it, right? Encrid asks if there had to be any reason. He is just doing what he can. Rem was surprised. He may be talentless, but he was not something that he could hate. Then he asked him if he said he'd teach him a way to get stronger. Would he do it? That is why he had originally offered to teach the squad leader at the heart of the beast. For a long time, he didn't improve, no matter how much he taught him. Just as he was inwardly giving up on him, he began to change, and now he has been growing endlessly. The next morning, Rem stares at him and asks if he's awake. Encrid gets up and wonders why he's staring at him like that. Did he cause an incident? Kill someone? Perhaps cripple someone? Rem asks what he thought he'd say to something like that. But once Encrid stares at him, Rem tells Encrid to stop undressing him with his gaze, as he is rather perverted. Encrid doesn't really care about his jokes. If he didn't cause an incident, it's fine. Rem explains that the first weapon he learned to use when he was young was a spear. His father taught him. Encrid remembers he was good with a spear too, but Rem explains that he is good with just about any weapon. He figured out how to use most of them just by swinging them around a few times. Encrid asks if he is trying to brag, but that's not the point. When he was about 15 years old, the Western War broke out, and he made a name for himself there. Encrid knows about the Western War. It was a war where various Western tribes rose up, each claiming rulership. It also came to be called the War for the Throne. After a long fight, one tribe emerged victorious, but the casualties from the war were severe, because the entire West had been devastated. It ultimately met its end when it was subjugated by the Empire. Rem made a name for himself in the war, at just 15. At that age, he was barely struggling to survive in a mercenary corps. The gap in talent meant that not even time passed fairly for Encrid. Even so, that doesn't matter now. Rem gets to his point, as he wanted to ask something. Does he still intend to become a knight? Encrid confirms as such. He never intended to give up on it in the first place. After a bit of silence, Rem explains that he will become a knight too. He's probably wondering why he'd say that now. Will he laugh it off, or ask if he's out of his mind? However, Encrid says none of those things. He just agrees and notes that he should. Rem is surprised and smiles, following him outside for a spar. For this fun to continue, he cannot let him pass him by. These mainland bastards think there's only one way to become a knight, but the reality is different. There are beings like knights in the West too, named after an old legend called the warrior who pioneered the continent. They are called warriors. As such, he was the best among those candidates until he left the West, that is. Perhaps he should go back and find what he left behind. In a very clean-looking place, the bishop walks around, but suddenly he is stopped by a priest who has been running in the hallway. He apologizes for doing as such, but it's urgent. He explains that they failed to capture the frontier village, all because of one platoon commander. The bishop is a bit iffy. Are they certain it's not a member of the Knight Order? The priest confirms as such. In the first place, Noria is in no position to operate a Knight Order privately, which is exactly why they targeted her. The bishop thinks that they've dealt with external enemies, starting from Aspen, along with hordes of monsters swarming from the demonic realm. Internally, there was a conflict between the royalist faction and the noble faction too. The few knights they have are struggling just to prevent major incidents. The current Noria kingdom is a kingdom that is the very embodiment of chaos. They poured so many resources and capital into expanding that Null horde too. If they had captured the frontier village and turned it into a demonic realm, it could have become a holy land. By bringing Noria under the teachings of their cult, it was supposed to be an important foothold from which they would continue their holy mission. He wants to break something, but stops himself. It's too great an achievement to be the work of a mere platoon commander. It seems to be the result of a series of coincidences. They have too many future tasks to dwell on past events. However, they cannot simply ignore someone who has defied the will of their god, so they will send that out. By that, he means the Manticore, that nameless platoon commander. Since coincidences do not repeat themselves, by the rightful order of things, he will probably die by the beast's claws. And may he go to God's side when that happens, as this Manticore is no easy beast to quell. The next day, Marcus meets with everyone inside a castle, seemingly important people, with one of them asking why he called for them now. Today is not even the day for a regular meeting. Marcus announces that Martai has declared war on the border guard, surprising everyone. It hasn't even been that long since the Battle of Aspen ended. Marcus lets them talk, and thinks about the city of Martai. Because of Martai's ambiguous location, it's a place where territorial disputes constantly break out between Nawalila and the mercenary king of the East. Currently, it is Nawalila's land. Due to the long history, there are many strong fighters with Eastern blood mixed in. Currently, Martai is being ruled by someone referred to as the General. He is expanding his influence there, as he makes it into a city of mercenaries. The ferry commander explains that the border guard is a core territory that serves as a military city, with active trade going on. Martai intends to occupy the border guard to use it as a stepping stone to grow their size even further. One of the royals there asks what they should do with their soldiers, exhausted from the fighting with Aspen. It is impossible to face Martai's larger force if they are to come fully. Another soldier notes that they need to send out requests for support to the surrounding territories right away. However, another noble, smug one, notes that even if they do request support, nobody will come to help the border guard. The surrounding territories are just as eager to take the border guard. They will likely side with Martai to split the border guard between them, rather than relying on the surrounding territories that will stab them in the back. Would it not be wiser to choose a safer option? As it happens, there is a decent partner available, someone he knows very well. They should ally themselves with the Black Blade bandits. Everyone immediately denies this offer, with one of the soldiers noting that their people are already suffering from those bandits. How could they trust them? The noble tells him to think long-term, but Marcus puts his goblet down roughly and says, "That's enough. The soldiers of the border guard are not as weak as they think. They will not request outside help, and they will fight, and they will win against Martai with their own strength." The noble who suggested the alliance with the bandits is visibly getting angrier, After everyone leaves, Marcus has seen this and tells the ferry commander that he is getting overly worked up. Did she see his expression? He was worried he might actually try to stab him or something. The ferry commander knows that he wouldn't be so reckless as to challenge the warmonger, who gave him that nickname anyway. Marcus notes that he is the one who did it, with the ferry commander noting that he is pretty clever, but he'd take that as a compliment instead of what she actually meant. He knows that Vice Baron Vancento does not even intend to hide that he is colluding with the Black Blades. That man always sticking by him is likely a guard assigned by the Black Blades too. The ferry commander asks if he intends to deal with him, and Marcus denies it. Even if he does not like the bastard, killing a noble is still a crime. Going around stupidly showing his tail, though, is exactly what they need. They will just wait around for an opportunity. Once Vancento is outside the keep, he immediately kicks a basket of goods with the people who were selling them, wondering what the hell is wrong with him. Vancento continues trudging along, noting that Marcus, no matter how much he acts like a noble, should not stick in noble matters, and go do his damn job in the battlefield. His guard knows that it seemed like he already has some force to rely on, and Vancento guesses it's the lunatics, especially their leader, that Encrid. What an unlucky bastard. He heard he became a company commander because he slaughtered 1,000 gnolls at a frontier village. It is so obvious that he is flaunting exaggerated achievements. Suddenly, as he rounds the corner, he bumps into someone, who is actually Encrid, who apologizes as he did not see him, before walking away. Vancento looks at him, seeing him only as a lowly commoner. He does not know why Marcus is trying to protect him like that. The guard asks if that was Encrid, and Vancento confirms as such. If it was not him, Marcus would have had no choice but to accept the proposal to join the Black Blades. The guard suggests that killing Encrid would solve all their problems, isn't it? Starting with the border guard, they will conquer the Nawalila kingdom, and creating a Black Blade kingdom is their long-term goal anyway. They have no time to hesitate over a single soldier, right? Vancento likes this idea. He should send a message to the Black Blades post-haste, to send the 9 elites of the Black Blades, as well as the mercenary they hired this time. Eventually, those 9 Blade elites arrive at the border guard with everyone watching the walls intently. One of them knows that they are the proud elites of the noble Blades. One of them should be enough to kill a mere soldier, so why would they request a mercenary too? One of them explains that the noble they are trading with said he wants to make sure that he is killed. That beastman mercenary, even if she is a foul-smelling fool, is a strong fighter who has made a name for herself in the mercenary world. Suddenly though, the beastman smells something, the scent of a beast, and draws her blades, looking into the woods, claiming that something is coming, something extremely strong. The elites also draw their weapons and wait patiently, and sure enough, the manticore arrives along with its master, who asks who they are. One of them explains that they are of the Black Blades bandits. But what brings him here? The man explains that it has nothing to do with them. He has come to punish the one who has defied the will of their god, a platoon commander from the border guard named Encrid. He has come here to slay him in the name of the Lord. One of the elites is confused but then smiles, nudging the beastman to lower her weapons. It does not seem completely unrelated after all, as they have been sent to kill Encrid as well. It seems their purposes are the same. So what does he think? If they work together, would it not be better to produce a more definitive result? That night, that same night, under the moonlight, Encrid continues his training, unaware of the hit that is currently being fabricated against him. As Encrid continues running, someone notes that he has been focused on his training recently. Who is Auden? It seems like he is almost done for the day, so how about it? Would he like to go on a night patrol together to take a breather? They do so, walking around the walls, and a few guards notice them, asking what brings them here. Encrid tells them not to mind them. They are just doing a random patrol. He tells Auden that it has been a while since they walked around like this. Auden agrees. Since he was promoted to company commander, they've been exempted from all duties. Encrid believes there was no need for that. The battalion commander was just looking out for him. Auden tells him that, contrary to his words, every time he sees him, he's doing physical conditioning training or sparring. He seems to enjoy being exempted from duty more than anyone. Encrid tells him that he cannot afford to waste time, and Auden stops. He tells him that diligence is a good virtue among men, but it is also worrying. The scriptures say as such. A well-built day is more important than an overextended one. Encrid looks down a bit, thinking that he has gained talents he had never thought of possessing before, and has closely chased after them. With each step, he has felt like he has advanced much further than before. Maybe he got a bit impatient, thinking he could grasp a clue to the wall. He notes that he will keep it in mind, but is it not odd? He always tells him to surpass his limits when training. Auden tells him that it's not quite overexertion, but an appropriate level. Perhaps he could do even more. Under their noses, the new formation of assassins appears out of the forest, with one of the elites asking the manticore handler about the breach. He explains that they will be drawing their attention from here first. In the meantime, they should meet up with a spy they planted by the gate to open it. He lets go of the manticore, telling it to go, and run wild. Sure enough, the manticore just climbs onto the wall and ends up right on it, screeching at the 2 guards who immediately fall on their ass, catching Auden's notice as well. The guards immediately request reinforcements, as a high-tier monster has appeared, but the manticore is already on them, mauling their juicy flesh. Before it can do anything, however, in 3 strides Auden is already on it, and unleashes a devastating strike on its snout, breaking a few of its teeth and probably its jaw as well. He notes that this was a pretty noisy kitten. It is polite to speak quietly at night. The Black Blade elite see this as they run around the wall, thinking that this is insane. What the hell is that, some kind of bear? To block a manticore, they need to get inside before they get caught, so he screams at the spy that they hid to open up. Upon hearing this, he immediately draws a blade, and rushes towards the other man he was guarding with. Encrid hears the guard screaming and thinks that there's something going on. It seems that there is more than one enemy. He asks Auden if he can handle this side, who agrees and tells him to go ahead. He will be having a fun time with this kitty. Hearing this, Encrid begins running. The men the spy stabbed ask what the hell he is doing. The spy tells him not to feel too bad about this. His death will become the foundation for the Black Blades. Before he can strike again, however, Encrid approaches and flicks a whistling knife into his hand, making him wince in pain. He crouches down to the injured soldier and looks at his wound critically. Having died several times, he can grasp the severity of wounds at a glance, and this much is fine. He should walk to the medical barracks by himself. The guard tells him that he literally got stabbed in the stomach. How is he supposed to walk? Encrid knows that if he has time to yell, then he's fine. The spy thinks that he cannot open the gate with this guy here. He has to run to save himself. Before he can, however, Encrid flings another whistling knife right into the spy's leg, incapacitating him completely. He tells the guard that if he can't move, then he should make sure he doesn't go anywhere. He puts a hand on the gate, thinking that there are presences outside, around 10 of them. That guy was trying to open the gates to let them in. If they are the type of force to force an attack like this, they will find another way, even if the gate doesn't open. So he should act now. He gently opens the gate and puts his blade through it, making the elite who were close dodge preemptively. Encrid closes the gate behind him, thinking that it's better to step out alone and face one's enemies. The elites note that they did not expect their target to come on his own 2 feet. Encrid asks if they know him. He thinks that every single one of these guys is highly skilled, especially that Beastman woman behind them. She looks pretty strong. The Beastman senses something from him too. She can smell it. A Beastman's keen sense of smell instinctively gauges an opponent's level. His scent speaks volumes. The elite charge at Encrid, wanting to take his life, but he immediately unleashes a devastating quick strike onto the first one and moves on to the next, with the Beastman finally realizing that this man is extremely dangerous. The guards, hearing that there is a manticore, go to the walls immediately. One of them tells all units to go to their battle positions, as they are up against a high-tier monster, so they should be prepared to die. However, when they get there, they see Auden just slapping the shit out of the manticore and putting it on the ground roughly. The manticore itself seems resigned to its fate, making the guards just kinda look at the scene with perplexed eyes. As Auden approaches the manticore again, he explains that the scriptures say having different beliefs is not the same as walking the wrong path. The manticore, bitten as it is, gets up again and charges at him, extending its tail to try to puncture him. However, Auden just blocks it and tells the manticore to turn to God and wash away its sins. Punching it again, it should seek forgiveness for its filthy, stained soul, and seek it once again. He unleashes a devastating strike on it, sending it absolutely flying with a huge tuft of air, and the manticore lands right into one of the pointy watchtowers, killing it in an instant. The guards immediately move in to recover the body, but Auden has other plans. High-tier monsters are highly intelligent, and to willingly attack a human-built fortress and be foolish enough not to flee when cornered is not something a manticore would do. He sees someone hiding nearby, who immediately runs away upon being found. This is what Auden has been searching for, that cultist servant. The manticore handler immediately begins running away as fast as he can, as he does not want to fight someone who took down a manticore barehanded. Auden lands down like a rocket and begins running towards him with that same placating face he always has, making him 1,000 times more frightening. As he runs towards the man, he explains that, in the past, as an inquisitor, there was a time when he hunted monsters, demonic beasts, and cultists. Though he may no longer have that qualification, he has not lost his spirit. He gets in front of the cultist and tells him that he hopes God will watch over him. He unleashes a devastating punch on him, sending him absolutely flying into the wall, to the point that it shatters completely, killing the cultist likely in that instant. Rem and the others watch from above, with Rem noting that they should have called if something so fun was happening. Playing by himself is really not fair. Auden asks what brings them here. Christ notes that, since the captain was gone, Esther was whining in her sleep, making her immediately slap him, but Rem ignores all of that, and asks where Encrid went. Jackson points towards the gates. It seems like things are heating up over there as well. Sure enough, Encrid has taken care of most of the soldiers, with the elite Blades member, wondering what the hell their handlers meant when they said just one soldier. This guy is practically on the level of a knight. The Beastman has realized too far earlier than the others that they cannot beat him. It seems like this will be her grave. Well, she always lived half expecting to die at any point anyway. Besides, as a final opponent, he is highly skilled, and not bad to look at either. This is a good place to die. The elite Blades member asks what the hell she's talking about, but she just decks him in the face, knocking him out. She calls out for Encrid, having transformed a lot more, and notes that they should go at it for real. Encrid is surprised, as the difference between beastmen and beast-type monsters like lycanthropes is not far. If human traits are added to a beast's form, it is closer to a monster. Conversely, if beast traits are added to a human's form, it is a beast man. Beastmen have a wild nature dwelling within them. Their fangs grow a bit longer, their fur wider, and their appearance changes slightly. For a beastman to transform as drastically as this is his first time. The beastman woman guesses that maybe even she has not seen another beastman transformed this far. She charges in, as even if she accepts her death, she cannot just hand over her life. Encrid blocks both of her strikes expertly, cutting her hand and letting her go of one of her blades, but the beastman does not give up and charges in with her claws. She will fight and die as a warrior. She scratches at Encrid, who immediately dodges, but but she has expected that, so she cocks her head back and crashes it right into Encrid's. Before she could get to his face, however, his knee was already in her belly, putting her back. He recognized that headbutt as the one from the Valen style of mercenary swordsmanship. She ducks under his next strike, grabs her blade back, and charges in again. Encrid sees that she is mixing techniques with beastman-like movements. She is fighting far too recklessly, as if she is prepared to die, however. He slices her hand, and she rushes in again with her head, her jaws gaped open. He wonders what this is, this strange obsession he can see from her. He elbow strikes her in the chin and moves in again. He can see that desperate look in her eyes that refuses to give up, even after knowing she will die. They continue clashing, with the beast woman calling on Krimhalt, the sole god of the beastmen, who resides over reincarnation and reproduction. All beastmen wish to reach thine sanctuary after death. She dodges another strike, thinking that if she wishes so, she must die a warrior too, before rushing in again after striking with a clothed hand. A beastman who dies as a warrior will live on in an eternal vortex as Krimhalt's sword. Encrid continues clashing his blades with hers, but eventually he gains the upper hand by smashing the butt of his sword into her head. The beast woman has expected this, and she wonders to Krimhalt if she will be able to reach his side. She was abandoned by the beastman, and wandered without the protection of her own kind. She became a mercenary to prove herself with her blade, but even that did not go well. It is unfair. It is not her fault that she was born looking like this. She rushes in desperately one last time, thinking that she has not even been able to bear children yet. So why her? Why only her? To suffer this wretched life? Encrid rushes in on her undefended self, his blade stopping mere inches from her throat, and she falls to the ground, not being able to hold back her emotions anymore. She wonders why it was only her. Why did she have to live an insufferable life like this one? Encrid sees the tears streaming down her face, and after a moment of silence, asks if she wishes to live. Rem and the others approach Encrid, asking if he'll spare her, and Encrid wonders how long they've been here, with Rem noting that, since he started fighting that wildcat. But is this thing a monster, or a beastman? Auden notes that it does not have any demonic energy, so it must be a beastman. Rem pushes her further, tapping her head, telling her to stop whining. Did she grow up eating curses or something? She looks like a freak. The beast woman feels hurt and rushes in with a punch, asking who the hell he thinks he is. But Rem just rocks her shit immediately and asks who she's hissing at. Does she want to die? Encrid tells him to stop hitting her, and notes that every one of these guys was at the level of an elite border guard, a special grade fighter, or even higher. To find out who is backing people like this, they need to keep one alive to talk, so she will spill everything now. The beast woman understands her life has just been extended by a little bit, not entirely spared. She transforms and puts her hands together to be tied by the guards. Encrid watches her for a long moment before trudging back to Ragna, who tells him that Esther has been really noisy, throwing a tantrum because he wasn't there. Encrid tells her to go inside, as he will be there shortly. He must report to the battalion commander first. He explains that he subdued one of the attackers in the middle of the fight and brought one for interrogation, so they should take a look. Marcus thinks that it's pretty obvious without even looking. This is the work of Van Cento. He knew he would pull something like this eventually, but he showed his tail sooner than he expected. He tells him he has done pretty well once again. Thanks to him, they now have proper justification. They can finally get rid of an annoyance. Encrid thinks that the battalion commander sure knows something. Things will be settled quickly then, including how they will deal with that beast man. After Encrid comes back, Rem asks if he completed his report, and if so, they should go to sleep. Encrid notes that he still has to review the battle, but Ragna notes that they couldn't sleep because of him, so he should put out the light. Encrid lies on his bed, thinking that he has no choice. He will review it while lying down. Before he can even think about it, he seemingly falls asleep, with Auden noting that he really needs to learn how to rest when it's time for it. He is a training addict. However, this guy is actually inside his mind. Encrid thinks that she used those agile movements and flexible responses, as if she were prepared to die, but in the end, that beast woman wept out of her desire to live. If he had reacted differently, what would she have done? He wants to fight her a lot more. He wants to put his strength to the test further. Before he can strike at the clones, Esther appears, asking if he's training even in his dreams. No wonder he cannot get rid of his fatigue. He really is a high-maintenance man, isn't he? Encrid asks if this is her original form, and she looks at him a bit, surrounded by the figments of Encrid's battles as he runs toward them. With one snap of her fingers, Esther eliminates them and tells him not to act as he knows her in the other world. Encrid agrees, but thinks that she's the one who entered his dream without asking. The next morning, Encrid wakes with Kreis being the first one to see him, so he asks where they went. Kreis explains that he headed to the Gilthing Guild because they picked up the manticore carcass, since high-tier monster parts, from hide to the innards, are all pure money. The ones who attacked yesterday, he heard, are from the Black Blade bandits. They likely targeted the border guard while taking advantage of the situation with Martai. Encrid asks about Martai, if he has more details, and Kreis explains that rumors are spreading about them already organizing their army and finishing preparations to march out. It's a territorial war that is basically right around the corner. There is no way the battalion commander will just overlook the Black Blades for pulling such a stunt. Won't that beast woman be executed too? The beast woman herself is being held in the gallows, her head down, seemingly having already considered herself dead. Van Cento is there, annoyed by the stench, and asks Marcus, who is leading him, why he wants him to be here. Marcus explains that the beast man before him is one of last night's attackers. During interrogation, she confesses to being hired by a mercenary hired by the Black Blades. She has claimed that an internal spy for the Black Blades inside the city has hired her specifically to kill a soldier named Encrid. since she is just a hired mercenary and does not know the spy's identity. He tried to interrogate the Black Blade's spy caught in front of the gates as well. However, it seems that he committed suicide before they could properly interrogate him. Vincento recognizes this guy. He is the one he ordered to open the gates yesterday. Marcus asks what he thinks. He was definitely the one who suggested allying with the Black Blades before. Vincento thinks that it cannot end like this. He has to smooth things over here. He crashes his fist into the bars of the Beastman's cell. He notes that she's the one from the Black Blades. How can there be a filthy mercenary like her spouting lies? This is all a setup. He is innocent of any involvement with those bastards. They must torture her further to make her confess who is truly behind this. Marcus agrees. Of course, he claims to know nothing about it, and is innocent. If this attack was truly the work of the Black Blades, their skills would have been incredibly sloppy, right? There's no way a noble of the Border Guard would choose to ally with such a pathetic organization. However, he is disappointed by this incident. The Border Guard's military strength is definitely lacking. Following his suggestion, he is thinking of sending a request for cooperation to the Black Blades. He plans to form a diplomatic envoy with an escort. Would he be willing to go as a representative? The stupid noble, not knowing that he is being used, bows, telling Marcus to leave everything to him. The Beastman wonders why they even send an envoy to the Black Blades. Is it because they do not believe her? She told them everything she knew, just as Encrid told her to. But what exactly is going on? She doesn't know, so she shouldn't worry about it. As they walk, Marcus tells his assistant that today will be the last time they will see that face of that bastard. They will have the Border Guard mobilize immediately. They must arrive before Vincento's envoy. The price for daring to target the Border Guard should be made clear. As he walks alone, he thinks that between the Black Blades and the Martai, he wonders why the Border Guard has so many enemies. Many Martai spies are hiding in the city ahead of the territorial war. The reason Martai finished their preparations so quickly is likely because they looked down on them for being attacked by the likes of the Black Blades. However, this is an opportunity. If they underestimate them like this, they can definitely use it as a strategic advantage. Still, since they are already being underestimated, maybe he should keep their trump card properly hidden, at least for a while yet. As the lunatic squad gears up, Encrid explains that they are escorting the delegation heading to the Black Blade bandits. It was a direct order from the battalion commander after all. Rem wonders if the Black Blades weren't the ones who attacked the city, so why even send a delegation? Christ notes that it probably doesn't mean they are actually escorting. Encrid knows as such. It means they are supposed to kill him, since the escort target, Vice Baron Vincento, is likely a collaborator with the Black Blades. Ragna wonders if this is why they are bringing the barbarian along, with Christ noting that killing nobles is probably his specialty, but Rem tells him that killing allies is also his specialty, and begins running towards him as Christ runs away. Ragna notes that if they knew he is a collaborator, they should have just killed him. Why did they have to go through the trouble of sending him out there? Christ himself, as he is being taken out of breath by Rem, thinks that's probably not the battalion commander's only motive, since spies from Martai are also currently infiltrating the city. It's more advantageous to hide at least one more card. It's a strategy to conceal one more card. Rem finally lets go of Christ, whose soul was already going to the heavens, but Rem also asks Encrid why that thing is there. Encrid himself made a special request to bring her along, with Rem wondering why. Is he taking his dog for a walk or something? Christ wonders what he means by that. She was going to be executed anyway, so he is probably bringing her along to bury her with the noble, right? With that, they begin their walk. Encrid is walking right next to Vincento's carriage, who is surprised that he only got 3 escorts for this important delegation. They even included a trashy braggart and 2 barbarians. They should treat him with utmost respect, those peasants from the city. Ragna is about to take his head off, and Rem is too, although Encrid stops both of them. The beast woman wonders why they haven't killed him yet. Haven't they gotten far from the city already? Why are they even dragging it out? Vincento looks at her, and notes that she looks a little bit different in the light. He can grant her the honor of coming to his carriage tonight. The beast woman wonders if this is why, and thinks that if it were Encrid after her body, then perhaps she wouldn't have minded so much. She is taken out of her stupor by seeing that Encrid is starting to train as he walks, as he couldn't do it earlier because they left at dawn. Ragna notes that he is doing his swordmanship training too, right? He shouldn't skip it. The beast woman just kind of looks at Encrid, guessing that her body can't be his goal. Definitely not. Then why did Encrid make them spare her like this? Vincento asks his guard if they are almost there, and he agrees that they have passed the marker. Vincento is pleased. There is no need to be rash heading into the dawn of the Black Blade Kingdom, it seems. The beast woman sees that on a nearby tree, there is a Black Blade ambush marker, and they camp somewhere along there that night. Vincento wonders how they dare to serve him such a subpar meal. This is not even fit to be fed to that beast woman. Rem just looks at him for a bit before trying to take out his axe, with Encrid stopping him and telling Ragna to clean up his food before he goes to sleep. Who does not do that? The beast woman thinks that they're calm. Too calm. These guys, if they keep things up like this, will be sitting ducks for the Black Blade ambush. Suddenly, Encrid plates food into her face and asks if she wants any. She shakes her head, and he just puts it down next to her as he sits down himself, telling her to eat if she wants. The beast woman wonders what she should do. It would be better to warn them in advance, right? Encrid asks if she's not going to run away. Well, she's not very bright, is she? Why does he think he brought her along? The beast woman thinks that can't be it. He was trying to give her a chance to escape? Why? Encrid tells her that she just wanted to live. He thinks that she had a pure thirst for life, a longing for the choices she could not have made before. It was hard to ignore how vivid and honest it was. The beast woman is shocked he has not asked anything of her yet. He just let her go like this. It is impossible. No one has ever shown her such kindness before. Encrid turns to leave, but before he can, the beast woman tells him that the black blades are about to ambush them. She saw their ambush marker here along the road. The noble bastard is planning to kill them. Well, however, Rem is already getting started. He took off Vancento's head, causing his guard to scream, and the beast woman to look at it with a shocked expression. Rem got really annoyed. It seems that this bastard threw his table manners to the dogs. It seems Encrid just lets out a heaving sigh, as this is earlier than they planned. Did they hold back long enough? The guard, hearing this, realizes that they never intended to act as a delegation. They planned to kill him from the very beginning. He runs away, grabbing a horse, and thinks that he is at a disadvantage on his own. He will link up with his ambushing comrades. Encrid guesses he must be trying to join his ambushing comrades, with Ragna wondering how he knows that. Encrid explains that the beast man, the beast woman, tipped him off, and Ragna notes that she earned her keep then. Encrid then says that they should go catch him, but the beast woman is confused. She told them so they could avoid the ambush. Why would they go after them? Encrid tells her that she's been asking the obvious for a while now, because he wants to fight. He also cuts off her restraints and notes that she is free now. She should run away or whatever. It's really up to her. The beast woman is kind of left there, and wonders if it really was as obvious as he just said. Thank you for watching. See you next time.